welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you as ever for tuning on in. We've got the official day that it begins today. Yes, there's been the tampering period. They've been playing footsies. They might have even agreed to a deal in principle, but it ain't till today that the ink is wet on the paper. And indeed, we will hopefully come to find some deals coming down the pathway today with our Seattle Seahawks. They made another signing yesterday that will become official today, and we have some more, of course, free agent discussion to go through, which is going to be very exciting. Hopefully we get some good breaking news today of some kind for our Hawks. Though they have been active the first couple of days of free agency, so, they're just kind of, they're just pacing themselves. That's all they're doing here, right, folks? I would love nothing more than to be able today to just go into free agency and talk about still all the vast possibilities for our Seahawks in the way that they could spend their money or make trades to continue to upgrade this team and make it better. Unfortunately, though, I'm going to have to start this off with the subject having to do with the draft, because I know there are going to be questions coming down the trek throughout the course of this stream. And so you may be one of those people that I'm pointing to when I'm about 3.5 hours saying, go back to my opening comments. Here is the time that you should be at, as I'm going to now give you the opening comments on Jalen Carter, because this is a subject that's brought up on my channel a lot. People are very interested in this guy from a variety of different angles. I certainly have probably helped in that with the video I posted of him, comparing him to Cortez Kennedy. And I've certainly been one of his bigger backers. And so people are interested to know where I kind of stand on him when there is sort of breaking kind of news coming out from him. And today he had a pro day in Georgia where he showed up 10 pounds heavier. He tried to go through the drills, could not get through the drills, cramped up, looked out of shape. And it just adds to an offseason of misery with Carter. It began with the Daniel Jeremiah report, unsubstantiated sources saying that there were some character concerns regarding Jalen Carter. There was folks bringing up the conditioning aspects that he had with him, that he looked out of breath in the bowl games. Then we had him on the day of the combine, having the charges released out for him in regards to his misdemeanor charges in the racing incident that happened a while back from then. So he had to go back and answer that. Could not even go through the drills at the combine because he had to go back to Georgia and deal with that. Once that was dealt with, now we've got the pro day where everyone was thinking, okay, here's your chance to now potentially do something and reclaim this offseason, maybe a little bit, shift this around a little bit. And indeed, he just adds on more to it. So I'm going to be asked a lot about this, and I'm going to point back to these comments and this whole breakdown right here, because I really don't want to continue to hash over or turn over this, or it's not progressing forward for me as a conversation. As I spoke about last on my stream prior in regards to Carter, I think people stand where they stand. They are where they're at. The kid's had a bad, horrible offseason, one of the worst that I've seen from a top prospect. But I do look back on the film and I look at that and I go, yes, as his coach today said, he's a generational talent. And so, wherever you else stand on that, I appreciate that and I get that. And I'm not trying to convince you over to your side of it. I don't think you're going to convince me over to your side of it, because here's where I sit, and I'm plainly sitting here and I'm not moving off this spot between now and the draft. So I would really appreciate it if people aren't coming to me constantly going, what about Carter now? What about Carter now? What about Carter now? This is where I will be standing between now and the draft. I love his talent. I think he's the most talented, best player in this draft. As far as I stand and my assessment is on it, after looking at some 175, 180 draft prospects in this draft, the best of the best, that's where my assessment stands on what I see from him from the tape. If John Schneider looks in the background and he looks through all the stuff and he comes to see, as I've said, that this is the tip of the iceberg with this kid and that indeed he's a problem child and that he's the worst of the worst and he's just like going to be just like the worst, then I'm not going to squawk if Seattle passes by on him because of the fact they said the character concerns aren't good. So that's going to be where I stand on this. That doesn't change with him showing up 10 pounds heavier on a pro day and not getting through all his drills. You have these guys run these drills a lot of times because it's for guys that you're not sure about what you've seen from them on tape. Does he have enough of the quickness? Does he have enough of the size? Can he move? Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see a little bit how he moves on this, just to kind of be able to look back and pair this with you don't have to do this with this guy. That's the point of him being a generational like talent, as his coach Kirby Smart said today. So I don't need as much that stuff to lean back on. My film study, my film assessment is where I stand on the kid. I lean back to my general manager and all of the information he has. And I know there's a lot of armchair psychologists and people that just have their gut instincts in this situation. I just feel like I know he's just okay, you have that. What John Schneider has, though, is the private investigators. He has the people going down and going to the actual program itself, talking to the coaches. They have scouts with connections to the programs. They're going to do all of the due diligence in the world beyond anything that you can imagine to look at this kid's background and see where he stands. And so I don't have that information. No one else out there has that information. So I'm going to lean back over to that and say, that's where it's at. That's where it's going to be. And it's not going to change for me from that. I'll trust that my general manager will make the proper judgment at that time. It's not like Schneider hasn't been bitten recently by a bad prospect, by a prospect that blew up in his face who had the bad background to a degree in Malik McDowell. So he's going to be on his toes. I can trust in his decision, I think, because of that. And they're not going to just sort of overlook or look past this stuff. But I think making our assessments on this sort of surfacey view of it without having the depth that these teams have, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to try to turn that over. It's like making calls blind in the dark, or you're barely looking between one little finger and you're like, yep, not a good background, bad player. I can totally see it. Totally see it. I don't think anybody can totally see it. Our general manager is going to be able to totally see it. So that's my opinion on Carter. That's where I will stand on Carter. It's not going to change. I'm not going to move. I would love it if people could not necessarily roll my chat through on and making that the thing at the center of discussion at every turn. I know for some it will be. And if you guys just want to have your debate amongst each other, do so. Go crazy on that as far as I'm concerned. Like I have no problem. People want to get into it on their own with it. But from my standpoint, it's kind of a dead discussion because it kind of is where it is at this point. His film and the background check for Schneider will either win him over or it won't. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. I don't expect that even if he did fall, he would probably get past Chicago. It's a need for their defense. It's a substantial need for their defense. In a lot of ways, it's kind of the pinpoint foundational piece that they need for their defense. So I think that he probably will land there if we weren't to take him at number 5. But again, understand if the character concerns don't match up and Schneider goes, we just couldn't do it. I mean, even wouldn't have to even say anything. Just them simply passing with the need that they have at the position would tell you volumes about the fact that they don't trust the background stuff. And today was not a good look for it. But I still don't have all of that extra information he does. And I'm an information guy. I'm a data guy. The more data I can get, the better. And so if I'm missing data, I don't like to blindly be making calls that are, off with his head. I can't quite get to that spot of it. I understand if you do, don't begrudge you. Don't throw shade at you for it, but I just can't quite land in that spot. I'm going to bottom line trust my general manager on this particular situation and roll with it that way. Now we get to have some fun talk, which is actually getting into some of this free agent discussion and a little bit of what's going on. The Seahawks yesterday looked and brought back Jarran Reed on a 2-year, $10.8 million deal. Of course, I'm sure many of you guys got a chance to already see the breakdown I did last night on this deal and where I kind of look at with this deal of where it stands. I've long been a proponent of the fact that we are trying to build this up more of a strength in numbers game. So I think if you look at this from the standpoint of, Jarran Reed is your starter, running 60, 65, 70% of the snaps, I can see how you wouldn't like this deal. And you go, boy, well, that's not taking a big step forward here. But if you look at it as he's part of the rotation coming through now, you've got more guys you're adding on deck. You're keeping everybody fresh. You're not having a substantial drop off if he's in, let's say, the second unit. It starts to look a little bit better and a little bit more understandable. And my upside on this deal, as I finished off with the video talking about last night, does remain that he is moving now to this 3-4 defensive end position, and that's the better spot for him. That he wasn't quite a 1 tech. He wasn't really quite a 3 tech, but maybe as a 3-4 end in this gap and a half system that he's going to now, he can, he can find again the last little gear here into his career. He's only 30 years old, so he's not super old. He has been in the league for quite a while, going back to 2016. But with the signing of Dre'Mont and Jarran now, you have started to improve this. And as I said last night too in the video, if you bring in Bobby on top of this now, you've taken something that was your biggest failing from the team standpoint and turned it into, now a strength. Not a strength, but you've turned it into maybe not as much of a failing part, at least. There's more work to be done beyond this at this point, but they've taken a substantial step forward, I should say, in where they are with that situation. And I think we should all feel pretty optimistic about that at that point. I'm not expecting Jarran Reed to be a game wrecker. I'm not expecting him to do 10.5 sacks a year. I know the money's on the surface of this a little bit much on the surface, but I think we're going to find the numbers on the first year of the deal go down relatively to $4.5 million, which, for a good rotational defensive tackle piece in this day and age, that's kind of the cost of doing business. So I'm okay with the deal. I know it's not the one that gets a lot of people excited, and some people are even a little bit down on it. The team was in according to Bob Condotta, the team was in on trying to get both Zach Allen and Dre'Mont Jones. They were trying to get both of those two guys, not one or the other, signed here. So that does indicate that they were looking at this going, we got to make a more major swing. And I don't think that they were going from Zach Allen to going, okay, Jarran Reed. There's probably somebody else that's going to be brought in here. This is not probably the final move that they're looking to make on this. They still have some money to spend. Maybe not a ton of money, but they got some money to spend. They got some other deals they can clear out to create some more space if they want to as well on top of that. And so we'll kind of see where they go with it on today, and if potentially Bobby's on the board. The Athletic did report last night, I believe, that Bobby Wagner was choosing between two teams that weren't the Seahawks. It was the Buffalo Bills and somebody else. So I don't know how substantiated those rumors are as far as being confirmed or deny them on that one. We'll see how that goes today, if that maybe breaks forward a little bit. Levante David did sign by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, went back to the Buccaneers on a 1-year, $7 million deal. Wow. Maybe he wasn't going to give anybody else that same kind of deal if he had to go somewhere else, but that's a pretty nice signing there for Tampa Bay. That would have been nice to get him at $7 million, especially if you end up coming to find that, or $8 million even, especially if you come to find that you lose Bobby to somebody else's. Now the middle linebacker market has been somewhat ravaged. Certainly in the first day of the tampering period, we saw that where you went, whoa, look out, holy mackerel. They're flying off the board here. It was like a Black Friday sale on televisions, and everybody was going in for the store for the television, So you had mothers being thrown out of the way, toddlers getting kicked. It was crazy. And then you look around and you're like, hey, we still need a middle linebacker, and nobody is left in the store. There's just, it's literally like a tumbleweed floating by. Okay. I guess we're going to have to rookie this stuff. We're going to just have to rookie this. Okay. Let's rookie it. We'll go that route. So we'll see what they do if they don't get Bobby. It's going to get, it has gotten pretty lean at the position. There are still a couple of names, but they're not, you know what I mean? We're going to be picking a linebacker in the draft. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So beyond that, haven't heard any other real news out there percolating around for our Seahawks. So we'll see again if there's anything else kind of breaking forward left on today. We'll be going along for today. We'll see if there's any kind of news going along. We'll see where the chat goes with things today, and then just kind of feel it out from there. I'm going to kind of just play it by ear today. So I don't know. We might have a long stream, might have a short stream. I don't know. I'm kind of sleep good last night. I'm kind of low energy today a little bit. So you guys are going to have to deal with a little bit of Brandon's working through at about 93% today for some reason. So just couldn't get to sleep last night. It's one of those nights where it's just, ugh. But if you do like what you guys listen to, please hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. It helps out the channel tremendously. Thank you as well to everybody on all your support recently. We've had a ton of new subscribers jumping up on the channel, all of the donations and support in the chat throughout the streams. You guys have been wonderful in that respect. So thank you so much to all of you for that. Shams Sajir says, yo, what's up, man? In utero, hello. Tobias Larson, how you doing, man? Dominic says, let's go Hawks. Let's get B-Wags back home. Give us back our B-Wags. Give us back our B-Wags. Kyle says, what do you think about Eckler? Low miles, sat behind Gordon for 3 years, pass catching back, $12 million per year. Him and K9 would be electric. I'm tired of the maybe decent backs behind our really good backs. I'm not a big guy with it because you're spending big money. I mean, you're spending basically the same money on him, Kyle, that the Niners are spending on Christian McCaffrey. and there's a vast difference between Christian McCaffrey and Austin Eckler. I've never been the biggest Austin Eckler guy. I got to be honest with you, Kyle. I've always thought he was one of the more overrated running backs in the league. And you're right, he's a bit better as a pass catcher than maybe what we've had from the position recently, but not for that money. That's too much. Too much. Much too much. Too much. Much too much. Let's see here. We got Jacob Kissinger. Thank you for Jacob Kessinger. Thank you for celebrating 15 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really do appreciate it. He says, Carter's pro day. Yeah, I knew it was going to be brought up today, so it's disappointing. Get out a chance to, again, silence some of the doubters and, re-solidify his draft stock. But I don't know. At this point, I'm almost like, are you doing one of the two things? He's either going the Isaiah Wilson route from a couple of years ago, another Georgia player, where it just started to kind of go totally sideways, or he's just trying to tank himself to purpose to get a good team or something. I don't know. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Who is Jalen Carter's comp outside of Vin Diesel in a Chevelle? Well, he's got a little bit of Burt Reynolds and Smokey and the Bandit to him too there, Garth. It's like a combo of Burt Reynolds and Diesel with the Chevelle, because he's got the Burt Reynolds kind of just good old, he's just good old guy, but with the Vin Diesel like lead foot. I'd say it's that, Garth. Thank you for the $5 donation, bro, though. By the way, I got my package of your bros at my buddy's house for me, so I've got to pick that up. I've been streaming all week, so I got to try maybe tonight or tomorrow try to go grab that, Garth, and get that thing up. So confirm delivery, have receipt, and we'll have that up on the wall here shortly if it is what I think it is. But thank you for the $5 dono, Garth. I hope you're doing good tonight. Taker610 with a $2 donation. Prediction for Drew Lock, stay or go? Well, the quarterback market is definitely ramping up, where guys are going off the board and their names are not Drew Lock. And I'm not talking about frontline guys. I'm talking about guys that are even kind of backup times. Jared Stitham, Mike White. Drew can't get no love. And I'm surprised at that a little bit. I would have thought a team would have tried to go down the pathway of the Lock aspect of things here, thinking, well, Gino just did. Why wouldn't maybe we be able to get the same from here with Drew? Now, maybe his reputation's just in the place where they just don't think he can get there. But I was thinking at the start of the offseason this was not going to be the case. The more that there's these backups being taken off the board, the less spots there are available for Lock to go to, the more potential likely that it has him coming back here. The bottom line on it is he has to take basically a league minimum deal. And, is he willing to do that or not? Is the team going to pay him $4 million, $5 million to just go back up somewhere? Hard to say there with that. Hard to say. Thank you, though, Taker. Appreciate the $2 donation. Corey Olson with the $2 donation as well. Appreciate you too, Corey. I would like to sign Jamal Williams if released. Jamal Williams is an interesting player. Very interesting player. He was, of course, with the Packers first a couple of years ago, where he's a Thunder. He's a Thunder to a Lightning running back, right? So he's initially the Thunder to Aaron Jones, and then he's Thunder now to DeAndre Swift. But you look at him from a career standpoint, last couple of years in Green Bay, he had 119 carries, 505 yards, 4.2 yard per carry average for 2 touchdowns. Then in his first year in Detroit, 153 carries, 600 yards, 3.9 yard per carry average, 3 touchdowns. Last year, 262 carries. So a lot of carries last year. A lot of carries. Got up to 1,000 yards, but only a 4.1 yard per carry average. Now, admittedly speaking, he's a short yardage back. So maybe some of those guys, you are going to tend to have a little bit of, Corey, of those guys being, they're not going to have as high a yard per carry average, but certainly at 4.1 yard per carry, I would say that's as good as it is to be the short yardage back. I guess the question I'd pose to you is what's the value of that? Running backs don't get paid as it is already, and I know he's not going to be a guy really give me much as far as being a guy to break off good runs. He's just going to be a meat grinder, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and there is value in that. But, what is the value of that? What are we willing to pay at that value? And I'm willing to have him come in, but I can't pay a substantial amount for that. It ends up feeling a little bit like if you're paying a lot with Jamal, that you're paying for those 17 touchdowns, which are great, but are as much to do with the Detroit Lions' offensive efficiency last year as they are to do with him being so tremendous as a short yardage back. Because again, going back through his career, you hear since 2017 with Jamal Williams, here's his touchdowns, rushing touchdowns: 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 17. So it's a little bit of an outlier last year with what he did there. And again, when you look at the yard per carry to kind of average, put it, in context with, you go, okay. And again, you might go, well, the yard per carry is still 4 yards per carry. It's still that, but let's go look at this. DeAndre Swift stats. So Swift last year behind the same offensive line on 99 attempts, almost 100 attempts, had an 8.1 yard per carry average. So he doubled that of what Jamal did. I think there's a little bit with that on it, I'm not saying I'm not on board with him, Corey. I am. But the cost, I think, has got to be right with that one. Connor Oschlager, thank you for the $2 donation. Opinions on Carter after the pro day. So I did just an expansive spiel to begin this that was about 10 minutes long at the start of the show, Connor. And I did that spiel kind of on purpose so that I don't have to the thing is, sometimes folks, as far as doing these 5 and 6 an hour stream, is I'll get asked the same question like 9 times over, and it gets really hard to just kind of keep repeating yourself to the same question. And I don't like being like, watch the beginning of my stream, check out the beginning of my stream. But the long answer, Connor, is at the beginning of my stream. To start off, I did a 10-minute kind of diatribe on the whole situation. The bottom line is that he's a Hall of Fame talent. I don't know about his off the field stuff. I don't know about exactly all the particulars with this kid. John Schneider will know all the particulars of this kid. So I'm going to trust and put the faith in John on this one. If the Seahawks pass on Jalen Carter, I'm not going to be standing up and down in my chair and pulling my hair out and getting red-faced and saying, how dare we pass on a Hall of Fame talent? I will trust that the assessment was what it was and that they took their steps appropriately because of it. If they pick him, and they determined that this stuff was not the tip of the iceberg and some of the things that we've seen as far as the smoke this offseason, then likewise, I'll trust in it as well. I'm not this way with every pick and every player and every decision, but on this particular player, on this particular pick, on this particular decision, I'm going to trust in John Schneider. And no, I wouldn't be removing him off the board because he showed up 10 pounds heavier to his pro day and couldn't get through his drills. That would not be enough. But I'm going to maintain that for me, Connor, my answer also won't change on this one between now and the draft unless we learn something that is really substantial as far as this information concerned. I just don't think we've learned enough. And just again, I'm operating from limited data, Connor. We've got a general manager who has all the data on this one, all the information on this one, all the contacts with Georgia on this one. But I did a full point at the top on that one if you're looking for kind of more of kind of the expansive one on that one. But it doesn't move me off of it at this point, Connor. But again, I am trusting back on that Schneider assessment of things. Thank you, though, for the donation. Robs, appreciate you being a member for 3 months of the channel, Robs. Says maybe Overshawn wouldn't be terrible in Seattle. I've been meaning to get over to watch Overshawn, Robs. I'm just haven't had a chance, man. I've got some other side work I've been having to do, so haven't had quite the opportunity to get over there to him, but I will have to try to check him out here at some point. I promise you. It's as I always say on the channel, there's just there's not enough hours in the day. You know what I mean? But he is on my list to go still check out on my scouting list. I promise you. Thank you though for the 3 months of membership on the channel. I do appreciate it. Hongwoo Lee, thank you for the $10 donation, Hongwoo. Appreciate you as well. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. Says Carter's workout made my son want to try out for the NFL after playing in college 8 years ago. He should focus on moving out of his parents' house with his wife and kids. Nolan Smith is my guy. Hongwoo, shots fired at the Sun today. Gosh, coming out with shots. Sun catching strays. Oh, goodness. That's hilarious. Nolan Smith did have a good workout today. He looked really good rolling around as he did. So, he's going to be a guy at this point that I think has certainly elevated his stock with this offseason up into the first round. Very well could go in the top 15 at this point, based on what I'm reading about Nolan Smith, and what we're hearing about him is that he's definitely jumping up that list and flying on up there, in that respect of things. So he did really well. And yep, Carter had a pretty epically bad pro day today. It's an awful look, and you start to have things like you wonder about, like, is the kid just, had the misdemeanor just throw him completely off, and now he's just, what's going on? Hard to say. Or again, is he sliding? It has happened with Isaiah Wilson at the very same program recently. So it very well could be that too. Don't know. Well, I mean, William Leonard says Hawks Nest for life. That's right. If you guys do like what you listen to, please do hit that like button for me. Lethal Lance says maybe Carter 20, maybe. I don't think he gets past the Bears, but then who knows? It's bad pro day. Hard to say. Young Bido Game, how you doing, man? And Utero's in the house. Hello there. Moo says, Brandon, do you think getting Slay would be a good move for the Seahawks? I feel about going out and getting Darius Slay as I would probably be a little hesitant to want to do it initially with this, because you've gotten such great value out of drafting guys 4th, 5th round. You've got a logjam of corners currently sitting there out the outside, and your interior needs desperate help. So I would really lean towards probably not looking to make a move like that unless you're talking about getting Darius at the, lower end price of things here. And I don't know if he's looking to necessarily go into the low end of the price of things here as it stands. So I don't think he's getting paid big money, but I mean, even a mid-tier deal would really eat into what we've got as far as left for the defensive line. The other part of this has to be that, to me, if you're going to bring in Darius Slay, you've got to commit to running a lot more man coverage. And man coverage concepts on the regular, say nothing ever being run the majority of the time, are not something that Coach Carroll tends to want to sign up for. He's a zone-based guy. He wants his defense running zone predominantly. You're kind of wasting Darius Slay a little bit if you're moving him out there into zone coverage when he's a man guy. That's what he should be doing. But I like his talent. I like the thought process behind having two lockdown guys on the edge. I could be talked into it if they're going to transition to the man. I just need those. It's one of those things. It's like it'd be the equivalent a little bit here, of taking Jimmy Graham and turning him into an inline tight end. You're getting a guy who does something really good, and then you're moving him here to have him do something else differently. It's not the best of ways to get the most out of a now somewhat of an aging player. In the cornerback position, they do tend to age very fast. Chewable, I mean, all 4 quarterbacks have huge red flags as well. At least Skoronski and Bijan seem safer. I wouldn't hate either of those picks either, Chewable. They want to go with those guys either. Skoronski would definitely draw a lot of Seahawk fervor out, but not in me. I think you're getting an upper level player on the interior of the line wherever you decide to end up putting him. And as I've loved, as one of my long, looked at, wanted things that I'd love to see this team build is to go and try to put a great offensive line together at kind of the forefront of this team. And I love Bijan. You know it. Austin Sauce isn't him showing up overweight, not doing measurable drills, not doing other drills well data. Not doing other drills well data. Isn't that data that backs up character concerns? Does he seem like a Pete Carroll competitor? Well, I think that part of my issue here with some of this stuff on this a bit to me is that all this stuff that we're making these assessments on with Carter this offseason, Austin Sauce, have nothing to do with what he does on the football field as a football player. And as I was saying on the drills, my outlook on this is that when I go to look for players on the drills, I'm looking for confirmation. I have a question mark about a certain thing. Does he have enough power? Does he have enough speed? Does he have enough quickness? Does he have something here that the drill will either confirm or deny for me as a football player? With Jalen Carter, part of the reason why I am so high on him, part of the reason why I like the guy so much, he is the complete package player on the football field, where there are really no questions coming out from you about his power or his quickness or his length or his explosiveness or his agility. You see it, you know it's there, and you have a lot of tape to go on. It's not simply 1 year of it. You've been watching it for 2 years there. So when it comes to him showing up to the thing, it's not a good look, Austin Sauce, but is it into the spot for me now where, well, because it pairs with this other stuff that you've heard, then that means that, and so that means he's off the board? No, I think the issue I have with this Austin Sauce big time is that there are a lot of people with their fingers that are itching on the trigger with this kid, I feel like. And I don't really understand why. They don't have, it is data, but it's not all the data. This little bit of data you have today with him at the pro day, or the Daniel Jeremiah source, or conditioning stuff, that stuff is like 1% of the total data of what John Schneider and this front office will have to operate off of in making this decision on this kid in regards to his character. So what am I going to trust in? What should I be leaning in? My 1% of the data that I get to operate from within the situation? Because I'll give you it is data, Austin Sauce. It is data. But it's still a very small amount of data compared to this stack of data that they're going to be able to operate off of that you or I don't have. You don't have a private investigator. I don't have private investigator. Same thing of multiples. We don't have the connections to Georgia. We don't have scouts connected to coaches. They've got so much more that they get to operate off of that we don't. So for me to try to take this small amount of stuff, and I'm going to always be pretty consistent on this Austin stuff, not just when this comes to Jalen Carter, but when this comes to any players, when it comes to a draft. I get very uncomfortable when we start talking about trying to make assessments about a 20, 21-year-old kid's background when I don't have the data. I don't like doing that. That doesn't feel good to me. It doesn't feel right to me. I don't begrudge other people wanting to do it, but this is one of the reasons why I don't want to turn this over as a topic for 1 million hours on the channel today, is because it doesn't particularly interest me. I want to talk about football and what guys do on the football field. And if I know my general manager is going to have, even if you want to say not 95 more percent data in regards to this player's background than I do, then I'll trust in that. And I'm not going to make my personal decision like I'm sitting here like an armchair psychologist or like an armchair private investigator and make that assessment. It's a different lane to me than making the lane of when I can look at a player's actual tape and I'm looking at what the player's doing on the field and then making that assessment. It's a way different thing than what I'm trying to do in shades, in little flashes here, trying to take little itty bitty bits and then pull that together from that. That seems like to me a bit of a different thing. And I don't, again, I'm not knocking people that do land in that place. I don't land in that place. So yeah, nope. It's definitely data, but not in the way of pushing me off of them. Rob says, should Seattle change their defensive scheme? I think the boat kind of sailed on that with Dre'Mont Jones and Jarran Reed being brought into the building. So it probably should have, but they're not going to now. Yeah, Robs, if we were to play a more run aggressive defense, man-based stuff, then Slay makes some sense. He does. Because I don't think the corners you have on your roster right now that are going to necessarily play that way. And then you just keep Kobe Bryant in the slot, and then Mike Jackson and Trey Brown become kind of just backup guys at that point a little bit. Joe Z says, I thought Nolan Smith looked great today. Where do you think he'll go in the draft? Any chance we get him? Oh yeah, there's definitely a chance we get him. He certainly is, for as much as, he's shown himself to be an all-in about football kind of guy. His interviews at the Combine were wonderful. He certainly checked out greatly in that aspect of things. He, of course, tested off the charts. He's a guy that's 238 pounds, but he comes into this draft off the edge as the best run defending edge in the draft. Certainly Schneider and Carroll are going to like a lot of the attributes this kid brings to play and look at the potential upside in him as a pass rusher being worthwhile. And they won't be alone on that. As I said, I could see him going easily in the top 15. I don't know if you'd go 5 with him. I think 5 would be a little bit, definitely feels a little early. But the kid's stock's rising as much as anybody in this draft, Joe. And these teams do want players, as we're seeing with all the fretting about Jalen Carter. People, teams and fans and everybody wants to have players that are all in about ball, and that you don't have to worry about with that. And that's certainly not something with Nolan that you're going to have to be concerned with. So I think it's possible that they would pick him, but I wouldn't think they'd take him at 5. They would probably trade back a little bit, or grab him at 20 if he could fall that far. But I don't know if that's possible. Yeah, Pumpkin's having a good day. She's checking out the sun outside, chilling. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Garth says 93% means 6.5 hours. Yeah, exactly. Megan says, B, feel you're tired 12 hours night before 4 hours last night, feeling it. Yeah, I couldn't get to sleep. I tried to get to sleep early and get up early, but I was just like, it was not happening. Just have those nights you just can't get to sleep. Garth says, Brando Eckler's a beast. I know, there's a lot of people who like him a lot. Every time I've watched this tape, I haven't really been all that blown away with him. Like, he's pretty sudden and he can run around a bit out there, but boy, if a guy gets an arm on him, it's like he's getting tackled. It's your boy Michael, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. And yeah, for any new folks in the chat right now, we're 40 minutes in. We're going to have a lot of questions about Carter for me. So please do understand, already right now, I've probably asked 3 times on Carter. So please understand with this, I'm not trying to be the least bit rude or to be pushing off on your questions on Carter if you have them. But I specifically at the top of the show, at the very beginning of this show, did about a 10-minute thought process on Jalen Carter, on what the whole combo with his whole pro day today and all of the impacts of that. And I promise you guys, if you're looking for kind of expansive thoughts on that, please go to the beginning of the stream and you'll get those thoughts. This just gives me a little bit of a breather on having to answer the question 20 times over the next 3 hours. Because I promise you guys, it will blow me out if I have to answer it that many times. It will. I'll end up just being like, all right, I'm good, guys. So it's not me trying to be rude if I don't answer you guys on the Carter stuff as much. It's just I've already at the very top of the show, at the very beginning, I completely gave a whole expansive thing on it. Please do check that out if you have a question on where I stand on Carter. Bottom line being is I haven't moved from any of my past comments on it, on where I am with him. Lethal Lance, if we draft Tyree Wilson, where does he play in this scheme? Make him bulk up for a 5-tech since he doesn't have the bend to play edge? I don't know if it's as much of an issue as some are making it out to be, Lethal, with him coming off the edge. He stood up in college. He came off the edge in college, and he did it very well. Did he do it with bend? No, but he's one of those guys to me that's so significantly large, he's not going to need to do it as much with bend. Sometimes with that, it's just the length and the power and the size of them. It's just they're overwhelming for those tackles. So I'm not completely sold on Tyree. Of course, Lethal, he's not been a huge guy for me, but I have to acknowledge the fact that that's right around the right place to pick him. I think he provides you maybe a little versatility and you can move him inside, outside. But I think you put him to the strong side of the formation as the wide 9 and you let him wreck shop over there. You know, that would be his place. So early down, he's that. And then as you go on, I'd see what he can do. I think I don't know as much about he doesn't fit as the outside guy. I know I've heard that a lot. It has been spoken a lot, but I don't know if I see as much of that from my takeaway on the tape with him. There's a lot of ways to win as a pass rusher. It's nice to have dip and bend. You'd prefer it. But if you have some other freakish elements to it, then you can kind of get by with that. I think he just might be able to. And Euro says 50% of first rounders don't pan out. Quarterbacks are always a risk. So you draft the one with the highest ceiling. I agree. And Gentleman Madness. So yeah, on the Carter thing, just check out my comments on just the beginning if you could on that one. I got a lot of. David says, Rob sounds so against drafting Carter and convinced that the Seahawks won't draft him. As I said last year, Carter's worth the risk. I can't wait for the Seahawks to draft Carter and a piss Stanton. Rob's out, man. Rob is he's miles and miles out on that one. He is as out as you can be, I think, on the player on him. And as I said, I get the people that are in the position they're in. I'm not throwing any shade your way or saying you're being inconsiderate by coming to where you've arrived at. I get it. I understand. I just don't personally land there. I just I don't personally get there on it. And I do trust our general manager is really, really going to be on this one in a manner that'll have him with like 2 microscopes on his eyes, like a stethoscope around his neck. He's going to be carrying an MRI machine on his back. I mean, it's like that equivalent of the breakdown of Carter that they're doing in the background, I'm sure. And I'm going to trust in that. That's my general manager. That's my general manager. That's my general manager. That's my general. I'm trying to do the Terrell Owens. That's my quarterback. I can't do it, though. I need to get some sunglasses on. My sunglasses. Yeah. That's my general manager. That's my general manager. Go watch that clip, folks. T.O. talking about Tony Romo. That's my manager. That's my general manager. Lip quivering. It's a pretty funny clip. Oh, T.O. Terrell Owens. New Black says, just what you wanted to talk about again today. Jalen Carter laughing out loud. I knew it was going to be. I know I'm not going to be able to get away from it. So people are connected to this draft process. It's a good thing more than it's just a bad thing. So it's understandable. People are interested in their. I love seeing it from our fan base that people are as as this news breaks this morning and you have people who are like, So I like, in one respect of it, I love it. In the respect of that. The trickling in of it will be constant for me for the next month. You have to understand, for the next month, I'm going to, you guys may be over going like, man, he's a little pissy today. I'm going to be asked about this 7,622 times between now and the end of April. So it's gonna get around to it. This guy's 86. Listen to the voice. Watch the cat. Well, she's the mime. I'm miming her. Leland Lance says, I'm not even that big on Geno, but he is better than Hurts. I agree. I think he is too. Hurts is benefiting from a surrounding cast right now and a system that's, leaning into what he can do well and leaning away from what he doesn't do well, which isn't make him a bad player, but also doesn't make him a complete quarterback on the other end of it. As far as being able to function a full offense kind of on, he's got to operate within what he's got, and he's got to have all the benefits of what he's got working around him. And if that does dip around, they were pretty healthy this last year. If he loses a little bit of that, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of a dip. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. Sorry, a little late acknowledging on that. He says, Brando, I trust your analysis. Honestly, all signs point to this Carter being a bust in the eyes of the layman like myself, but I trust your eye. Orange Cat, guide Brando between the realms. Guide me, he says. Will you guide me? Will you guide me? Will you guide me? Okay. Promise? Okay, really promise, though. Okay. She says she will. I take her at her word on that one. I get it. I do get it, Garth, and I think you're going to see a lot of that in the chat from folks, and that's why I say I don't begrudge it. I don't throw shade at it. I ain't get mad at it. I ain't trying to force my thought process on anybody else in regards to this. It's just my own thoughts with it. But I can get to where when people look at it, this is enough for them to say, okay, I'm out. They're shutting the door, they're locking up, they're heading down the road in regards to Carter, and they're leaving him in the room. And I get it completely. But yeah, I can't quite get there myself on this one. and definitely have certainly substantially tried to explain why on that one as I can. But, I'm not in a way to look to convince, just in a way to explain the standpoint on a position as much as you can. But Garth, thank you for the double dono, bro. I appreciate it. It makes sense. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Mark. Appreciate you as well. Hope you're doing well tonight. It says, Brando, would you rather use the 5th pick or trade back knowing this year is stacked with defensive talent? Not defensive line talent. I think, Mark, the trading back is the ideal situation. You look at what the Bears got as far as a return here, and the prices are every bit as high as they've ever been. There has been no change of this back to some way where now it's like, well, the price is going down. You can get up for, you just got to give up some juicy fruit and you can get yourself up into the top 5. Like, no, you got to pay the price. So are you going to get the Bears offering of what they got back? No. But if you were to move back to, what if the Texans pick Anderson at 2 and then the Texans are at 12 and then they want to move up to 5? Does that get you then 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and something else? Or in that neighborhood of? I would think so. And I've always been loving the thought process within this whole situation of this Russell Wilson trade. I've just been tickled by the thought of taking this draft capital, we got this mighty haul that we've been given back, and then turning it into even more. And the substantial way that you could increase this team's talent, depth, top end, by doing that through over the next couple of years, to me, would make it a worthwhile process to do so. And having a lot of picks, I just did in this last mark with a lot of picks in the second round, where I was trying to find a way in a lot of respects to get into that second round as often as I could, because I think that that's where a lot of the damage you could do could be done in this draft, because you start to fall into 3rd, 4th, 5th round territory, and it gets pretty bleak. The cupboard gets empty quick, It's like you got a house full of teenagers and you just went to the store, and you go out for a walk and you come back in and you're like, well, why are there just wrappers in here now? Same kind of thing. You wait on this draft and you might find some diamonds in the rough, but you're digging deep. You're like one of those mines that they got in Africa that goes like 5 miles down to the bottom to go find something. So yeah, I'd rather trust in finding the talent that's true at the top and getting it as many as I can. And if you did do that trade, Mark, to move back, you get the 1st round pick in the future, maybe a future 2nd round pick, but then you also get the extra 2nd round pick this year. So now we got 3 seconds we're picking from, and we still got the opportunity at 12, Mark, if we want to move back. So I love the thought process of it, Mark. It's as I've my long metaphor for this is you rub the lamp with the genie, he comes out, and you say, Genie, my first wish is to wish for more wishes. And instead of him saying, no, you can't do that, there are rules here, he goes, okay, let's go, let's do it. Kevin Lownice, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you too, man. Thank you so much. It says, get a couple of linebackers, couple of centers, and a little more defensive line help. If we can improve to a top 15 D, we will be serious contenders. Indeed, we will be. I think built within that, Kevin, I think is your acknowledgement that you think the offense is going to perform pretty well next year at a more than functional level. And I think you have a lot of reason to have that kind of confidence. I share it as well. And so if you have an offense that can stick in there at a top 10 level, and you can get a defense into a top 15 level, which I think is doable with what they have as far as resources to pull this off, then that's a team that can go out there and do some damage. Because let's also remember that we're pairing that with maybe perhaps the best special teams core and unit that exists in football on top of it. So that means every aspect of your football team is a benefit at that point. You have reduced the weak link aspect of things. And I certainly think that does open that up a little bit more, Kevin. But you're right. Get the centers, get the linebackers in place, a little more defensive line help. And we are on that road that I think you prescribe, and rightfully so, because I feel the same way about it. We're very close there. There's got to be a couple more moves made. This is where the Bobby signing would be very important if we could pull it off, because frees you up to then go take the middle linebacker in the draft. You've got Jordan Brooks coming back, so now you've got some talent, you got some depth, you got some talent in your depth, and then you feel a little bit better about the position. Bobby goes, and now you don't have a lot of certainty there, and you're a little bit worried about where you're kind of sitting on things on that. Just a tiny bit there with it, Kevin. Thank you, though, man, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. V-Ray with a $6.29 donation. Thank you, V-Ray, for that dodo. He says, sorry for being late, but damn, don't we need some linebackers? You read my mind on that, V-Ray. I was just thinking that same thing where it's like, man, this is getting lean. This is getting lean. Tremaine Edmonds off the board. Pratt off the board. Some of the secondary linebackers are off the board. We got Levante David off the board. You go down the line on this stuff and you're like, man, who's left? You got Devin Bush and Denzel Perryman and, it's, they got a plan. I don't know, maybe they're trying to trade for somebody or something, but like we literally don't have any linebackers right now, right? We realize this, right? I'm with you, V-Ray. I'm looking around the room like, John. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? I guess Snyder's a big Radigan guy. V-Ray Radigan's just getting ready to come in and blow it up, I guess. That's all I can think on this one. Thank you, though, man, for the dono. Max Preckle has subscribed to the Hawks Nest. Max, thank you for doing so. I really do appreciate you coming aboard the Hawks Nest. Jacob Kessinger with a $20 donation. Jacob coming in hot with the big $20 dono, brother. I salute you and appreciate you, man. He says personally, I don't care for Carter. His pro day just looked like a guy that's been out of the gym for the past couple of weeks dealing with personal stuff. Tape speaks for itself, though. Not worth talking about. I personally don't care for Carter. His pro day just looked like a guy that's been out of the gym for the past couple of weeks dealing with personal stuff. Tape speaks for itself, though. Not worth talking about. IMO. Great way to put it there, Jacob. Great way to put it there. And he's a divisive guy where people kind of land on one line or the other way with him, right? Where it's just you're seriously in one place or the other. And I think, and I was going to say a little bit of what you just talked about with that, but I think I've already been kind of accused of making excuses for him with the racing stuff. And I don't want to definitely be, this isn't the hill I want to die on, right? This isn't the trench that I'm looking to have as my final moments, this Carter trench. I love the player. I like the player. It's part of why I say I go back to the Schneider and his decision-making on this. And as many who follow this channel know, I don't always trust in Schneider's decisions at every place, right? I've certainly been one willing to call him out or question him on stuff. But when it comes to this one, I'm going to show a little bit more faith in his assessment of it and where he stands. And as you say, the tape on this speaks for itself. When you watch Carter, when you see what he is as a talent, when you see how he wasn't just a part of that Georgia defense, he was in very much the centerpiece of that Georgia defense. They had a mighty amount of talent across that board, mighty amount of talent that did very well, but he was standing within that at kind of the head of that class a little bit. And as you heard his coach say today, generational talent. I don't know if you guys have a lot of times in the last couple of years with Kirby Smart having all of that talent that's left Georgia. Can you guys recall him saying about any player, generational talent, that he's put that label on? And maybe he's just doing to try to salvage some stuff for Jalen too. This is where we get too far. We get so deep into these weeds of well, he's just trying to artificially push, bump up his rep because his rep's taking a hit and he doesn't want, so you start playing this game and you just go in circles. You just go in circles. That's all you do. But we'll see, Jacob. Draft day is going to be all the much more interesting. If it was already interesting with the thought process of maybe 4 quarterbacks, maybe going in the first 4 picks, where does Carter go? Where does Bijan go? I mean, this draft's going to have so much intrigue because of the storylines coming into it as much as anything else, which, hey, make that much more funner process, I guess. But we are going to have many Seahawks fans, I think, on the edge of the cliff if we do happen to select him. I think that's going to be the reality there, Jacob. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you for all the donos, Garth. He says, Brando, as far as I'm concerned, you, me, Carter, and the Fast and Furious franchise are family now. John and Pete will be drinking Coronas soon. Exactly. We're back in the barbecue, Garth, right? You got that great barbecue smell going. Frosty beers, sweating. They're so cold, 80-degree day. I'm with it, Garth. I'm feeling you on that. Especially right now when we're still we've had this late little swell of winter out here in the east where it's gotten pretty chilly all of a sudden. pretty Pretty frosty out here right now still. The sun's out, but it's cold. It's real cold. But I can see it, man. And we're going to be there. I'll be there on draft day. I'll be talking people off ledges. I'll be like, look, you got a generational talent. Yes, it might blow up in our faces completely, but we did get that. Gar, thank you for the $5 dono, though, brother. All the donos. Taker610 with a $2 donation. Says Rodgers has a young elite quarterbacks to deal with in the AFC. I still can't quite get why Rodgers is doing this absent. I guess the Packers were not going to trade him within the NFC. And that meant his only opportunity was to go to the AFC. And what's the best team out there, most well-positioned, who is in need of a quarterback right now? That, I guess, does become the Jets. But the AFC, the AFC is going to be, that is your World War Battle One field right there. That is your running across that battlefield with the Gatling guns going, with all of the talent and difficulty that you got to deal with out there, the great quarterbacks, the up-and-coming teams. So you have teams you have the teams at the top of the rung. You got teams on the rise. You got young teams that are just a little bit away from getting there. Every which way you look in the AFC, there's trouble. And I'm sure glad that the NFC is much wider open right now. I'll tell you that. If we were operating in the AFC West right now, I'd be like, a lot of work to be done. A lot of work. But Aaron didn't have any other choices, I guess. He went for the money a couple years back, and rather than kind of waiting through that contract and just being like, you know what, I want to get to my freedom. I want to, even a couple years ago where the deal to Denver seemed to be kind of on point and right there for him to have. He ended up going back to Green Bay with it, and maybe good for him. It was maybe a sense of loyalty bringing him back there, but that doesn't now lead him to a place where he really gets to have his pick, like Brady got his pick in leaving the Patriots. So we'll see how it goes. He's going to have a good team there, though. I will say that. He's going to have a solid team. V-Ray has been celebrating 16 long months as a Hawks Nest member, and I really do appreciate that, V-Ray, all that long-time support. He says, enough with Carter already, guys. We got 4 picks in the top 100. Let's rock this out. I'm with it. I'm with V-Ray on this. We got other picks. We got other players in this draft. There's a lot of players to feel excited about. It ain't just about this with Carter. It ain't Carter or bust. There are a ton of really good players. I mean, hell, like I said, we might see 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 4 picks. And if that happens, you're going to have probably as much as anything, we should be talking about Will Anderson at that point. Because I can't see Seattle moving off of Will Anderson at this point in favor of just Carter because of need, with as good as Will Anderson's tape is, V-Ray. But great point, man. We got plenty of other things to talk about with it. And I will officially, if you're new in the chat right now, I've got opening thoughts on Carter. First 10 minutes of the stream. Go back to watch the first 10 minutes. You can find exactly what I think, where I'm at, how it goes in that opening part. New Altitude, thank you for subscribing to the channel New Altitude, and welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you joining on up. Just my opinion with a $2 donation says, what do you think of Jalen Carter? Just kidding. Go Hawks. Thank you for the $2 dono, man. Yeah. You guys get it. Appreciate you, bro. Graham Esson, thank you for subscribing. Graham, I turned your last name into a Parisian pronunciation. I hope you don't mind, but it seems like that's the way it flows. So I said it that way. But Graham, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Lit Baby G, thank you for subscribing as well. Lit Baby G to this channel. Appreciate all the new subscribers jumping aboard. You're awesome for doing so. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. You know who hates all this Jalen Carter talk, don't you? Aaron Rodgers. Oh, you know it. He's over there. He's over there in New York, with his little tiara on. And he's like, today was my day. Today was my day. This is Aaron's day. He's talking about him in third person, talking about himself in third person. This was Rodgers' day. I'm going to New York. It's me. I'm me. Oh, Garth, you know it. That ego is at all-time proportions right now. I don't know how he carries that head on those shoulders. It's amazing. You think he'd just be wobbling all over. Appreciate you, Brady. William Leonard, thank you for the $10 donation. You guys are incredible today. Thank you for all the donations. William, you're awesome, man. Thanks for the $10. He says, it's looking like we're going to have a very young team with all these picks and last year's draft class. I know we won a Super Bowl with a young team, Do you think this is part of the blueprint? Indeed, I do believe that is the case, William. I think that when it especially comes to the defensive side of the ball, I've, through my years, kind of evolving in my thought process on this, has always believed that to get a really great defense together, for the most part, you need to have a young crew to make it go. You can have your defense, you can have your veterans in there, but you do want the young guys that are running with the reckless abandon, that are just still not maybe dealing with, I don't have a lot of injuries that have piled up from them playing with reckless abandon early in their career. You want to try to, bring as many of those to bear as you can, I think, on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, I think you can afford to go with a little bit more age. But indeed, your original blueprint to go to the Super Bowl, William, I believe we set a record at the time for the average age on our roster and how young it was. Something, I forget what the actual age was, but I think we were technically at the time, the youngest Super Bowl winning roster in the history of the sport. And as I've thought for a while with this, Leonard, that the team is trying to fit a little bit more to the old blueprint. I know with the Geno signing, that kind of changes that a little bit, but I would offer that it doesn't really, because they just chose to go with Geno because he was giving them such a good deal on the contract, to where he wasn't going up into that place of pushing the numbers into a spot that was really going to harm the team in a way they couldn't build out the team the way they wanted. That was the whole point of going with the young quarterback on the rookie deal, was not simply to find a young quarterback just to get a young guy. It was to get a guy that wasn't going to take up a significant amount of the cap space. So yeah, they've shown you, I think, the indications here, William, that they're still there. The blueprint is rolled out on the table. Carroll and Schneider got their hands over it. Carroll's got a cigarette out of his mouth that's lit, half lit. Schneider's got some bourbon in his glass that he's swirling around. And I think that's exactly what they're doing here. They're looking at this blueprint saying, let's stick to these old designs as much, William, as we can within reason. They're not going to be able to do everything exactly down the line, exactly as they did once before, but fit to it as much as possible, with the hopes of replicating what they did once before, which I think is a good approach on their part. It wasn't that long ago. So I love it, William. Hawks fan with a $2 donation says, thoughts on Carter's pro day. I'm never going to remember that. Thank you for the $2 donation. Hawks fan, I do appreciate it. It's a bad look on the guy. He's people are right to say that this is a part of the assessment process that causes me to color this kid and my thoughts of what I think of him, as far as he's a bad seed, or he's a whatever, you want to apply to this on that. So it's not going to take any of that away. I would have liked to have seen him show more. There's certainly some hesitancy in watching this off this pro day, but I don't think I'm going to continue to lean back, Hawks fan, on kind of my ultimate thoughts on this, as far as how the pro day bends into the ultimate assessment of Jalen Carter, which is that I'm going to lean into where the background check falls out on this. I didn't need Carter's pro day to know what kind of player he was. I know what kind of player he is on the football field. When he puts on pads and a helmet and gets out there with a guy across from him, I know what he can do. I have no questions about that in my mind. The questions to me come down to everything off the field. For me, I know it's different for others, but that's the way for me. So it's a bad look, bad on his part, but what are you going to do? It's been an awful offseason for him. I think as somebody else said here too, Hawks fan, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, being that he just had a warrant for his arrest and he's dealing with legal troubles, with maybe his mind's in other places than training 100% purely. And maybe it's understandable if his mind isn't 100% in training 100% purely, as he's going through these legal troubles that just jumped out of nowhere, not like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I'm going to present that as maybe also a possibility in here just a little bit. But as I say at the end of this too, none of us really, at the end of the day, kind of know. Hangwoo Lee with a $5 donation. Thank you, Hangwoo Lee. I do appreciate you. Says, if we trade back with the Texans, do you want 2024 Texans pick or Browns pick? Ooh, good question. Both sound good. Both sound so good. They do, don't they? Like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. I know, man. That's what I was just going to say with, like, boy, it's like you're making me pick between two really tasty little selections. Let's break this down a little bit. The Texans reside in a division that feels like it's a little bit more opened up than the Cleveland one. Now, if the Baltimore Ravens move off of Lamar Jackson and you still have an uncertainty with Pickett about where his development's going, It's a good question. I think I'll just go ahead and lean back into the Texans first round pick on that Hungwoo, because they're going to start a rookie quarterback. So I'll go with trusting a rookie quarterback's not going to take them to the promised land year one. And if that's the case, let's get their pick next year and their second round pick next year and their third round pick next year. I want all my picks back. Thank you, Hungwoo. Appreciate the $5 dono. Mark Sanchez with a $20 donation. Mark, thank you for the big donation, bro. You guys are so kind. Thank you so much. He says, Brando, I wouldn't mind us double dipping at defensive line, taking Breezy, Cansey, or Maze Smith. Yes, pass rushers are nice, but Wusu is great and Mafe needs to develop. What do you think about this strategy for the draft? Stop the run. Mark, first off, thank you for the double donation and the big, huge $20 donation. I salute you, brother, and I appreciate you for that. Next off, I think, and not just because you donated the channel, but because I think that you're thinking brilliantly with this. It's part of why I would love to get in the second round as much as we could. But if we came out of the first round with a Cansey Breezy combination, I think that would be pretty nice. And Maze Smith would be a phenomenal third addition that you add into that. You know, this needs to be addressed in a large way. This is why some people, again, understandable with the hesitancy on the Jarran Reed siding of going, this isn't enough. It's not enough. We need more. We need a lot more. But when you pair that, if you pair it up with a lot from within the draft as well, now you can turn this thing that was essentially your greatest weakness into potentially near your greatest strength by next year. If you were to kind of hit it that whole hog like you're ascribing here, Mark. And all of those players are going to be good pros. Where they land as far as their potential and where, you know, their top end lands, I don't know. But I know that those guys in a rotation on a defensive line are going to help make that defensive line really good. And you can pair them with those other things that you talk about. I mean, hell, Mark, you've got a guy to me in Miles Adams. If you want to turn him into more of your, I know we don't run NASCAR anymore, but in your equivalent NASCAR package, you know, where you bring this guy out for only really pass rushing situations as your inside guy off the edge, you know, and then have those guys as just the run stuffing type guys early on. I'm fine with that. And I think you can find a pass rusher from the inside somewhere to pair in with that, Mark. So, you know, they would give you talent, they would give you ability, they would give you upside, and they would help to make this a more of a positional point of strength for us, which I think would help to make the whole rest of the defense run. You know, they're not all going to hit their top side by next year, but put into a rotation, given a role on the defense, Mark, right? Rather than, okay, we're going to run you out there 60% of the snaps throughout this early part of the year and just wear you out, have you hit the rookie wall, and you'll be toast. No. Now you've drafted a couple of guys to be able to rotate everybody in and through to keep them relatively fresh. And I would love to see it. So, you know, this would certainly be, I think, a good move for our Seahawks. I'm not really big on going offense here, Mark, when I look at this draft. In the early part especially. You know, people have talked about Jackson Smith and Jigba. I can't quite get on board with that for a variety of different reasons. You could get me on board with an offensive lineman instead. That certainly makes maybe a little more sense. But if they went this path at the front of it, the questions about the defensive line become heavily reduced in a real fast fashion. So now you got those three, Dre'Mont Jones, Jarran Reed, Woods is still in kind of the mix there. Miles Adams still kind of in the mix there. You're feeling pretty good about it. And like you said, I like what we've got off the edges to supply a lot of our pass rush right now. Jenna, I think Boye Mafe is going to step forward. Darrell Taylor in a part-time pass rushing role had basically 10 sacks last year. I like I like how that could potentially set up for us kind of going forward a little bit. So I'm with it, Mark. I'm with it. Big Blue Gang, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Big Blue Gang. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Joshua with a $2 donation says Levis at 5. I hope. Oh, Joshua, you know I like myself some Will Levis. He's a pure fit for this offense. You know what you're getting in him. If he comes off the bench, he's going to really get people excited, I think, by what he shows. He's got some questions to his game, no doubt about that. But it's hard to find college players that have had his starting experience playing in literally your same playbook who have all of the physical potential that he comes in and offers you. It's very tantalizing, Joshua. And a possibility, though I think they would, with having Geno here, they're sitting there with Levis, probably trade back for that team that would be maybe even a little bit hungrier for Levis than we are. Appreciate the donation, though. Kyle with a $5 dono. Thank you, Kyle. Jets really doing all this to finish third in the AFC North? Do they not realize Rodgers didn't make post last year and hasn't won the Super Bowl in over 10 years? Desperation, Kyle. You guys know I've got my pet theories I love to apply. I'm like a little football scientist over here with my pet theories. I've got my feast factor theory about teams that got to win a Super Bowl usually have to have a feast factor within their own divisions of two sort of weak Nellies that they can kind of beat up on through the course of the year. I got my theory about the teams being in 4 different states, right? Rebuild, ascent, in between, or elite, And now I'm developing a theory about these quarterbacks in this situation, and specifically about these quarterbacks being paid the amount of money that they're being paid. But it doesn't just apply to that. It also applies to these teams that trade for these guys and driven to trade for these guys and why they're driven to trade for these guys. And to me, it comes down to 2 things. It's either 1, desperation, or 2, laziness. And you can apply always when you look at these deals and you go, that's a stupid deal. That doesn't make any sense. You can always backtrack it to one of these 2 explanations for why these teams do it. And in the case of the Jets, what does it come down to? Desperation, not laziness. They've tried to address it, but they whiffed with Wilson, didn't they? And they know they've whiffed with Wilson, and they know that ain't getting any better anytime soon. So what do you do instead of that? Well, you're not picking high enough in the draft anymore here to be able to go get your quarterback. You already did your pickings with the Seahawks picks, so you don't have any more extra picks left to go do any more damage from that side of it. What else do you do? Where else do you go? And then you quickly get driven into that mindset of desperation, which then now has you make this trade to the Green Bay Packers where you might give them, God knows, I was still hearing about the Green Bay Packers saying they think they can get 2 first-round picks for him. And I thought that before Rodgers and the Jets would talk, that they would have the compensation between the Jets and the Packers hashed out here. I don't know if they have on that or not, or where the compensation will end up lying, but that's a desperation one right there. That's what that one is, Kyle. 100% desperation all the way there from the Jets. And we'll see if it works out for them. We will. They do have a very good roster. Part of what the Jets need to have happen is guys that are really highly talented players to stay healthy. Carl Lawsons that have gone down, the Micah Bectons that have gone down multiple years, the Breece Halls that have gone down. They had the kid out of USC, the guard that they had there, Elijah Vera Tucker, went down last year. They just can't stay healthy recently out there. And so they've got to find a pathway to that as much as anything else for their hopeful upside here. It doesn't help when you got a 40-year-old quarterback. But, hey, they'll be competitive. And the AFC gets just a wee bit tougher next year. Just a little bit. Jacob Kessinger with another $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob, for the double donos. Says, how about some middle linebacker draft talk? Any targets I'm looking at? Oh, yeah, there's some targets I'm looking at, Jacob. There's some targets I'm looking at. Let's start from the rip here on this one, okay? Let's start right from the rip with the middle linebacker targets in this draft. They don't get you particularly excited, okay? There's some guys. There's not a lot of guys here, Jacob. If we're talking about needing to draft a guy that we have a lot of confidence in who's going to be able to slide in and start day one, there are a few guys that can do that. And in my opinion, if you're really going to look to do that, you're going to have to do it inside the first 2 rounds. Because if you look to go into the depths, you're really going to be stretching at that point, or you're really going to be hoping a guy can overcome from certain limitations they're dealing with that are maybe big limitations. And I'll kind of flesh this out a little bit. Trenton Simpson has locked himself in as a first-round pick. He will be the first middle linebacker taken in this draft. Where in the first round he goes, I don't know, but he will be taken there. There's an outside chance, I think, that Jack Campbell comes up into the first round, but I think he's most likely a second-round guy at this point. I think him and Deion Henley will be the next 2 middle linebackers off the board in the second round. And Henley is kind of my guy right now. I love Trenton Simpson too. So if they went Trenton Simpson, I would be very happy with grabbing him. But I really like what I saw out of Deion Henley. And so if they would go with him, I'd like him. I'm not as high on Campbell necessarily. He's kind of just tape didn't just, I got to go back and watch his tape, quite frankly, to get a little bit more of a feel for him. But I just felt like he wasn't as kind of twitchy as some of his testing numbers were indicating on some of his stuff. He wasn't, and he ran kind of a slow 40, which is what I expected with him. Drew Sanders is the interesting guy. He might be the high upside guy of this whole group because he's the guy that recently goes from being an edge out there in Alabama to playing one season at Arkansas as a middle linebacker. Still gets 9.5 sacks from the middle linebacker position at Arkansas this past year. And he does show you flashes that get you intrigued with him. And those are your second round guys. And if you dive off of them and you go into this draft with other middle linebackers outside of that, there's some question marks there. I think Owen Popoe is probably the next best. He might slide into the second round with that absolutely insane 40 time that he posted and the other testing numbers. Just he's an explosive athlete. Dorian Williams, Ivan Pace, Henry Toa, these guys all kind of in that same kind of spot of like Noah Sewell. There's talent there. There's ability. Sewell, he's got the size. Where's the instincts? Can he get off blocks? With Pace, he can blitz like a demon. He's the best blitzing middle linebacker in this draft, but he's tremendously undersized. How's he going to hold up at the next level, especially in a 3-4 defense? You could apply the same thing, I think, to a little bit of a lesser degree to Dorian Williams. So it's one that you better hit with a little bit early on this, Jacob. If you wait, you're late. And if you're late, you ain't getting much. Which is why I'm a little bit worried with the Wagner talk of him going to maybe the Raiders or the Bills here that we read last night from The Athletic. That's a pretty legit news service if they're releasing that out. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. He says, Brando, this Jalen Carter fella is like a defensive line version of Maverick. Carter lost his goose in that race, and he's currently lost. He is. He's there in the bathroom, splashing water on his face, looking at himself in the mirror intensely. He's just Maverick. That's all. We just got to settle him down, 20 years from now, Carter will be a defensive line coach, Just going through his process, Garth. He's just going through his process. Taker610 with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Taker, for all the donos. It says, would you trade number 20 plus a third round pick for picks 10 to 12? For a pick in the first round from 10 to 12 is, I think, what you're saying. Probably not, Taker, because I don't think that you're going to get a substantially better player at pick 10 to 12 than you would get at pick 20. Unless you're talking about a Carter-like fall, and that's where they determine they'll take Carter, where the squeeze is worth the juice, the risk is worth the pull, however you want to put it on that. That could be the spot where that kicks in there, I guess I would say. So yeah, I would put it into that realm. That would be about the only guy I would jump up on that. Otherwise, you're going to get about the same kind of talent of a player. You're out of tier 1 by that point for the most part, but really by pick 10 Taker, you're out of tier 1, unless it's a Carter or Bijan Robinson, or I guess maybe if you're looking at Skoronski at going guard, there's really select few players you'd look to move up for that. And maybe there would be, as I'm talking this through, maybe there would be a couple guys I'd do that with, but I wouldn't lean to want to do it unless it's something substantial as a guy of difference I'm getting there at the 10 to 12 than I would have gotten at 20. And the talent doesn't seem to kind of fit that in this current year's draft for the most part, in my opinion. Yeah, I got a little more coffee here, folks, so I might bear with me 1 second. I know I'm a little bit behind on the chat. We will be getting over here to the chat. We had a lot of donos here, so bear with me 1 second. Just get a little more coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, coffee. Mother's milk. Arn Armanson says, what do you think of Jack Campbell, inside linebacker from Iowa in the second round? He's an interesting guy for me. He's a little bit of a clunky athlete to me. That's what he looked like on tape. And then he goes out to the combine and he runs a 4.65 40, a 1.59 10-yard split, which is really good for a guy 6'5", 249. He jumps 37.5 inches, 128-inch broad jump. So Campbell, really, in a lot of ways, this is like a little bit like we're talking about with Carter, where it's like, well, I saw what I need to see with Carter on tape. Well, I look, yes. So I see that with him. With Campbell, this is where you do go to these testing drills and these combine drills to have it lead you back a little bit towards the light of a player and understanding them and what they are. And so Campbell at first looked to me on tape, looked slow. He looked clunky. He didn't look sudden. He was strong. He was big. He could stack and shed blockers really nice, which is good to have, especially in our defense in the 3-4, where you're going to need bigger linebackers that can take on these offensive linemen coming downhill at him. But now his testing numbers tell me I got to go back here, Arn, and re-look back at the tape a little bit and reanalyze my first assessment. What was I missing on him? Is he that sudden? Is he just a workout warrior? Did he malumala us? Famous story of a guy from Boston College 30 years ago who was looked at as kind of a fringe prospect, and he realized the workouts that you were going to do at the combine, and he went there and he just pumped out all those workouts and went out there and put up these insane times and got himself picked, I think, in the top 12 in the draft. So you got to kind of go back and take a look at that a little bit. But there are a lot of people that are very high on Amarn, and that's part of why I think I got to go back and say, where was it? Was I right on this one? Was I maybe a little bit off on this one? Was I a little bit, did I just not quite look at the right tape maybe on what I looked at him with? So Clowney got released. Here we go. Megan says, get Clowney now. Let's go. Jared G says, would you hire a guy that was late to the interview, said he might have to miss the first few weeks if hired to do legal problems, and looks like he hasn't showered in weeks because he had a great resume? Depends on the job that I need to have done here, Jared G. So, he plays this for I play a sport where I'm having him bang heads with grown ass men 24/7, So I think it's just a different to relate that to office jobs or to us is I think it's just kind of a bit of a different territory. So it's concerning. It's not to say that there isn't any value in it and what's going on with him and that this stuff popping up. It's not helpful. It doesn't reflect well on him. But I do have reasons as to why it's not an overriding factor for me as it is for some. I understand if it is for you. I do understand if it is for other folks. I'm not tearing that down at all, but for me, it's not. It's a point of impact, but it's not the entire point of impact. Certainly not enough to lead me away completely from the assessment of what I saw on tape. Because at the end of the day, I need this guy to get the stuff done on the field. And all the stuff we're talking about at the end of the day on all this, Jared G, is stuff that has nothing to do with what he does when he puts the pads on and actually plays football, which is kind of the most important thing at the end of the day. Jerome, what would our front seven look like if we switched to the 4-3? You would move Darrell Taylor to the Sam. You would have Boye Mafe as your strong side defensive end on early downs, probably. You would then have, as it stands right now, then you would have Dre'Mont Jones as your 3 tech, Al Woods as your 1 tech, and then Jarran Reed would be your guy off the bench to fill for both of those 2 spots when they need a guy off the bench, as we obviously need to round a lot more depth. We lost Puna, no Quenton, no Shelby Harris at this point. So, yeah, that'd be how that would look. Taylor would be the first off the bench then when you need guys to switch out at the end. But you'd be able to go to a lot more in base with Taylor at the Sam. Give you that de facto 5-man line. 5-man line. Clowney gets pressure and is great versus the run. Hope we get him. Me too, man. I'd like to see that. Gambling Goat, I feel like the Packers have zero leverage in negotiating a trade package for Rodgers with the Jets. What do you think they will get for him? I didn't think they were going to get as much either, Gambling. I was with you on this. Like, I thought that with at the end of the day, the Packers were going to like be lucky to get like a 1-1 out of it, maybe. You know, he's the age he is, but before I went live, I read a report that was saying he was still in they were in the neighborhood of still believing they should get two 1s. Maybe that's just the start of their negotiations with the Jets, you know, where they walk in the door and they're like 2 1s. The Jets are like 2 1s, 2 1s. Come on. Why don't you make us an offer then? You know, and they're just trying to set the initial point. It feels a little bit like that to me. I can't think you're getting 2 1s for a guy his age. No. Especially if you don't know it'll be more than a 1-year experience. Keldon, is Jets and Rodgers official now? No, I think they're working out the trade compensation here. Big Blue Gang says, do you think the Jets receivers will miss Aaron's signals? Well, he's trying to they've already got Lazard coming in there, Big Blue Gang, so they're already, you know, maybe they get Jordy Nelson off his farm and they get Cobb back in there and I need my guys. Chewable Orb says, I have to believe Bobby's a done deal. I mean, they can't be seriously trotting out Radigan and Nick Ballore. I wouldn't think, or even let's say the alternative, Chewable, 2 rookies. You're going to go 2 early middle linebackers? I do scoff at it. We did it once, by the way, Seahawks fans. So those wondering, have we ever started 2 linebackers, off-ball linebackers at the same time? Yes, we actually have. And funny enough, it's where I can't completely poo-poo it because we went to a Super Bowl when we did. The year 2005. Lofa Tatupu was a rookie. And you also had Leroy Hill, Lightning Leroy, coming on the blitz. Better run and hide. He's going to hit you and make you shit. I shouldn't say that. But they were good players in that first year. They played really well. Grug says, I just can't quit Carter. I can't either, man. I just can't do it. Jonah, I like Carter. It's like Anderson for us. I like Anderson too, Jonah. He's good. He's a good player. I'd be perfectly happy with him. Chewable Orb says they still think it will be Wagner and Dre Tranquil. I love that name. Tranquil is just an awesome last name. That'd be great. I hope you're right, Chewable. I hope you're right. King Tay, damn Broncos. Why'd they have to win? Broncos gone hard this free agent period. A lot harder than I thought. They're not worried about that Russell contract. Of course, they got that Walmart money. They can spend all day, all night, all morning, all Sunday. Michael Wright, I'd love to see the Hawks trade back at 5. I'd just like to see it almost just period because I think you're going to get a haul of a return. Pretentious Cameron has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 6 months. Thank you so much, Pretentious Cameron, for that long support of the channel. He says, I think Jordan Addison will fall to 20. 100%. I would be very surprised to see Jordan Addison go in the top 20. I do think he's probably a first round player. 5'11", 173 though. I think the size concerns are there a little bit with him. 30 and 7/8" arms. So about a little more than an inch less in length than you'd like to see for what we'd look for in an outside guy. 4'4", 940 as well. So not down the low 4'4s, more in the mid 4'4s. You know, that's you were hoping at a guy at 5'11", with especially 173 pounds. I mean, you're coming in really light at that point to the combine. You know, give me a sub 4'4" at that point. He did do 34 inches vert, 123 broad, 156 split. I mean, those are all solid numbers, but numbers that aren't going to light him up the board in the draft. And he very well could slide in even into the second round, Cameron, in my opinion, with some of his metrics and numbers and where they're at. But he is, I think, like my third receiver on my board, just where I have him put. So I wouldn't mind it. Cameron. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, Happy New League Year B. Thoughts on Carter? Laughing out loud. Just kidding. Happy New League Year, Adrian X. Thank you for the donation. You guys will understand my pain when we get to April You guys are laughing at me now. You wait till we get to April 20th. You'll be in the same place. Like, just quit asking him about it. Quit asking him. He doesn't want to know. He doesn't care. Hang Willie says Anderson is great on tape and has great talent and potential, but is kind of small. So he could be overlooked by the Cardinals if they pick someone at 3. He could. Or also, too, if the Cardinals decide they want to trade back there, Hungmu, that'd be another thing that could cause it. But certainly it's possible. He does play bigger than his weight. I'll say that, too. And hell, we got a guy in, Nolan Smith this past year that was one of the best, run defending edges in college football at 238 pounds. And Joe Borb, I do agree. I think Wilson's more versatile than Anderson. Anderson's definitely just an edge guy. Wilson has that potential to move him around a bit. Jubal says, maybe I'm a blind. I just am not an Anderson guy. Much rather have Cansey, Wilson, Breeze. But I respect you guys' opinion. No worries, man. Those are good guys. So, we're talking about the best of the players in this draft. Mr. Isaac says, Brandon Nelson's completely out on Jalen Carter now because of the pro day. What are your thoughts? Boy, Jalen Carter is going to be one of those things, Mr. Isaac, that's just, I'm going to have to talk about, I think, nonstop with this kid. He's bored me out this offseason, I'll tell you. I did about a 10-minute explanation at the start of the stream here today, Mr. Isaac, on Jalen Carter, and just did so kind of so I wouldn't have to definitely re-answer the question 15 times over or 35 times over. My position's not changed today by his pro day. So my thoughts on this, Mr. Isaac, and my thoughts on this are not going to change. Absent him coming out and doing something tremendously egregious, or we learn something that's really mind-blowing, and a pro day is not mind-blowing to me. So if we are going to be in the same lane we're in right now for me, Mr. Isaac, this isn't going to change between now and the draft. So it won't. This is not going to change. I trust what I look at on tape with Carter. That's my bottom line. I trust in my general manager and his assessment of the situation. And so if he goes either two directions here, Mr. Isaac, if our general manager goes, we're moving past him, we're skipping over him, we're letting him by, we don't want him because we've got all this information that they're operating off of that we don't have, then I'll trust in that. If they do pick him, I'll trust in that. So nothing for me to change, Mr. Isaac. I trust in where I stand on this. My past comments are where I'm going to stand on this, and that's not going to be changing. Chris Hikake, what do you think about Carter? Same thing there, Chris. So sorry, guys. And I hope I don't come off as an a-hole on this. I really don't. The chat that's been with us from the start can see exactly why I did this. If you're wondering about Carter, wondering about my opinion of Carter, I led the show at the top with 10-minute thoughts on Carter, like an expansive thought. There's your breakdown for you on it. I just did that so I don't have to do it a ton over, because people aren't going to like hearing the chat over and over again, me just repeating myself on the stream on the same thing. It's going to get old for the people that have been watching since the start on the stream with that, just a little bit. Darren J says, can you rank your linebackers to draft? Do we draft a cornerback also? Yeah, I can rank them. Let me do this. I'll take a little picture. I'll take a little picture here of my horizontal board. I'll show you what I'm looking at right now with that board for you, and we'll go for we'll just go with the first 3 rounds. You guys can kind of see it pretty quickly here, but I'll give you my edge, which would be also including outside linebackers and middle linebackers. I got them kind of comboed up. But I'll post it here. Linebacker inside. Inside linebacker. Where are we at here? Boom. Boom. Why isn't Bobby Wagner signed yet? Seems like this should have happened by now. All right, I'm going to cover my face just a little bit. No, let's make it smaller. You guys can look at me. Look at my face. So this is the first 3 rounds. how I have it set up. Bold means that the guy's a tier 1 player. I've got Murphy there, but he's really not tier 1. Should have him dropped a bit as just a first round guy. And I do have Tyree above Murphy at this point. I don't know why I have him below there on the list. But this is kind of stacked up of how they have these guys ranked. For where I'm at with that, Darren. So I have, from an edge standpoint, these would be outside linebackers and edge guys. I like Thule a little bit more than Will because I think he's a little more finished product. Will's more talented. I'm not as big on Van Ness as other people, and I just can't get quite warmed up to that guy in the way others are. I'm just where I am with him. Nolan, I love him as a player, but I have questions about him as far as edge goes, as far as his pass rush and upside on that. I'm just not as certain with him. I think he might end up being just kind of a run defending only edge at the next level, gives you a moderate amount of pass rush. You can see the rest of the guys I like though through Felix, Keon White, Byron Young from Tennessee, BJ Ojolari, Derek Hall, Zach Harrison, all second round guys. I could see a run of edges in that second round, quite frankly. And certainly a few of those guys are probably going to go in the first round. Will McDonald probably goes in the first round. Van Ness probably goes in the first round. And as I was saying, I think Nolan Smith does probably go in the first round. These are grades of my assessment on it, not where I think these guys will go. That's why I have NFL mock drafts through this process to kind of differentiate that a little bit. Mike Morris, guy the Seahawks loved a lot. I have him in the third round because doesn't quite give you as much as a pass rusher. I think Nolan gives you a little more explosion upside on that than Mike does, but I do like Mike as a player. Foskey's been a big faller for me through this process. Same with Andre Carter, who probably should be all the way down to my fourth round range at this point. I should have dropped him even further. Love Carl Brooks, like Yasir Abdullah a lot as well, another edge in this draft. So that'd be my outside linebacker guys there, stacked up at the top. Middle linebacker, Trenton Simpson's the best of the litter. I have Drew Sanders there, though I'd probably put at this point Deion Henley ahead of Sanders. And then I would probably go Henley, Sanders, Campbell. And then below that, I would go Popoi, Dorian Williams, Pace, Toa, and Winters probably should be down the fourth round for me at this point. Maybe Toa as well on that. But those are my top linebackers as I stand right now, Darren. As it states. Tom Eaton says the Cards have agreed to terms with linebacker Kazir White, outside offensive lineman Ajalt Froholt on 2-year contracts, and defensive lineman Kevin Strong on a 1-year contract. No big signings there. It's kind of just some flyer guys in there. T. Peters says, I like Henry Toa from Alabama later on. I like him later on there too. Makes some sense on there. Joe Ward, when are they cutting Eskridge? Hard to say. They could save $1 million if they did. DJ says Bobby and Slay would be nice. They would be nice. Jonah, I would love to have Slay. Hey, Brandon, any chance we go after Slay? Only if we're willing to go to more man-based principles. If they're willing to do that, then you'll see him go after Slay. But I think absent that, you're not going to see that at that point. Absent that, that'll probably not happen. Because you need to use him in man. You need to use him probably with more of a, just my opinion. Maybe he has done zone in the past, so maybe they're going to slide him. Maybe he's lost step. You put him back more in zone. David Yang, wow, Ezekiel Elliott released by Dallas Cowboys. I wonder how much Elliott can get on the market. Not a lot. Not a lot. He'll be very near the vet minimum. He has gone backwards quite a bit. Thanks, Mark, for reminding me that. If you like what you're listening to, do me a favor, please, and hit that like button and sub if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. And you'll have to check out Cosell's breakdown on Levis. TD, Bobby hasn't been snagged yet. There's hope yet. Shane Germany says, B, would you like to have Clowney return to Seattle? I absolutely would love to see it. I would be very much pro in favor of that move, Shane. Hung Woo says, I'm not asking in a pressing way, but what did you see in Levis? I don't know if you're talking to me on that one or someone off the board, someone else on that one. I only watched 2 big games. Levis is a tough assessment, Hung Woo. He's one of the harder assessments in recent drafts at the quarterback position. Really, mainly as much, in my opinion, because he's playing in the toughest conference in football with a very poor supporting cast around him. It doesn't explain all of his wildness and inconsistency of his tape, but I think it's certainly a big part of the explanation, in my opinion. I love him a lot as a player. I think he is definitely worthy of a first-round pick in this draft, and I think he's going to be a guy to be able to have a potential of hitting the ground running if he goes to the right place. He's got to clean some things up. He certainly has a lot of question marks to his game, and whoever's picking him has to do a lot of the projecting out from not where he is, but where he's going. But I think that's what you're trying to do when you're looking at these college players. It's not about what they are, it's about where they're headed to. 360 Inspiration, Will Anderson and Lance. First 2 picks. How do you feel about our line? Lancet? And Lancet. I don't know, Lancet. How do I feel about our O-line? Our line? Which line? 360, our offensive line? We need a center and a right guard. If you mean defensive line, we still need a couple bodies in there. Trent Sabot says, saw your draft wish list. Now that we have the defensive line help that we're looking for, where do the Hawks start addressing other areas? Do we reach a little and get Darnell Washington? You have to do something with Noah Fant before you can start considering doing the tight end, Trent, because of the fact that the team doesn't hold 4 tight ends on the roster during the season. And so that's a hill that they're not going to go over. So one of those has got to fall versus the other. I don't think, Trent, that what they've done signing-wise in free agency has done a whole lot to adjust the wish list of what I presented prior. Before I presented that wish list, you still had Shelby Harris on the roster. He's off. You're going to have to move Brian Monet. This was going to take a bunch of guys, not just 2 guys. You were probably going to need 3-4 more new bodies down on that defensive line and that interior of that defensive line. So I think that there's still a lot of work to be done, and that's going to have to probably come from the draft. At least still 2 defensive linemen coming out of the draft, I would say. I love Darnell Washington, Trent. One of my favorite players in the draft, but I do believe that he's at this point probably going to be taken in the first round. I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to circle around him. That feels like a right pick when I do my next mock, that's where I'll have him going. So I think this is really not going to be an option for us unless we're looking to take him at 20. And then even if we look at take him at 20, do we have the corresponding move with Noah Fant to go that route with it? Gambling Goat says Slay and his wife's Twitter are tweeting eyeball emojis among the rumors Slay is currently in Seattle. Ooh, look out. Look out, folks. Irish Seahawks says Campbell's all instincts. He's not the most smooth-looking linebacker, but he's just a football player. He is, Irish Seahawks. He's a 1980s middle linebacker. He is. For good and bad. Good and bad. Thank you for the breaking news on that, Gambling Goat. I like that. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. He says, Jalen Carter is the O.J. Simpson trial of the Hawks Nest channel. It is. It has become that for sure, man. That's such a great comparison. It's such a great comp. I've been worn down. The 24/7 coverage. The Bronco chase. The gloves that don't fit. I could do no more. I could do no more of it. Just tell the jury to go deliberate. Let's get it over with. Thank you, Garth. Tommy says Larry Ogunjobi is re-signing with the Steelers on a 3-year, $28.75 million deal. $17 million guaranteed. Woo, Steelers. Usually very, very tight with their money. Boy, they must have loved what they saw from Larry last year. It's a good little payday there for Ogunjobi. Joe Orb, I agree with your assessment on this one. Campbell is the poor man's version of Luke Kuechly. It's beautiful, beautiful comp, man. It's Luke Kuechly, but with beer goggles. That's going to be my comp on my draft guide. A beer goggled Luke Kuechly. Slay in Seattle, says Ira Siaka. That's what one report's saying. But then we got below that Shane Germany saying Slay looks like to the Ravens. See, that makes a little more sense because then he's going to run more of that man stuff than he would here, I would think. That's Gaio. Are you out on Jalen Carter, or do you think he's just 21-year-old kid going through a lot right now and that pro day isn't too concerning? I think it is concerning, that's Gaio, but I also think that it's not enough. It's pushing a lot of people over the edge on him to say no with the 5 exclamation points. I'm not going to land at that point, though. That's Gaio. I'm not. I didn't need his drills or his pro day or his 40 time to tell me what player he was or who he is as a player. But I will say on this, that's Gaio. We're just going to trust in Schneider's assessment of this, and wherever he signs off on it, I'm going to trust because he's got so much more information to operate off of this than you and I are to maybe potentially have us jump to the conclusions about him one way or the other, So no, it's not enough for me on that, but there's definitely a few people that's been the case with today. Mark, the like and sub. Thank you, Mark. Do please like and sub up if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. Wu-Tang with a $5 donation. It says, if the pro day ain't lit, you must have quit. That's right. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you have seen tape showing this young man driving at high rates of speed in pedestrian areas. I understand that, but look at this man over here. He is 21 years old and he has God-given talent. He's a difference maker at the position, I tell you. He is a young man about to become a man and a pillar of his community at that. Do not toss this man away. Do not throw him to the abyss. One bad mistake. For one bad pro day. This man see the light. I'd have that. I'd have that jury. I'd have that jury in the palm of my hand. Thank you, though, Wu-Tang, for the dono, man. I'm going to start having fun with this. I'm going to start having fun with this. Michael writes, his Hawks should go all in on the defense this year, and the last couple of days is a good start, but we need about 3 more stars on top of our draft picks. Bingo, Michael. As someone else asking me on saying, okay, we got these 2 guys. Are we done now? No, we're not, right? I mean, a big issue here with this team in recent years, defensively speaking, and this has really been at the forefront of a lot of the issues defensively over the 4 or 5 year period that we've looked at this team, not just specifically targeting it on last year, but really going through a timetable of a 5-year period, is that when you go to your front 4, when you go to those guys in that line, you've never really gotten that turn to being a strength. You've put in certain resources into it. You've made alternative moves to try to kind of buttress it up a little bit. But you still walk away year after year of not quite doing enough, Michael. And I felt like one of the great lessons this team could learn and has been slow to do so is that you go just good enough at the positional group. You'll go in an offseason and you'll say, oh, we'll sign Ziggy Ansah and then we'll make our first round pick to LJ Collier and woo, defensive line's fixed. It's like, no, that's just trying to do good enough in your approach to the position. And you look at what the Niners are doing. Why they're successful as they are is, you can talk to me all about the picking in the top 10 this many years, and that's given them their defensive line. And there is the Armstead and there is the Bosa, but there is also the recommitment last year with the Drake kid that they took out of USC, another edge guy. And going back to Javon Hargrave, and that's after making a top 10 selection to Javon Kinlaw a couple of years ago. So they go to reinforce it. They don't just stop and say, well, let's just go up to the line. They go past the line. And I think the Seahawks need to do the same thing, Michael. Jason Tudor, wouldn't Clowney be another defensive end after 2 we just signed to an extent? I know they both move around. That's a fair bit of change. That's a fair chunk of change. Clowney can stand up on the edge. So Clowney can give you inside, outside stuff on that, Jason. So he also gives you now another edge guy in there, which we're going to need 4 guys, right? Even if Taylor's rolling full and boys, we're going to need 4 at the end of the day and running through that rotation a little bit. I would think Clowney would be more of your starter, and you'd be looking then at Jarran Reed as your backup rotating guy in so think of it like this, I guess, Jason. Think of it like Darrell Taylor next year would be to Boye Mafe and Uchenna Nwosu what Jarran Reed would then be to Dre'Mont Jones and Jadeveon Clowney. You're creating the rotation. Uproar says Fletcher Cox was re-signed by the Eagles, apparently turned down some more lucrative offers. Damn, the Eagles aren't going away, are they? Great signing by the Eagles with Rashad Penny too, man. Watch Rashad Penny go there and rush for 1,500 yards. Eh. Gar says, can we please get Clowney back? We need a dude instead of some former Jet chump like Jamal leading the defense. I want me some Jamal or some Clowney. Let's go. Leave the Lance. If we sign Ashawn Robinson for our nose tackle and cut Woods, I would pop a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Be good. I'd like that. Last couple of signings, that's what they've done is kind of tangibly flipped out Harris for Dre'Mont Jones, tangibly flipped out Quenton Jefferson for Jarran Reed. Hi, Willie. Isn't Ashawn a bit small? I thought he was a zero. I haven't studied his game a ton, but I always thought he was at least a zero tech. Might not be the biggest. He's okay. 6'4", 330. He's all right. Yeah, he's a good size boy. He's a big guy. Chewable Orbs. They want Chewable says the Packers won 2 first rounders for Aaron Rodgers, and Hang Wu Lee says, are they including Zach Wilson's mom? Oh, Lordy. Leroy Hill and Tutupu. Leroy was a violent hitter, man. He lit some people up back in the day. So was Tutupu. It was a good couple players. They were fun to watch. They were fun to watch. Carlos says Adams and Jackson have been tendered officially, and Tanner Muse is now a UDFA. There we go. Makes sense. We kind of were anticipating those were going to be the moves they would make with that. Rob, what's up, Rob? So what's your take on Carter's pro day? Yeah, Megan, it's okay if my brother messes with me. My brother can mess with me. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. What's up, Rob? The Carter question. I'm going to have to do a video on Carter. I know I'm going to have to about this. I'm not going to enjoy it, though. It will not be with a smile on my face. That's Guile. There's been a conversation saying we have edge threats already with Nwosu, Taylor, Mafe, and Tyreek Smith, and that if Anderson falls to us, that we shouldn't take him because we have depth there. I don't agree with that sentiment. That's Guile. What you have right now in Uchenna Nwosu and Darrell Taylor are 2 guys that are on the final year of their deals. So you would like to usually get ahead of things rather than be reactive to things as far as a personnel group goes. I don't think we can rely on anything as far as Tyreek Smith at this point. So, I think Tyreek Smith, whatever he gives you is bonus. He was a 6th round pick last year. To think that guy's somehow looked upon as some cornerstone member of this defense going into next season is, I think, a little bit much. I'm hopeful for him. It'd be great if he could, but I'm not relying on him. So when you talk about having those 4 then, Nwosu, Taylor, Mafe, and potentially Anderson, you're going to need a rotation of guys that can come through. And so it's, having a stack of those guys is not the worst way to go with it in this scenario of things. It also doesn't preclude them from potentially, that's Guile, making another trade that corresponds with it. If you get Will Anderson at that point at 5, maybe then the team looks at moving Nwosu or Darrell Taylor, picking up a 2nd round pick on the other side of it. So there could be a move that comes presumptively with the other a little bit, bum, bum, bum. CR says Carter or later in April, the one who should not be named. I'm going to start referring to him as that. I'm going to refer to him as that. Jason, when do you do a 6-hour streams? You're going to have to repeat yourself on stuff like Carter. Not many of us are here all the way through. Maybe you can post a link to the short vid. That's what I'm going to do, Jason, on this one. So I'm going to do that one, I think, going forward, just because I know it will be a lot. It's definitely one that's like, It's been a lot of talk about this kid's background that has nothing to do with his football ability or what he does on a football field or, bump and a bump and a bump, all that. So that's just the part where it's just like, okay. Garth Brando, what are your thoughts of Linda Carter as Wonder Woman? Linda Carter as Wonder Woman brought me in single-handedly to puberty, actually. It was all on her. Just her alone. I don't know if it was the show's writing or directing or the cinematography, but something about it just brought me to become a man. Garth, with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, bring back Clowney. That dude is the dude. By the way, if Brando is the Robert Shapiro of the Jalen Carter defense, that makes at Megan Marcia Clark. Well, I don't know. It's maybe going to line up like that, I guess. It's going to maybe line up to that. I haven't heard her final argument yet. Or I have heard her final argument on it. So we'll just have to see what the jury decides. And the jury's being made up of 12 people, all with John Schneider's face on him. Like being John Malkovich, where he's in that one room where there are others like Lady John Malkoviches and older John Malkovich. And like that's what it's going to be like, a jury of. We're trying to sell is John Schneider. 12 John Schneiders in the jury. We're trying to sell our case to here. Garth with another $5 dono. Thank you for the double dono there, Garth. It says, don't mention the fact that Jalen was peer pressured into the drag race that took 2 lives and the Datsun caught ablaze. Is that the word on the street? You got peer pressured on that one? They were leaving the strip club and like, we got to do this. He's like, no, I can't. And I don't want to, man. I'm going to be a high pick next year. No, I know I can't. No, oh, you scared? Like the Back to the Future thing, you chicken? Don't call me chicken. Himmy, what's up, man? What's up? Lions Mania, I want Christian Gonzalez, best corner in the draft. Lions Mania, it's a good player for you guys to go pick up. Match him out there with Akuda. Akira Wong, why does people have to ask? Everyone in the pro space knows he's done after the pro day. We'll see. We'll see. Jonas is my new playoff team is the Lions. I mean, I'm not cheering for them. I think they'll make the playoffs as the new team. I get what you're saying. I think this is going to be good this year and hasn't been. I think that's going to be good this year. That hasn't been is the Bears. We'll see on the Bears. I think they're making some good moves this offseason. I like this where they're going with it, and they're going to try to get Fields some actual help, which is great to see. But I do like the Lions as the team to take that division at this point. Stephen Patel says, what about Adi Adewale? I like him, Stephen. He's a really tough guy to assess. He's been kind of the inverse of the Jalen Carter this offseason, in that he has elevated his stock as much as any draft prospect out there. He had a tremendous Senior Bowl. He looked great at the combine, and now he has had an awesome pro day. So, from a skill set standpoint, if you just to take the kind of the raw numbers, you go, oh, wow, he's right there with Kalijah Kancey as far as, the suddenness and whatnot. And he's actually got the length that Kalijah Kancey doesn't have for two guys that are kind of similarly sized, height-wise, weight-wise, a little bit there. The problem with Adewale is that it wasn't there on tape. He's over there at the Senior Bowl showing off all of this hand-fighting ability, and he's pulling out all these moves out of his bag that he didn't show on tape. And I don't know what to make about that a little bit. I'm not down on him. I'm just not sure in what to make of my assessment of him, because he is elevating up boards. And if I'm going to make this guy that first-round pick, and I haven't seen it on tape really, I start to worry that there's a little bit of me doing this because of his workout warrior thing that he's brought to the table this offseason. But he's uniquely built. He's got the explosiveness you love to see. He's going to win the leverage war at the line of scrimmage because he's undersized, but then has the long arms, I think like 34-inch long arms. So he's going to be able to keep offensive linemen off of him as well at the same point in time. And that's a good combination of winning leverage naturally with your size and then having length to then follow that up with. And that should help him at the pro level. His best football, I think, is ahead. But there is a little bit with him of the guesswork of here's where I think he's going, not where he was last year. And especially that's true in his case. It's probably true in most of these prospects' case, but it's especially true in his case. Kyle says, rumor is Slay might be going to the Baltimore Ravens. They probably give him a 2-year deal, fully guaranteed contract to stick it to Lamar. What's with Baltimore getting guys at the end of their career laughing out loud? They definitely like to get some older players at times mixed in there, don't they? Especially defensively for whatever reason. It makes sense, though. They're a team that's been pretty blitz heavy in recent years. They're going to ask their corners to play a lot of man coverage. It's a more pure fit for Slay to go here. Again, people might want Slay here, but he's not going to want to do zone stuff a predominant amount of time, I wouldn't think. That's Guile says, what's a running back in the later rounds you would like to see the Seahawks draft? I'd give you 2 guys, that's Guile, that I think stand out to me. Roschon Johnson of Texas and Chris Rodriguez of Kentucky. Those are 2 hammer backs, short yardage type backs. Probably could get 4th round and onwards that I think could bring an element to this team that we need. People were talking about going out there and signing Jamal Williams. Well, instead of signing Jamal Williams, why not go for one of these 2 guys in the 4th or 5th round instead and save that money? That'd be my preference. Jubal Orb says, let's be real. We are bringing back Justin Britt. I don't know. Maybe. I haven't seen him connected. Banana the Bad Guy Williams, does the Seahawks draft Avila? They could. It's possible. Very possible. Yeah, Wu-Tang, I think Zeke's cooked too. Jermaine Knowles says, my problem with Clowney is he taking plays off. It's a bit of an issue there. I think, Jermaine, if you build up the good rotation of guys that don't have to play a high percentage of snaps, you can get around that a little bit. And that if that should be, if that's really it should be more of an approach and a philosophy to get your defensive line in that place. I think if you have Clowney in a spot where he's playing less than 40 snaps a game, you're going to see him playing with a little bit more vibrant nature to his game. If you're going to have him playing 50, 55, 60 snaps a game, I think you're going to see those plays where he's taking them off. But he played hard for us when he was here the first time. He was our best defensive player on the field at that point. And doubled a lot. Double and triple teamed quite a bit. Seahawks blue and green. I never liked Britt. He was a late bloomer who was so frustrated with him his first couple of years. Yeah, he couldn't find a position, then finally found that center spot, didn't he? I wasn't really all that big on him either. It's impossible. TD, the Cowboys did let Elliott go. Yes, sir. Black Sabbath, that's my outlook on Avila too. He's got the meanness to his game. He's got some finish. He's got the size. But the athletic profile is definitely missing. Like it says, the Hawks Nest, if Carter is the OG of the Nest, I guess that makes me Marsha Clark, as Garth said. Yes. Yes, Garth hit that one on that one right at the park. Oh, God. It does. It does. I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I'm here. Garth, thank you for the... thank you for another $5 donation, man. Garth, thank you for all the donos, brother. It says, all jokes aside, I think it'd be good for a great former prospect like Clowney to get his arms on a kid like Carter and show him some of the ropes. I think it could. I think if you did get Carter and you have him surrounded with guys like Clowney, Nwosu, Al Woods, if you're bringing him back into the mix, Dre'Mont Jones, you're not putting him in here with a bunch of just young guys that don't know their way around, and you're giving him maybe some solid foundation and teaching and guidance that can help push him into the right direction of things. And that if you do draft a guy like this, you trust in your locker room in that way, and you are looking at your locker room as part of that assessment to include whether or not is this a locker room we have in a position to be able to get around that or not, or are we in a younger state where this is all going to be more of a situation where we're not quite ready to be able to onboard a guy like this and put him in that position. Lethal Lance, I'm okay with drafting a quarterback at 5. If they did, I'm not anti it. Shane Germany says, B, how much would you pay for Clowney and for how long? 1 or 2 years, $10 million? Probably prefer do a 2-year deal at 2 years, $12 million, 2 years, $13 million. Something like that, maybe. Have an out after next year, but get the cap down a little bit lower this year on the first year of the deal if possible. Yeah, Tommy Fletcher's off the board. He's off the board. In Power Codes, this is the most boring free agency I've ever seen in my life. It's been slow. It's been slow and quiet. There's usually bam, 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 bam. You got moves just coming down the track. Tommy says, 2-time Super Bowl winner Juan Thornhill has agreed to terms with the Browns on a 3-year, $21 million contract with $14 million fully guaranteed at signing over the first 2 years. Pretty healthy contract. The Browns to give out. Alex Frost says, should Seattle sign Rodney Hudson for the meantime? Still need a center. I'm not anti it, Alex, if you're talking about a guy that you're not necessarily allotting to be the starter. You're sort of you're getting him as sort of the hedge for the intention to draft a guy and then let him battle it out, competition style, Alex. He can move. He does fit from the schematic standpoint as being a good mover in space in that respect. But boy, he's old, 33 years old. So he's definitely up there in age at this point in time. Cool Breeze, the pending signing made me upset. Me too. Especially because it was the Eagles and they do so many little smart things. Austin Bidabo says, wait, Seahawks sign Clowney? No, they haven't signed him. We're just talking about the potential of it. Kyle says, people are saying Rodgers and the Jets hold leverage over Green Bay. I disagree. They realistically do not have to trade him till right before the preseason. If he retires, then he doesn't get his way. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he can also say, I'm coming back to the team to play, right? And hold them hostage with his contract and all that. They want to get out from under the deal of the contract with this as well. But I think your bottom line on that's also why I don't think they're going to get 2 first-round picks. They come in there asking that. The whole bottom line on this has been basically you're going to get, you'll get 1 first-round pick. That's your going rate. That's what you'll receive here at the highest of the high point of your Green Bay. But we'll see how it plays out. Natty Light 69, stream with Brendan tonight. Natty Light, we're on tomorrow. So tomorrow at 7 o'clock, he'll be over here on my side, on my channel, and we'll be breaking down some of this free agent action, and hopefully have a couple more moves to talk about. Tommy says 49ers agreed to terms with cornerback Isaiah Oliver. This is a source. 2018 Falcons second-round pick heads to Santa Clara after 5 years in Atlanta. He's okay. He's all right. Ain't nothing special. Yeah, I'm out on the Ndamukong Suh. Jonas is my favorite of the fun to watch linebackers that we had was Al Simmons. Simmons was good back in the day. Was it Al Simmons? I thought it was a different Simmons. Anthony Simmons, I think, as you mean. Rufus Porter was great too. Those dudes were badass. Anthony Simmons could have been so much more. His career just kind of trailed off all of a sudden. I meant to ask Chad Brown about that last year and didn't have a chance. TDC says the Steve Avila film raised my testosterone level by 1,500 points. Oh, Tommy says the Carter question sounds like the title of a good 90s spy drama. It does. Judah talks, I don't care. Still get Carter. Still get Jalen Carter. I'm with you, Judah. I'm with you, man. Tommy says, I hate Linda Carter's voice, but she doesn't have to say a word. Yeah, she didn't have to say a word to me either. She had a young Brandon riveted to his little 13-inch screen as a child. What is this? Seahawks Gaming, does Jarran Reed look like a signing we are going for this season? I think it's a signing that you have to take in total, Seahawks Gaming, in my opinion, with all of the signings this offseason. As I say, I think we've got to wait till we get to the end of this free agent period to make our assessment about where things land. And if you're looking at Jarran Reed as your starter, Seahawks Gaming, to be the guy to trot out there number one, and he's going to be playing all of these snaps, It doesn't look like the best of signings, but if you're getting other guys to be the frontline guys and Jarran comes in now as a rotational member, the signing doesn't look so bad. You didn't pay him that much money. The first year capital will be around $3 or $4 million. So it's not a matter of this is a crippling signing for us. This ain't like Jarran Reed was a couple of years ago where you're paying him $9.5 million on the cap. That's not the same point. And the cap is at a much higher spot than it was before. So it's not a game changer, but it's going to help. And if you look at it from the emblem of you flipped out Quenton Jefferson from Jarran Reed, that is an improvement. He is a better overall player than Quenton Jefferson, who gives you almost nothing in the run stuffing game aspect of things. Megan's final argument is hell no on Carter. Yes. Tom Eden says also John Malkovich on the Bobby deal. Pay that man. Pay that man his money. It's all a big fucking joke anyway. I pay you with your own money. Since the last time I stick it in you. Such a great movie. Michael Wright says Clowney would be a great fit for our run stuffing needs. He would. That's what I feel like he gives you, Michael. I think that Clowney's assessment always seems to get kind of colored a little bit by the viewpoint of who he was coming out of college as this sort of generational edge talent. And he's never quite been that. And because he's fallen short of that, I think a lot of times for folks, it becomes, well, he's just bad. But it's sometimes, the truth is sometimes somewhere in the middle with someone. And I think very minimum, he gives you a really good run stuffer from the edge. And then he also gives you a guy who's going to give you a high pressure rate. And it's a little bit like what you're talking about, like Jarran Reed, Dre'Mont Jones, all these guys. It'll be more of they're the strength of the total more than they are the individual players are so eye-poppingly great. We're creating a Power Rangers crew here, okay? Where you take every individual Power Ranger and you're just like, well, there's a little weird, neon colored looking dude. Like, what is it? But you put them all together and they're this massive thing when you put it all together. I think that's kind of what you're trying to do here too. Angus says basically Clowney's a big upgrade from Irvin. Bingo. And yeah, save the geese. I do think Carter still goes in the first round. Based on what I was reading online with some of the people that are connected to the league and what they're hearing about from Carter, which they were acknowledging the fact that this was a horrible look from him today, but he is still absolutely going in the first round. Tommy, the Bills are signing former Texans quarterback Kyle Allen. 19 career starts. Let's go. Adrian, have we done anything today? We haven't done jack crap. George Samuel, hey Brandon, how can we replenish our backfield? Hashtag Go Hawks. I think you can really look at addressing it really with the draft. You can also kind of wait along. There tends to be guys that last in free agency at the running back position, so you can kind of hold your horses on this one and sort of just, wait it out if you're the Seahawks front office. There's not necessarily a need to absolutely pump this and grow for it. You have two guys on the roster right now. They could draft two running backs in the upcoming draft and go with, okay, Walker, Homer, the 1-2, or Walker, and then this guy we took in the second round is our number 2. There's still a lot of different ways they can kind of attack that if they want to. Copper-wise, that's my belief as well, man. You and I are on the same page on this. I don't see Carter getting past Chicago at number 9. They want in their defense exactly the type of player that Carter is for building their defense up. So, yeah, 100%, 100%. Seahawks Dub says, look at Myles Garrett's issues. He fixed them, and now he's one of the best. He is indeed, Seahawks Dubs. And you're not getting, in my opinion, a guy when he comes out of college at 21 years old who he's going to be as a grown adult when he finally gets to full maturity, so to speak. And I do tend to give these guys a lot more rope from that aspect of things. Banana the Bad Guy Williams says Steve Avila will be drafted to the Seahawks. Great player and should be a priority to help our offensive line. Well, there aren't a lot of good guards in this draft, Banana, and he is one of the few. One of the proud. The handful of guards that actually are going to be able to play at the NFL level in this draft. Dave the Geese says, did you see the pro day today? How are the Seahawks fans still in on Carter? Laughing out loud, let it go. Young Bricks, I can see us taking Anthony Richardson and John Michael Schmitz in the first round. I could too. I see it absolutely play that way. Ron Duffney, how you doing? And folks, if you do like what you're listening to, do me a favor, please, and hit that like button. If you're not subscribed up, come on, get subscribed up. What are you waiting for? We're on the road to 12,000 subscribers here. Help us get to that spot. Hope you're doing good, though, Ron. Well, we're going to get some news here at some point, hopefully. Get something breaking. Give me a special teamer, something. Yeah, if somebody's asked about Frank Clark, I'm a no on Frank. No. Yeah, Michael Lamar knows he wants that. I agree. Lamar wants that guaranteed money because he knows very well where that road's leading with the way he plays the game. And I like Lamar, but the end for Lamar is going to be very much brutal like it was with Cam. Seahawks Gaming, why would the Ravens go after Slay? Might as well re-sign Marcus Peters, same man-to-man corner. I don't know. They must think he's in a better place. Peters has been going backwards, it feels like, a little bit the last couple of years. But I agree. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense for them. Ravens usually seem to have a very clear, cogent plan of what they're trying to do in an offseason. I'm not so sure I've been able to exactly read into what they're doing here. You know, they can't figure out which way they're going to go with Lamar. I guess they're just going to try to play the game of chicken with him, where he hopefully plays the next year for them and doesn't sit out a year. I don't quite get it, really, all the way around with what they're doing there. Alex says Justin Houston and Calais Campbell are available. Maybe one of those guys would be a good vet piece to add. I like either of those two guys. I've long liked Justin and Calais. Bring him in on that rotational basis, and he could work. JJ Productions, do you think Mayfield will succeed in Tampa? He has good receivers like Goodwin and Evans. Kind of depends on what Tampa Bay chooses to do, JJ, with that offensive line. Even that, though, I've got to say, I do feel like my view on Baker has been kind of where it's sort of put to where it's placed a bit, JJ, because when he went to Cleveland and he played in Cleveland there, he had a lot to work with. He had guys on the outside. He had tight ends to throw to. He had a pretty complete offensive line with Pro Bowlers everywhere and highly talented guys across the board. And he wasn't able to succeed in that environment. I don't know if there's going to be any other place in his pro career where he's going to have as much to work with as he did in that stop in Cleveland. And so if he couldn't get it done there, and he had many years to do it, and he didn't show you a whole hell of a lot with the Rams this past season either. No, I think they're treading water with Baker Mayfield for the meantime, JJ, until they can get themselves around to a place of dumping out of this money that they found themselves in this offseason and then getting themselves around to a quarterback later on. Ethan says Jamal Williams signed with the Saints. Well, there we go. A little bit of a bullet dodge. 3-year deal for Jamal. Wow. He got that. He took that 17 touchdown season and got himself a little bag. Flag Sabbath says Ophelia would be Mike Solari's wet dream. That is a 100% underrated comment. That's such a good comment. Yes, Solari he'd be salivating over Ophelia. Same thing though for Torrance, Flag, right? Osiris Torrance would be the same thing. Seahawks Dub, what was bad about his pro day? He showed up 10 pounds overweight, did Jalen Carter, and then he didn't even get through the drills, the testing drills, the same drills that he didn't compete in at the combine. It's not a great look. Wu-Tang Financial, if we had Wagner and Clowney, I'd feel better about them keeping Carter on point, especially with Pete as the head coach. Me too, man. Me as well. I trust in that. Cooper says, rather take a chance to get a blue chip talented 5 than trade down, but not sure I like any of the picks. Your conundrum is my conundrum, when I'm sure that's a little bit of the Seahawks conundrum where they stand on this Cool Breeze, especially if all the quarterbacks are off the board and trading down isn't as much a realistic option. Boy, you're in a bit of a tough territory at that point, a little bit, maybe. Unless they just love Anderson, of course. Then it's an easy decision, I guess. But for being number 5 overall, this is a little bit of a harder place from our picking standpoint than you normally find yourself when you're picking 5 in a draft. It's in a little bit of a stickier, this isn't as clear and easy as you maybe normally get in these kind of situations. 12 man for life, Jamal Williams Saints avoided that landmine. Bingo. Boy, thank God for that. I would not have wanted to pay him money. Megan says, the Hawks Nest Printing Bee, who are you trying to impress? Not Marsha, I hope, laughing out loud. I gotta sway this jury, Megan. You're showing them pictures of the accident scene. You're showing them dead bodies. Okay. I gotta bring the emotions back into play. Okay. You're bringing the salaciousness with those videos because Marsha don't play because you're not playing by any rules here. So I gotta do what I gotta do as a defense here. Okay. My back's up against the wall. Tom Eaton says the Carter OJ reference really works when you consider how we found out about OJ racing in the white Bronco after someone was found dead. Oh, goodness. Wayne G says we need Woods back for veteran leadership. Wayne, he's still on the roster right now, so he's under contract. He is a guy they may potentially cut if they need to save a couple of $1 million to bring on another deal. But that's the good news is if he is to be released, I think you can understand that he's going to be replaced by something. There won't be just simply he's let go and then there's this hole there that is not being filled in by somebody. And I need a little more coffee, folks. So bear with me just a moment. I'll be right back. Which team is having the worst free agency in my opinion? Let's take a look at this. I got some of the signings here over my left screen here, folks. I'm looking through a little bit to assess that question and make that determination. Who's having the worst? Not a fan of what the Packers are doing, but water's wet, right? Packers aren't being very active in free agency, you know? Who'd guess? I don't love what the Chargers have done. I certainly don't love. I think the Rams have kind of come off the worst end of any team as far as the net negative to them from where they ended the season. So they're probably the worst of the worst, but they're driven by the worst by their lack of money decision making. But as much as just the inactivity on some of these teams, I think, as much as the stuff that they've done that I hate the moves they've made, I don't think anybody's made any tremendous, big, grievous errors in free agency, absent maybe Daniel Jones signing the contract he signed. The Jets giving Lazar 4 years, $44 million. There's a couple things in here, but nobody's like, this has been a pretty quiet year for free agency. There's not really been as much over the top type deals out there. Everything is pretty market equitable. But those would be just a couple of the teams, I guess, I'd look at. Jordan the Wells says, personally, I'm glad Fletcher Cox is off the board. I know he's a good linebacker. But if I had to go through a whole year of two blouse jokes from the Niner fans, I would just die. Two blouse. What's the two blouse with Fletcher Cox? Oh, 10-23, no way. Gervon Dexter, no way with their fifth pick. That'd be horrible. We can't do it. That's way too early. That guy's not going in the third round. HawksNest seems like Linda Carter to you was Jim Zorn in the Chest of Steel to a young and not so young Megan. Yeah, it was. It's good. It's a good equivalency. I was a big fan of Wonder Woman. big fan. 2 reasons in particular. Young Bricks, is there any good off-the-ball linebackers left in free agency, or do you think we will draft an off-ball linebacker? Simpson would be my pick. Simpson's wonderful. Young Bricks. It's basically kind of a Bobby or bust situation. I mean, there's Devin Bush, there's Perryman. I can give you some names, but they're just guys. Dre Tranquil. Nobody's really going to come in and be very impactful for you out there that remains on the market. You're probably drafting, no matter what, one guy with how this market's played out for the middle linebacker in free agency, and you might be drafting 2 at this point. Orthodox Russ is Schneider walking into draft day like Jalen Carter no matter what. Maybe I'll just trigger everybody. I'll just go take the draft day video, post it to my channel, and then when Costner lifts up the paper, I'll put Jalen Carter's name on there instead of who he's got. Just start gaslighting everybody. 144 Elite Rogue Gillette says, hey, with all of my respect, quarterback Anthony Richardson, peace, amen. I pray, amen, good. Seahawks are real good if they pick Richardson. I'm with it, 144. We can do it. We could do it. We could do it. All Pro Seahawks do with the $2 donation. Thank you, All Pro Seahawks. It says, Will Anderson at number 5. If he's gone, then trade down. There's the path, man, because we would have a quarterback on the board at that point. All Pro Seahawks. If Anderson is off the board, so definitely then that opens up more of the door to be able to trade down, as you say. And that would be great at this point to be able to go that route with it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations, Garth. He says, Jalen Carter has been sentenced to 3 years of Australian rules football with median pay. A harsh sentence, to be sure. Well, but no doubt he'll have learned his lesson, Garth. 3 years abroad, no pads. He's going to appreciate the opportunity he had here, right? He'll appreciate what he had at that point. Thank you, Garth, for the donation. All the donos. Parker Smith, thank you for the 5. It says, hi, so what's the plan? Are we going to sign someone? Slay? We need running back 2. And can you predict our record for next season? Who are we going to draft first? By the way, I love you. Well, love right back at you, man. Love you back, Parker. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thanks for the $5 donation. I don't think Slay's in play for us at this point. I don't. It just didn't quite ever make sense to me with him coming here because he's a man corner and we play so much zone. It's just not quite a marriage of talents with scheme. We do need a running back number 2, no doubt about it, Parker. I've said that for me in a lot of respects. I feel like Bijan Robinson is kind of there as a potential for me to look at even in the first round because I do love Kenneth Walker, but I want to stack this backfield up a little bit. I don't think the team will go that way with it, but luckily, Parker, I think if you were stacking up this draft, you would put cornerback as the deepest positional group, and I think behind that, you would either put probably edge or running back. is the next deepest positional group. So there's a lot of running backs in this draft to really look through and pick from. Multiple, even if they want to go that route with it. So you don't have to necessarily go and sign this guy for agency. It's deep. That's one thing that should kind of, if I was a Hawk, be informing me, a Hawk front office member, about let's not spend the big money on one. Let's just go draft him, because we'll get some good talents in this draft, especially if we take one high. Who do I think they're going to be taking at number 5? I think we're going to try to probably trade back. I think once we trade back, they'll still pick twice in the first round, probably take a couple of defensive linemen to begin things, or a defensive lineman, then Schmitz, and then come back to the defensive line in the second round. So I'm anticipating they're going to build the defense up next year a little bit further. The offense will be a little bit better on paper. We're probably only going to be about a game or two, maybe better next year as far as a record goes at that point. But the year after that, we'll be really ready to shine. And then the Super Bowl window will truly open by that point in 2024. But you probably are still then going to be a year away, because I don't think they're going to do enough in signings on the front end of it in this free agent period to supersize this situation for this season to get themselves to that point. At least that's not what I'm seeing so far. They're being pretty, they're being fine. They're being active enough, but they're certainly not going whole hog or making some of the go for it type of moves we're seeing some of the other teams like the Niners and the Eagles kind of making here, even in this conference. So maybe only about a game or two better, but they are still on the rise and they're still on the right path here, Parker. Thank you for the donation, though. I really do appreciate it. Garth Knight with another $10 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all those donos, man. You are awesome. I salute you, brother. I salute you. He says, I was listening to a Jim Zorn interview at the national championship game. He really sang the praise of Jalen Carter and Coach Kirby. He also congratulated TCU on their success. Zorn's a decent fella. I get it. That's the question I get to pose maybe here to Megan, is if Zorn signs off on him, Megan, does that change the outlook of Carter? If Zorn's like, I got people I know. Remember, he's a former NFL coach, so he's certainly got probably some college connections out there, Meg. So if the golden chest signs off, Megan, he can't. If Zorn says, he can't be wrong on that, right? He can't be wrong. And certainly Coach Kirby Smart today said that he looked at Jalen Carter as a generational talent. And I posted the chat with all of the guys that he's had come through there recently in Georgia program that have been first-round picks, that have been high picks, that have been Trayvon Walker-like picks. Has he put generational talent as a label to those guys on any of those others prior? I didn't think he had, but I hadn't also heard from anybody that maybe they had heard him say that in other cases. So, noteworthy. I'll have to go look up that Jim Zorn interview now and see if that does exist really, or if you're just gassing up Megan on that one. But if it does, Megan, if it does, Garth, thank you, man, for all the donos. Kevin Mullen with the $2 donation. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. Says, can I light the Bijan Robinson at 20 cigar, please? If I could light it in advance, I'd be doing it all the way from here where I am to you, stretching my arm out to do so, because Bijan Robinson is one of the few players in a draft that is underwhelming, in a draft that has been lighter than recent years' draft in totality, in a draft that has been further hampered, hindered, and kneecapped by the NIL situation. To have an opportunity at a tier 1 guy in round 1 at 20th pick overall, when there are so few tier 1 true players in this draft, sign me up for it. Light that cigar. Let's roll. Yes, Kenneth Walker is here right now, but we need to get 300, 350 touches out of the running back position. And that's hard to do so if you can't keep those guys upright. And you haven't been able to keep a guy upright going on about 6-7 years. So let's get some depth. Let's get some talent of depth at the position. Let's commit to being a balanced team, because that's when our offense is going to be at its most vicious. And let's let it ride. Thank you, though, Kevin. Appreciate all the donos, man. Mr. Isaac 560 says Brendan and Brandon should do a mock trial. Brendan defends drafting Jalen, and Brendan, as the prosecutor, argues for passing on Jalen. Wear wigs and everything. Jury is the chat. That's actually not a bad idea, Mr. Isaac. I'll present that to Brendan if he's willing to play along with that. I'm sure he'd certainly would be willing to be the prosecutor. And we could put a poll to the chat at that point. You know what I mean? That'd be good. I like it. Doesn't have to be a unanimous opinion. So we're not determining a murder trial here, right? So it'll be just who wins on the poll. Lethal, for linebackers, I'd say Drake Tranquil's the only quality starter left. Yeah. In quotations with the quality starter, all right. Yeah. We got Jamal Williams signing. George Samuel, yep. Homer's gone. He signed with the Bears. Travis Homer. Michael says, I think the Cards want to take Anderson away from us more than they want to take him, laughing out loud. I could see it, Michael. A dysfunctional organization like that, you can acknowledge some of their decision-making gets, drawn into a different direction than sometimes just making the most smartest decision. James says, trade a second and swap our 20th pick and a next year second and get Anderson and Carter, laughing out loud. Oh my God. Could you imagine? You got Anderson and both Carter? Stop that defense. We can talk all day character stuff, this character, that. Yeah. We can get all into those weeds. Good luck with that offensively. Good luck. That'd be amazing. I'd geek out about that. I'd probably get a little bit obnoxious if we did something like that. Best general manager ever. LOP. Mr. Isaac says, anytime there was a big argument on my friend group, we would have a trial. It was amazing. It's a great idea. I love it. James Watson says, players sometimes have great pro days but disappear in the league. Please, fans have to stop with their bias. I think it's going to carry through for the next month on this one, James. It's going to be a bit of a tough discussion point, and it's going to be a live wire, hot button spot. And yeah, if you guys are new on the chat right now, as you just maybe are joining the show, we're 2.5 hours in, and you're wondering to my Carter thoughts going on right now, do look back to the start of the show, because I did about a 10-minute breakdown on the whole situation, and I'll try to get a separate video posted out after this talking about the situation kind of at length in full. But my mind has not been changed from prior past streams on Carter in a significant fashion from today's pro day, I guess is the bottom line on that, Greg. So I appreciate your question on that, Greg. It's been asked probably a ton of times on the stream, so I just, to prevent kind of repeating for the people that are kind of on the stream and have heard it already a few times, just go check out that front right at the start of the show. I lead basically with that as the number one first topic off the board, even before free agency. To try to give those folks I know that are going to wonder where I'm kind of standing on it a little bit of clarity with it. Greg says Kalani was a generational talent. The knee injuries his first 3 years crushed his development. Indeed. Yeah, I think he stepped on his rookie year. There was a sprinkler system on the Houston Texans practice field. One of those ones that goes below the ground, but it's then still partially up, and it was up for whatever reason, and he stepped on it. And yeah, I think it did jack his knee up in a way that really removed him from having an ability to use much bend and dip to his game. He really became more of just the power player rather than being more of the complete player. And that's what robbed him of being the generational talent, but it didn't rob him of being still a useful, good player. Seahawks 02, after all my wide receiver questions yesterday, I was thinking maybe we go get our Kittle or Kelsey and draft Darnell Washington. Hey, if you take him at 20, I will be ecstatic to do so, and I will be singing the praises of the front office to be so bold in making a pick like that and recognizing this guy's talent, recognizing where he's going on the upside, going for upside with the pick, right? Going for that high end, not simply looking for the Michael Mayer bottom end tight end, where you get the high floor. Greg Pfeiffer, no worries too. If you ask about Carter, no worries on it. It's just I'm going to try not to repeat too much on what my thoughts are on it, just because, that could end up going in a cycle spin for 5.5 hours. But definitely just head to the start. That first point, you'll definitely get all the full expansive thoughts on it. I promise. Nate, who's some good corners in the draft to pick up? If the Hawks don't get a Slay or a Shaq, what other cornerbacks in free agency can the Hawks get or get your attention? I think, Nate, I would be hesitant to really look in free agency at the cornerback position. This has been a position, Nate, that they've been able to get by with less, and they've been able to find some really almost star level players later on in drafts. and true star players. I mean, Tariq Woolen seems to be on the same kind of ascent Richard Sherman was, both fifth-round guys. Byron Maxwell was a really good player for us, fifth-round guy. Shaquille Griffin, some people want us to re-sign him. Hey, he was a late third, almost a fourth-round guy. You don't really need to pick high, I don't think, or spend a lot of money at the cornerback position, absent having a guy like Tariq Woolen, who's just so much of a difference maker that you got to do it. I wouldn't mind Slay, but they've got to go to more man coverage if they were looking to do that, Nate. Shaq, to me, is not an option because he's just not particularly that good. He's not that good. And if he was good, they wouldn't be right now releasing the Jaguars after just signing him to that deal 2 years ago. I know the new coach is coming to play and all that, but it's also been because he hasn't played particularly well. There's a lot of corners in this draft. This, as I was saying too, the cornerback draft here, Nate, that's the best positional group in the entire draft is the cornerbacks by far. You'll probably see 5 or 6 guys taken in the first round. You'll probably see another 6 or 7 guys taken in the second round, and that'll continue all the way in through the third round. The top of the stack for me is Christian Gonzalez, and then it would go for me Devin Witherspoon, Joey Porter Jr., Cam Smith, Sealy Ringo, Rajon, but then it kind of drops down for me as far as then you got Rajon Wright, Tariq Stevenson, Max Melton, Emmanuel Forbes, DJ Turner, Eli Ricks. Those are some guys that are a little later down. I think in the range of where Seattle would be looking at, Julius Brents, obviously around the 4th round, could make some sense for them. I don't think they would go 3rd round, but maybe with him, with how he's tested, his tape doesn't match up to that quite as much or well. Clark Phillips in the 4th round is a slot option out of Utah. Could be a guy they look at. Caillou Kelly in the 5th round out of Stanford. Jalen Jones, Mekhi Gardner. A lot of guys that would fit into this defense on the cornerback side of things. And there's a lot of names here because this is the deepest group, Nate. So there's some position groups like guard. There's not a lot of good guards in this draft. But corners, you're locked, stocked up all the way through. Michael Wright says, well, I mean, Cam ran Cam ran head first into dudes too. He did. I mean, and he ran with a more, you could say maybe a little more reckless abandoned style than Lamar. I think the thing with Lamar that I point to though with him, that's like Cam, it's like we're seeing with Jalen Hurts doing the same thing, is they run like running backs. They're not doing the Russell Wilson, I'm going to slide and give myself up and sacrifice a couple of yards. Instead, they're diving forward. And rather than being about always leading their heads, it's just the hard landings. It's the always throwing your body out there. It's always then allowing, because when you go forward, now the defenders are allowed to come in and clip you. And when you do the slide, they can't clip you. And so I think that's that punishment that I think is going to wear down Lamar sooner than later. Dylan Stallings, I've seen rumors of the Hawks signing Darius Slay. What are your thoughts on that potential signing? I've heard a bit of both on this, Dylan. We're also hearing the Ravens are on board with this, so I don't know if there's some intense negotiations going on between the two, but I have heard that. Dylan, if they're willing to slide to more man-based concepts, it's a great signing, and he will work out really well here. He's got familiarity with Quandre Diggs. They're going to be synced up immediately in that secondary, which is great. He can play man coverage as well as just about anybody in the league. And certainly Tariq Woolen, a lot of the best things he did last year was operating in man or cover 3 man match kind of situations. And so that would be helpful. I would like it. You could run some more pressure-based packages, Dylan. You could run some more blitz packages. That's what goes in tandem with man coverage, is trying to generate a little bit more of that pressure. I would love to see it. So sign me up for it if that's the case. Don't want to spend a lot of money, but don't think he'll cost a lot of money. I think he'll be right on point with around the same deal that Stephon Gilmore just got. Nicholas Newton says, did we really sign Zeke Elliott, or is that just BS rumors? I haven't heard anything about that. Kyle says, what happened with Clowney when he was in Seattle? He was great. He's our best defensive player here when he was here. But yeah, then he went on the open market because he was on a franchise tag deal. Seattle had agreed not to franchise him again as part of the trade to bring him over from Houston. And he went out there and got the most money he could get. Seattle wanted to try to find, I think, younger, cheaper options down off that edge. And what'd that get you? That got you LJ Collier, Darrell Taylor, Alton Robinson, and not a very good pass rush going forward. Then you had to make a Jamal Adams trade. So I think their outlook on it might be a little different from where it was. And I don't think he's going to cost anywhere near what he was going to cost a couple of years ago either. But it wasn't because he was bad. JL says, I'll predict Jalen Carter's future. 2-time back-to-back Super Bowl champion for the Seahawks. NFL Hall of Famer, WWE Hall of Famer, President of the United States of America. I like it. And Mr. M says, hey, Kitty, who are the Seahawks taking at 5? Let us know while your daddy is out getting coffee. She's out right now, man. I'll ask her in a bit, but she's exhausted right now. It's been a stressful day. She's a big Carter girl. And so she's just really right now trying to deal with that on Joe says, my wet dream is trading down from 5 for a small bag and then grabbing Breezy in the 13-18 range. Like it. 1023 says, Tyree Wilson reminds me of Boye Mafe. He's a little bit bigger, I think, than Mafe, but I can kind of see that, I guess. Miles Sanders to the Panthers, says Banana the Bad Guy Williams. I'm sorry, Dylan. I was a little bit late on answering your question on that with Darius. Try to stay on top of the chat, but I'm always a little bit behind. Sam the Great, how you doing? Amanda Menhaden, would anyone want Zeke to replace the block god Travis Homer? I think he would be okay in a limited role. It'd need to be highly limited, and he'd need to be very cheap. And then maybe yes, but not except for that. Let me die. Cass says Bijan off the board before 20 though. Yeah, agreed. Let me cast. He's probably going top 15 at this point. Probably. Jay Brumfield says, why would teams trade up if all the quarterbacks were gone? I don't think that they would necessarily. The only way you're going to probably get a trade up is going to be a quarterback, absent there being a team that really falls in love with Will Anderson, I think. But that's not likely to happen. So it does rely upon there being one of those quarterbacks still available at that point. Zach Mazai says, I don't care about fit, need, or size. Give me Deuce Vaughn, Mighty Mouse vibes. I love him, Zach. Love him. Another guy is one of my favorite players in this draft when you just turn on the tape. The way he runs, how quick he is. Zach, my comp for him is Darren Sproles. Another guy about the same kind of height, size. I get real same kind of vibes. The guy could be a very useful player in your offense if you use him right. And you can use him a variety of fashions. He doesn't have to fit to just some third down back only role. Like you saw with Darren Sproles, you can occasionally make them kind of not a full bell cow back, but you can work them in and give them a decent amount of carries. More than you might think for a guy their size. Tommy Eden says, Packers made a move. Packers have agreed to terms with long snapper Matt Orjek, formerly the Rams. Orjek wins a ring in LA and heads to Green Bay on a 3-year deal. Well, there we go. Green Bay making moves. And Michael, I hope Penny shines over at the Eagles too. He had some bad luck. Kid's got a lot of talent. He's going to a great place. That offensive line is going to give him some holes. Megan says, nope, not even the chest of steel could change my mind. Fair enough, Megan. Fair enough. Bobby Decken says, do we make a move today? Like sometime? I'm not sure, Bobby. Not sure. Nothing's been imminent, but it could break at any point in time. We are all bated breath, edge of our seat. Twelfth Man for Life says Quandary really wants us to sign Slay. I bet, man. They're good buddies. In utero, the Eagles, I thought released Slay got cut today, I think, in utero. Mad Mel Kuiper. Is it true we can cut Geno after 1 year? It isn't true indeed. You got some dead money that's going to land on that deal if you do. You'll be a daisy if you do, but you can do it. If you won't. What you won't. Thaddeus Sexton says, what percentage do you think the Cardinals, sorry, Thaddeus. I'm tongue-tied today. What percentage do you think that the Cardinals trade out of 3? I want the Seahawks to get Anderson. Carter pro day was bad. Yeah, it was bad. 80%, Thaddeus. 80%. I think a team moves up and tries to jump in front of the Colts, especially for a certain quarterback. And boy, I'm hearing the Carolina Panthers are really twisting between Richardson and Stroud. So that could push the board in a certain way for certain teams in certain directions with this. So yeah, I think they eventually do trade out and how they roll. Be how I do it. Chris Hickok says, I heard Slade tweeted 12 eyes. Now, 12 eyes is when you know something real is about to happen. 2 eyes is like, something might happen. Keep your eye out. 2 sets of eyes, okay, a little bit more. You get to 12 sets, look out. Look out. Misplaced 12 says, the Hawks Nest, help me understand the defensive scheme moving forward. I'm seeing a 6-1 if our linebackers stay healthy, or maybe a 5-1 with a box safety and 2 high shell. Give me Bobby back. Give me my Bobby back. Give me my Bobby back. But there'll be more guys to come with middle linebacker position. I promise you, Misplaced. They're not done there. Hopefully it is Bobby. You're definitely get worried there on that one. You're like, get him. Let's get this a little more solidified. But we need to get more help on deck. I don't think they're done though. Don't think they're done. Jonas says, I meant to say defensive lineman. Fletcher Cox was wearing a purple halter top and a Michael Obama woman's coat on his last interview. That's why I said I can't deal oh, yeah. The Niners with the blouse jokes would have been unfailing on that one. That's for sure. Tommy says, why don't you add a scrolling marquee like you do for the PFF grade and just say, watch intro for thoughts on Carter? That's a great idea, actually. Let's do it. Hopefully it's not too annoying for people, but I'll put this up every once in a while. They'll just like have it here. Just to have it here. It's a good idea. What I need to do is create a video people can just watch on the channel, because I know that's, oh shoot. Not what I wanted to do. It's not right. It's not right at all. Chroma cam lock, please. Thank you. Oh, dude. This is just the worst. Holy crap, dude. This thing is gotta be up here. Oh, that's why I have it locked. How did that get like that? What happened? What happened? Daddy the Bestest, Bijan's running style is not a lot of contact, kind of like LT, which translates well into longevity. It does. They sort of always are they're working their way up to the field, and then they're kind of finding their way also to getting towards the sideline. So a lot of their runs where they end up out of bounds just because they're able to keep bouncing things outside rather than having to stay up into the middle of traffic all the time with guys who wouldn't be quite as quick or quite as agile or quite as athletic to get that stuff to the edges. But yeah, he doesn't take a lot of direct shots either. I like him a lot. David Asamolino says, why don't we cut Jamal? How much is his cap hit? You don't cut Jamal because you're not really saving that much money, David. You're stretching the cap hit if you do a post June 1st designation into 2 different years, but the cap hit is still so substantial that it's really the better bet to just wait 1 more year. And then if you're still in the same boat at that time, then you make the cut, then you make the clearing, and then you actually really get to save the money and you don't have to really stretch it over 2 years at that point. But right now it's just at a spot in the contract where it's just not advantageous for the team to move off of him. Orlando Roca says, hypothetically, let's say if Denver lost their final game and Seattle ended up with the 3rd pick. What would you prefer? Draft Anderson, Carter, or trade down? Lost their final game. I would prefer trade down, Orlando. I think the return Chicago got shows you that you can come away with this almost doubling the return of the Denver Haul if you can find the right team that's operating with the right amount of desperation. And I think there would be a team to do just that. So I would prefer to move back at that point. Mr. Isaac, let's get this trial idea a little bit of traction. Brando is the defense counsel for Carter. Brendan is the prosecutor. Opening comments, present your evidence, then closing arguments, wear monocles. Sounds like a good idea, man. I'm on board. I'll bring it up to Brendan. He might be a tough sell on it, but I'll try. He might be a tough sell. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, Kevin. It says Noah Fant and 51 to Washington for Chase Young. Well, I think they've got a tight end there already that's kind of an H-back kind of tight end on point as it is. Though his name is escaping me at this moment. I'm open to doing it, Kevin. I wouldn't be necessarily against it. So, shed some salary at that point too, in addition. Though I think it's actually going to be about flipped a little bit. I think Chase Young makes a little bit of money right now because he was such a high pick. So you're probably paying about equivalency across the board on it for that. But I'm all right with him taking that road. I think Chase, as long as Chase is healthy, knee's got to check out. He's got to pass physical. Appreciate you, Kevin, for the double dono. Gar, thank you for the $5 donation, man. So much. Says Brando, most impact defensive linemen are Rhodes Scholars who have turned down Oxford for the NFL. Yes, indeed. I think what you're pointing to, Garth, is a little bit of the, just go listen to what Deion Sanders talks about and what he looks for background on kids with, the offensive players versus defensive linemen. He's got a little bit of a difference in what he's looking for as far as the background on those kind of positional groups. But yeah, these guys tend to be guys that play with an edge. There's been a long history of defensive linemen being a rowdy bunch, a wild bunch, and they play a tough position in this sport. They've got to go into a car crash every single play and try to ferociously rip off the block and then go make a tackle and tear a guy to the ground. And it takes a certain mentality to get there, and that mentality is the same kind of mentality that might lead you to being a little bit wild as well off the field. I'm not trying to excuse bad behavior or poor behavior. I'm just saying there might be a little bit of a reason for it on that, just a little bit. But yeah, it's a good point, man, Garth. It's a good point. Emma21, I'm still waiting for Bobby too. And Garth, thank you for all those donos, man. Thanks for all that. Appreciate you. Space, we haven't gotten Bobby back yet. What's up, Pedro? Good to see you. Gar says Clowney curse got us LJ. By the way, I don't blame LJ for not being Clowney, but it was a bad move, as you've chronologically stated, Brando. Yeah, it was. It was such a silly one to be made, and you made the trade for Clowney already for the 3rd round pick, and he came out there and he balled for you that year. You know, I mean, maybe there was some other reason they didn't take him at that point, and if they pass on him now in this period and continue to not look back at him, maybe they just didn't like him as a fit here at that point. But you know, I didn't know what more he had to kind of show you for what you thought you were getting. You weren't counting on getting a high sack number guy. You were counting on getting a guy off the edge who could stop the run, be a high pressure rate guy, be a guy that was going to command double teams at a high rate, and that's what he gave you. But instead, Seattle got cute with it. They did. Danny McCormick says, I called Dre'Mont Jones. Yes, sir. I'm still hyped about that. Huge. Great call on that one, Danny. You nailed it, man. Nailed it. Pedro, I like the moves the Falcons are making for sure. I think they've had a real fine offseason so far. Ethan Brandon, for pass rushers, what is your favorite signature move that they do? Examples, swim move, etc. It's a good question. It sure is hard to beat the rip move when performed well because you can call upon it at any time. You know, you can bring a rip move in at the beginning of the contact. You can bring it in late as you're rounding the edge just to be the final move to clear you from. I'm kind of thinking about this a little bit, Ethan. I don't know if I got a lot of ones I like. So, I think the most efficient that creates just quick pressure, that doesn't take a lot of setting up, that's just like bam, bam, it happens, but you have to have a guy that's quick to do it and has violent enough hands to pull it off, are the outside scissors. You know, you sort of do a Euro step to the outside and you come back in with a double-handed swipe scissors move, you know, and then you swipe those hands off and then you're already still moving full speed so that you can get home really, really quick. Most of the rest of the other moves that are out there that I do like tend to be ones that are sort of you doing a couple of things before you're going to break free as a pass rusher. And I think the best pass rush moves are the ones that get you instantaneous pressure. And obviously being super quick and bendy and all that, that's not really a pass rush move, right? But the outside scissors that you see from Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa, that's the one, especially when you do the Euro step, because that just throws those linemen off. The steps coming off awkwardly than they normally see it with their feet, and it just throws them in all different weird directions. My brother has donated to the chat. Thank you, Rob. I do appreciate it for the $10 donation. He says, love you, bro. Hey, I love you too, man. Says, I'm not out on Carter yet. Hey, I'm not either, man. I'm not out on this one yet either. I'm still a pro Carter guy. I'm still in on this. And as I've said to Rob, that, you know, whatever Schneider comes to as far as his final conclusion on the situation, I'm going to trust in that he's going to lead us to the light on this one. You know, he's got the torch in the cave. He can see the little pinhole of light up ahead, and he'll take us one way or another on this Carter situation to it. But the pro day thing ain't going to lead me to any other different direction. And that's why you're my blood. You know, we think alike on this. You know, we're not easily moved off a spot. You know, some might call that stubborn. I don't. I call that faith. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it, man. Love you. Sam the Great, they're trying their best to make Carter look bad. Yeah, he's doing a good job on his own a little bit, too. He's not helping matters. Wow, Panthers signed Miles Sanders on a 4-year deal. Holy lordy. You mad, bro? Is Leonard Floyd still on the market? Do you think we would have a chance to land Floyd and Wagner? Don't know if you'd land. You could. I don't think the cost can be great. I don't know if Floyd's been officially released yet, you mad, bro. And the Rams were trying to see if they could trade, so I don't know if he's actually on the open market quite yet. But there's a chance. Seattle was rumored to maybe have some interest in him if he did. But the Rams got to actually release him, and they might be trying to see if they can troll the waters for a trade on that one. Mark Sherman says one-handed bull rush is the most satisfying kind of bull rush. That is true. That's no doubt about the long arm bull rush is great. But that is one that takes a little bit of time to kind of make it happen. I like the Will Anderson move too, where he goes up under the arms, it goes up under the wrists of the guys, lifts the wrists up, and then just kind of like he's holding a little toddler up by his wrist, he just slides around them. It's like his custom move. Mm-hmm. Jackson Slay isn't coming here. He's too afraid of what DK might do to him. When I Willie, a bad pro day and a good film is easier to overcome than a great pro day and decent to bad film. I trust the film more than anything I test. One-eyed Willie, that's a great way to phrase it, and I am the same way. I'm the same way. Megan, Hawks Nest, I need to step away. No worries, Megan. I understand. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. He says, I have a dead horse out back. Should we beat the hell out of it? Yes, exactly, Randall. It's why I'm not jumping in. There may be some wondering why I'm not jumping into the frame on the Carter discussion. And it's because, as Randall does say on this, I think we are a little bit beating a dead horse on this one. I know that there are people on both sides of the camp on this, being pro-Carter and anti-Carter, that are voraciously believing as they think, and that you are one who goes, hey, generational like talent, worth the risk, or you're the person who says he's showing all the indications of being a bust, and he's a head case, and he's a problem, and how could you even consider this process? I would acknowledge on both people that stand on either side of the camp to kind of look at either side of the camp and understand that both sides on this have a reason for believing why they believe it. I don't think either side's crazy for thinking how they're crazy or for thinking how they're thinking on this. This is going to be a subject that's going to bring out a lot of the heated emotions It seems to drive to a lot of that and a lot of folks. I'm out on the emotions of this deal from my standpoint of it. But I do think that people are, and I'm not going to tell you how to back on it. You can do what you want to do with it. But I think it's a better way to look at this and go, look, just because somebody doesn't agree with me on this standpoint of it, they've got a reason for where they've landed on it. And we happen to disagree. And I don't know why we've had to reach into this age where, like, if we reach a point of disagreeing, that means that we have to look at the other side as being crazy or out of their mind or insane, or they can't even like put any sort of reasonable logic together. They just must be just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, why can't it just be we disagree? But this seems to be, as much as anything I've seen it on this channel at times on a couple of different subjects, the Russell trade, Carroll's situation. It just seems to kind of come down to, if you're not with us, you're against us kind of thing with it on certain points of this. And I don't land there myself. I get the people that, I have a certain position on this, but I also get both people that land on both camps of how they've arrived where they've arrived. And I think people have done so reasonably across the board. CJ Kurzman says, Brandon, at this moment, what's the chances you'd give a Bobby coming home? 41%, CJ. I think we would have heard a little bit more about this with him coming right back home at this point, if that was a little bit of what was going down. I hope it's better than that, though. I do hope it's better than that. And Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Kevin Mullen, thank you for another $5 donation. All right. Sorry, Kevin, I missed your first donation on there. Sorry, your $2 donation. Says, are you officially out of the Jalen Carter fan club? No, I'm not. And Kevin, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do my full expansive thoughts. I do appreciate the donation on this. I did at the start of this show, I did 10 long minutes on Jalen Carter and talked about it. After doing that 10 minutes, I've been asked about him now. Just on this stream alone, I've been asked about him at least probably 20 to 25 times in questions. And so I can't do any more Carter stuff, guys. I know that this is a bridge that people just... It's captured the imagination of the Seahawk fandom. It's like, it's for the people that are hateful and anger of him and the people that love him. And I know that this is the forefront of everyone's thinking on this right now. I'm checking out. I'm tapping out on this one though, Kevin. I just am. I did the 10-minute video at this point where I put 10-minute thoughts on it. That's what I think. Right now, you guys don't have to ask me any more Jalen Carter questions between now and the draft. Between now and the draft, you can know right where I stand. This place is not going to change. My position's not going to change. I'm not going to move to a different land. I'm not going to see some bit of information goes to a different spot. This is the final place I've concluded at. You guys don't have to ask the question again because you know what I think. And I feel like I've already answered this with people asking me the same question. I've seen the same names coming up asking the same question over and over again. And I don't know if that's the passive aggressive approach of trying to get me to change my opinion on it or get me to move into a different direction, but I'm not going to do it. So I trust in John Schneider's assessment of him and the character. I'm going to rely upon that, and I'm going to rely upon all the background work being done by our organization. I'm not out on Carter. I'm not going to get out on Carter. I will trust in what John has to say on this as far as where he falls on this. That's the end of it for me. There is nothing further beyond that where I stand with it. You can be where you land on it. That's where I land on it. So I do thank you, Kevin, for the $2 donation. I have to admit, I am going to love most beyond now anything else with this draft, beyond any of the great players that I got to excitedly think about in this draft. It's reached the point for me now where I'm going to just be glad that we are past Jalen Carter talk. I love him as a player, but I'm so tired of the question coming up, so tired of the stuff being done. It's like there's so many other subjects we can go to. Why does it got to be this one? Why? There's so many things in this offseason for us to talk about, but I still see even now through the chat, it's just people are going back and forth and knives are out and people are taking guns. Oh, you got a knife, I got a gun. It's like, whoo, come on. Let's go somewhere else. As Randall said before on the other end of it, we're just going to beat a dead horse on this. You can think whatever you think on this. You're not pushing the discussion any further by this. We're twisting in circles. So let's pop out of the circles. Let's twist out of this. If we're talking about Carter right now, let's do me this favor, chat, please. If we're talking about Carter right now and you're new in the Carter chat right now, let's put Carter discussion away. If you have wants and thoughts about every which way we can twist on Carter, go through the first 3 hours of this stream because we've had plenty of discussion on it. I don't want to do any more Carter. So do me a favor, folks in the chat. Let's put the Carter discussion away. No questions of Carter. Let's not bring up Carter in the chat. Let's start pushing this chat into a different direction that's more about talking and improving this team. This team's whole future is not based upon Carter here or not here. It's based upon a lot of different moves that need to be made. So we're going to go forward on that with the chat on this one. If I got any more questions come up, even if you donate in the chat, I'm going to ignore the chat. I'm going to ignore your donation if you're asking about Jalen Carter at this point. I understand if you're going to come in and say, well, I wasn't here for the first 3 hours of the stream. Well, I get that, but I can't keep talking about this guy in this way. You guys, it's going to blow me out, guys. I'm going to wear out on this and it's going to make me not want to stream. So we're no more Carter talk. I'm not doing no more on this. Kevin, thank you for the $5 donation as well. If you got the privilege to announce my second round pick for the Hawks, who would you hope for and why? Bonus if you do the speech live right now. The speech? Get the privilege to announce my second round pick for Hawks. Bonus if you... Sorry, man, I don't know what you mean on this. The speech live right now. That doesn't make... I'm not sure what you mean by that. If I got the privilege to announce any second round pick for the Hawks, who would you hope for and why? Probably John Michael Schmitz would be the guy for me on that, Kevin, because I think that beyond what he did as far as his testing numbers are concerned, I think that he's another guy you just got to turn the tape on. It's another guy a little bit like a Carter situation. He's not dominant at the level of Carter is from the center position, but then another guy that when you turn on the tape, he shows out. He's fun to watch. He is the cleanest center in this draft. He's a guy that if you were to then pick him in the second round, you'd walk out of this draft with the best center. And so to get that value at that spot in the draft, I think would be tremendous. My guy behind him would be Dan Henley. I'm trying to be a little bit realistic here too, Kevin, by staying within the realm of reason on this, and kind of keep it in that point. Thank you for the $5 donation though. Connor Oshwagler says, with $2 donation, says, which season was better? Clowney in 2019 or Nwosu in 2022? It's a good question, Connor. Probably Nwosu has a little bit of a better year this year. It's a bit of a tougher assessment because I think Clowney was really the only guy in that defense that you had to worry about offensively. So the tough part about making this assessment, Connor, is that if you look at who got more double teams, Clowney was double teamed at a much higher rate in 2019 than Nwosu was doubled in 2022. And much like I say with DK Metcalf, when you double him with a safety on the outside, we can talk about players needing to be so great they got to overcome double teams, and that if they're good enough, then they should be able to get around that. But if I have one player who's being doubled than another, I'm going to see a little bit lessened production from that other player because of the double team. But Nwosu had a really good year this past season. He was outstanding. So it's probably very close there. But I think it's closer than it's further away in their seasons, Connor, is the real kind of bottom line on that question a bit. Hold on one sec, folks. I'll be right back. All right. Garth says, Brando, I've been meaning to ask, how long have you been analyzing the draft to this deal, to the detail of the current? Well, I only started really doing the super deep dive in the drafts as far as, doing scouting reports and looking at these guys like true game tape at a large degree and a good amount of prospects in over the last 4 years. I always looked at the drafts very closely throughout the last I was looking at drafts going back into the 90s, Garth, even as a young guy, getting the magazines that be on the shelves that would give you some insider info with that, read through Sports Illustrated at the time, right? Prior to even the internet age at that point. So it's always been something that I've always been really interested in taking and looking at. Drafts are the greatest thing in the world. It just tickles the imagination. We saw last year and what it can do when you do one right and when you hit right. You can turn the outlook of your team and the fate of your team around on a dime, on a single draft if you do it right. And those players are there in that draft. It's about just picking those right guys. And there's something that just appeals to me about the looking for those diamonds that are there, that you've got to, what is the one thing that separates this guy or that guy? And it's fun for me in the process of trying to figure that stuff out. It's like it's like a puzzle. Guard Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. Says Brandon, give me a Pauly Shore talking about how great Will Anderson is while also congratulating Randy on his newborn again. He's Charles Haley, buddy. Let me tell you about Will Anderson. He's a guy that's coming off the edge with the scramble snack. Big dog move. Hit you with the arm left, hit you with the arm right, buddy. Flip those hips around. He's a displacer. He likes to displace the hips. You know what I'm saying, buddy? He gets down like that. And congratulations to Randall McDaniel squeezing the juice. Randall directly squeezing the juice with his little baby. Guard, my voice has been hashed today, so I don't know, man. I can't do a good one on the Pauly. But do a big congratulations to Randall, one of our Hawks Nest brethren in here who got himself a baby, which was great to see. So awesome of Randall, nice healthy baby girl, and shout out to Randall on that in that respect of things. I'll try to I got to go back and get my Pauly voice back. I've been off on a little bit, Garth. I got to go watch a couple more YouTube videos and try to tap that one back in. Struggle on that one a little bit. Coax, yes, agreed, Brandon, on Wagner at 41%, 4 hours. Been 4 hours. Yeah, I'm getting worried. Connor says you should have added a pinned comment saying you've covered Carter at the beginning. Yeah, I'm just going to pop this on. I'll put it on. We'll just set it up and let people see on it. Kronos, with how slow the Hawks are at free agency, you would think they would have one guy in office and working from the other side of the world, so they are asleep right now. Maybe. They're definitely not moving fast on this one. Poop Dog, no moves today as of yet, man. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. I'm glad you guys agree on the trust in John thing here. Irish Hawk, does Bobby even have a market besides coming back to the Hawks? Last night it was reported by The Athletic that he was choosing between reportedly the Raiders and the Bills, funny enough. So I don't know. Bills did lose Tremaine Edmonds in free agency to the Bears. So that would mean that there's a bit of an opening there at that point for them to maybe reach out to Bobby. But the Cowboys are off on him with them going back to Leighton Vander Esch and taking on the Stephon Gilmore money. Abdul Juarez, what quarterback would you be happy drafting in the second round? Boy, Abdul, I don't know if I'd be happy drafting a quarterback in the second round. I would begrudgingly draft Hendon Hooker with the second round pick that we have, but I really like him more in the third round than the second round. There's really no other quarterback that fits to that spot. McKee's the only guy that potentially will go in the second round out of Stanford. There's nobody else who's really deserving to be picked in that area of things, though. There's 4 first round guys, and then there's a third round guy, maybe 2 third round guys in Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and then there's just a bunch of guys through the back end of the draft. Ethan says, I really think Bobby wants to be here based off his comments after last year and things like his Twitter header. I just think we are lowballing him, unfortunately, right now. Yeah, we might be. We're probably trying to grind down that price as far as we can kind of get it down. And it's a dangerous game to play. Irish Seahawk, yeah, I think the Bills are looking to you fill the void of Edmonds with Bobby. Makes some sense. They're certainly in a go-for-it approach, and the thing that they can offer to Bobby is maybe a little bit of a certain place that's a little closer into that winning area of things than maybe we are as far as being close to being Super Bowl kind of ready. But Bobby, do you want to play in Buffalo? Do you want to play in Buffalo, buddy? Outdoors. I mean, we saw the conditions this year were hellacious out there. Hellacious. Jonas says, hey, Brandon, who does your brother think we should take with our first 3 picks? Well, he's still a Carter guy. I know that for sure, as he said in his donation in the chat. Who else would he be on board with? I think he likes going defensive line back at 20 with Cansey, and then he would try to go Schmitz at 20, I believe. But Rob can probably tell you on that. I'm making a guess on that with him. So he goes 2 defensive linemen, comes back with Schmitz in the second round. He's real level-headed like that. Samuel Freeman, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I appreciate you. Tell Pumpkin I love her. Pumpkin, Samuel loves you. Did you know that? What do you think about that, love? What do you got to say about that? Do you know that? She's appreciative, Samuel. She's really tired today. I didn't sleep good last night, so she didn't sleep good last night. Huh. Girl. Should I get you guys some purring on the mic? Like put the mic right up to her and get the purring. She won't let me do that though. She'll be like, no. Sam the Great says Bijan at 5. There, I said it. Who we taking it for, Pumpkin? Oh, she's into the lick mode now. Derek Young, Burner, we haven't done anything yet, man. It's still just chill mode. Nothing going down. Garth Knight, is Kalani a lefty like Brando? I think he might be. He seems like a lefty guy to me. CJ Kurzman, Brandon, do you think the Jets are silly for simply granting Rodgers' wishes? Lazard, maybe more. I get that they want him, but if I were E. Moore or Corey Davis, I would be angry. Bad locker room move, IMO. Oh, by the way, we talked about Adam Thielen being released as a potential in Seattle. CJ, you bring up another guy that I do like as maybe a potential fit here in Seattle. I've liked this guy for a while. Corey Davis. You know, he signed as a free agent there in New York and didn't exactly have the best of quarterbacks throwing to him after he signed that big money deal. But flipping out Lazard for Corey Davis, to me, I would take Corey Davis over Lazard. And yeah, I think it is a little silly at this point. You're going to bend back into this Rodgers ego thing of I've got to have my guys, the diva stuff. And you know with me, CJ, I hate the quarterback diva stuff. And it's proliferating the NFL, and Aaron's squeezed it out for everything it's worth this offseason. And yeah, he tried to put some water on this in the McAfee show, but I don't buy it, you know, and are the Jets smart for doing it? I don't think you're ever smart for having a quarterback guide you in that way. I get if you get him a guy like the Packers got him Cobb or something, but when you're flipping out those for those, it's kind of I'll take Elijah Moore though, if they want to flip him out to us for like a later round pick at this point. I'm on board with that. Sign me up. Samuel, thank you for the donation, though. Thaddeus Sexton, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you, Thaddeus. Says, love your streams. Keep on grinding. What players do you think the Seahawks should take with our top 4 picks? Well, thank you so much for the donation and appreciate the support and you watching, Thaddeus, most of all. So thanks for watching, brother. What do I think the Seahawks should take with their 4 picks? Well, obviously trading back would be something I'd like to do here, Thaddeus, where I'm not necessarily picking in my native selection. If the character concerns are cleared out enough with Carter for Schneider, then I would take him. If they're not, and you have Anderson available, I would take Anderson. If Anderson's off the board and the character concerns are not clear with Carter, then I would move back in the first round a little bit if I can move back, because then there's a quarterback some team would probably come up there and go get. Then I would probably do like a Cansey, Brian Breezy in the first round combination kind of thing. Come back in the second round looking to get Dan Henley and John Michael Schmitz would be 2 guys I would like to come out of that second round with. And then at that point, I've addressed the defensive line in a major way. I've got my middle linebacker in play, especially if, God forbid, we signed Bobby here today. And then I've also done a little bit to reinforce the offensive line with the first 4 picks. So I would like to kind of attack it, I think, with that style, Thaddeus, where if not the first 2 guys being defensive linemen, then you somewhere in those first 4 picks, you're looking to get 2 defensive linemen out of there. I think you got to kind of commit to doing that a little bit because the talent does really drop off as you get into round 3, 4, 5, if you're going to try to wait and go that other route with it, But that'd be my 4 for you on that one. Thank you though. That is for the $10 donation. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Thoughts on Dre'Mont Jones signing? How does he fit? Thoughts on the price tag? Significant upgrade over the 2022 guys? It looks like Randall had double posted on you or something, or maybe just kind of tripped out a little bit there. He's a guy coming out in college that wasn't necessarily an uber level tester. He had really good production coming out of college, excellent production, Randall, coming out of college. But he wasn't hyper elite with first step quickness or whatnot or any of that. I think he's a guy that's a little more football fast than he is a tester fast guy. He's a little light. So he's going to rely upon Randall really trying to get by you with a lot of quickness and speed most of the time. High effort player, a guy that's very good at hand fighting. He's got a variety of moves that he can call upon and utilize. He's got a long arm ball rush that's really effective. So he has a moderate amount of power that he can bring on top of being a real quickness guy. He's not a plus power guy from the defensive tackle position. So, he can get essentially at times locked up a little bit by offensive linemen. If he can't kind of beat him with that quickness and they get their hands on him, it can kind of be a little bit over at times. But he's going to play hard. He's every snap giving you everything he's got. He chases down plays. He's very good instinctually and going in the right direction post snap. In this world where there's a lot of eye candy and guys going this way and guys going that way, he tends to flow to the right direction post snap where you want him to go. So he's a good all around player, Randall. There's not necessarily just a pure pass rusher with some this. He's also only 26 years old. So there is still a little bit of that upside there that's there with him where, maybe he's still a little bit left there. He's not completely the finished point. He's not at his prime necessarily. Maybe there's not a lot left there, but maybe just a little bit still left there. But a useful player in this rotation. The price is significant. You're probably not paying for the price for what you get necessarily to the production of this, but this is what the modern 2023 offseason prices are, Randall, as far as this is the going rate. You weren't going to get anything cheaper. You looked at Zach Allen, who they were trying to get both Zach Allen and this guy, and Allen went for $15 million a year. So the prices for guys at this age that are up and coming, that have their production background like these 2 guys do, that's going to be what's going to cost you to get this. You need this as part of your rotation, and he's a good body to add in with the rest. And you're flipping him out for Shelby Harris being a guy now into his 30s, getting to be older, starting to break down, injury coming up a little bit more. It's a good flip out. It's a good exchange. I look at it as, Randall, you've not completely added a lot to this defensive line yet, but you flipped out Shelby for Dre'Mont Jones. You flipped out Quenton Jefferson for Jarran Reed. So you've at least moderately improved both of those 2 positions. There is still more yet to be done, admittedly, but you've at least been able to pull that off. Jay Stern with a $2 donation. Do you think Tyree Wilson at 5 would be a reach? No, I don't think it would be a reach. I don't know if it would be it's not going to be a super exciting move as far as, making you feel like, woo, here we go. But it would be fine to take him at 5. Some people think the Cardinals might take him up at 3. So, he's got the talent there. It's not as good a pick at 5 that you've got in recent years, Chase, but we can't change the nature of this draft. The draft is what it is at that point. And if you can't move back, that option isn't there to be had at that point. You just got to take who is the best guy on your board. And Wilson could very well be that guy for us at that point. It wouldn't shock me if they decided that was the guy at that point. I think he certainly has separated himself from Miles Murphy, and he'd be that next guy up. That'd be the place you'd be due to be picking him then at that spot for where he lands. Thank you though for the donation, Chase. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for all the donos tonight on the chat. Says, I followed Russ to Denver. I've seen Dre'Mont Jones play defense. He's nothing special, believe me. Well, he's not going to be a guy, as I said, that's going to be necessarily fit to the $17 million a year you're paying him, that you'd expect this guy to be some game wrecker like force. But is he a lot like a guy that you got from Uchenna Nwosu last year? Yeah. And if you stack a defense up on the defensive line, a lot of Uchenna Nwosu type players and their ability, I'm going to show you one of the better defensive lines in all of football. Do you have the star power at that point? No, maybe not. But do you need the star power? I mean, maybe that's a bit more of the question. I don't think you necessarily absolutely have to have that to make a defense great or a defense, let's say, top 10. But he was a really good piece of that Denver Bronco defense and helping them play as well as they did last year. And I thought the tape that I've watched on him initially, Garth, he's been pretty impressive off the All-22 that I've been checking out of Dre'Mont, just to kind of get a little bit of a deeper initial look. I'll probably do a deep dive tape study on him at some point here. But I liked what I've seen from him so far. Good player. Young, too. Lethal Lance, thank you for the $2 donation, Lethal. He says, if we draft Will Anderson, do we still extend Nwosu? No, I wouldn't think that you probably would at that point, Lethal. I think that you'd probably play him out the final season of this year, and then you would let him probably then walk in free agency. I would imagine at this point with the cost and the prices going where they are, he could get upwards of $16, $17 million on the open market a year. I don't think that Seattle's going to look to sign him to that kind of contract if they're sitting on a cheap Boye Mafe and a relatively cheap Will Anderson. So likely that he plays out the final year of his career here final year in Seattle here, and before he goes to free agency. I can't see it necessarily doing that unless the team, Lethal Lance, just wants to commit to really buffing up the defensive line in a way that's so substantial that they want the depth there. They want the guy they're going to call upon and be able to not drop a lick from the starter or drop much of a lick from the starter to the backup. But I just think that it would probably play out where he eventually just goes at the end of the day. Jonah the Whale says, yes, thank you, Brando. That is exactly what I've been telling everybody Anderson reminds me of. Charles Haley of the 40-Winers and Dallas Cowgirls. Laughing out loud. It jumped out to me. I was trying to think of the comp for a very long period of time after I watched the tape on him. It was one of those things, you get old now and you'll be reminded of players in any sport. And then you go, God, that guy reminds me of somebody. And you sit there and you bang your head and you're like, he reminds me of somebody. Who is it that I've seen somebody that I've seen a lot of that he reminds me of, not just passing. And when I finally clicked in and I was like, it's Charles Haley. Anderson's Charles Haley. And I went back, and if you go and you watch the tape on Haley, watch how they move, watch their running style, their running gait, the way they get to the quarterback. Just so many similarities between those two guys. Yeah, I think he's definitely Charles Haley 2.0. Jack says, thoughts on Christian Gonzalez as an option? You take the best cornerback in a given draft, number 5 at that point, Jack. It's not an insane way to go. That's not insane, and especially in this kind of draft, Jack, where there aren't a lot of certainties even up at the top at number 5. Somebody was just asking me a second ago about Chase was asking me about Tyree Wilson, and you go, okay, yeah, Tyree Wilson's a good solid player, but do I think Christian Gonzalez is going to be a lot safer player than Tyree Wilson as far as knowing what I'm going to get from him? I mean, there might be more of an upside to Tyree, but there's certainly a higher floor, I think, to Christian Gonzalez. And I think he's one of the cleaner cornerback prospects in a draft that's full of really good cornerback prospects. The problem I would have with the Jack and taking him would not necessarily be the player itself, but the fact that that is the deepest positional group in this draft, and you could certainly get still a highly talented cornerback later on versus you could be picking for another position here higher that you're not going to be able to find later on. And I know that moves us out of best player available kind of in our outlook of things, but also not, because like I say with Tyree, you're also looking at his upside maybe being a little bit higher potentially than where Gonzalez is as a player. I think it's a good debate about what is the value there. In this given year especially, what's the best value there? JL says, Hawks Nest, what are your thoughts on JL Skinner as far as fitting our scheme? I don't believe that he's a scheme fit at all, JL. He's a really good player. He's really exciting. If you were running the 4-3 under defense from 10 years prior back, that was running cover 3 a predominant amount of the time and had your strong safety up in the box as we had Cam Chancellor, JL Skinner would be a great pick. But you don't run that defense in that fashion anymore. And you need your guy to be hyper athletic out there at the strong safety position, which is just not JL Skinner's game necessarily. He can hit guys. He's a box safety, but you're not going to ask him to do free safety stuff like play single high or even have him in cover 2 a large amount of the time, I would say. So I like JL, but I don't know that he really does fit this scheme. Chris Hickok, thoughts on Yaya Diabli? I don't know him on that one. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to look him up. I'll write down the name. Yaya Diabli. I'll take a look at him. Ethan says, wait, Brandon, did we ever hear what Jerry's thoughts on Zeke no longer being America's team? Must be a sad day. I'm going to tell you a sad day. It is a sad day. Sad day for the Cowboys. Sad day for America's team. Sad day for America. All right? Zeke is one of the best backs of all time here in Dallas, okay? Okay, he's not Herschel. Okay, he's not Herschel, all right? He's not Tony Dorsett, okay? He's not that either. He's one of the better ones, though. My problem with Zeke here is we gave him that money, and that boy went down to Cabo, and he never came back. You know what I mean? Okay? We can never get him back. And I swear to God, he got 5 pounds on him every single season. Lost himself a half a step every year and gave himself 5 pounds. That's not what Dallas Cowboy does. Dallas Cowboy's going to work. Dallas Cowboy's going to put in that work. He goes down to Cabo, he's going to be running sand. He's not going to be drinking pina coladas with senoritas. You understand what I'm saying? He's not good enough to be Dallas Cowboys no more, but that's okay. So we're about to find ourselves the next great running back in Cowboy history. I ain't going to have to look too far either, okay? We're going to go get ourselves Bijan Robinson, okay? I'm going to get the best back of this draft because that's what the Cowboys do. We get the best back of every draft. I like running backs. That's what Jerry does. Megan says, need some Cassell B, but I'm not expecting much. I'm feeling so I don't even know. Well, today, folks, we've got the opening today of free agency, a fan base on the edge of their seat with bated breath, waiting for the signings to come down like a conveyor belt. But instead, we find ourselves isolated in the back of the room, waiting, holding out hope without reservation that our Seattle Seahawks will make a move. By God, do something. Or find ourselves at the end of this free agent period with money to spend, but no players in the bank. Certainly would be a worst case scenario, and one that I cannot even begin to rectify in my mind. Seahawks Gaming, who is my comparison on Tyree Wilson? I see Tyree Wilson as Julius Peppers minus 20 pounds. Julius Peppers minus 20 pounds. Michael says, I hope we get Anderson too. We already got 2 guys capable of being good inside. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. ADL, the Hawks Nest, can you give me one name in the draft, regardless of position or our ability to draft him, who you think will make an all-pro team in their career? Ooh. Great question, ADL. All pro in their career, huh? What a fantastic question. I'm thinking ADL. I'm thinking all pros. You got to be like the best to get to all pro. I think that Darnell Wright has a chance to get there. Tennessee right tackle. Bijan Robinson, I think, has a chance to get to the all-pro team this year. I wouldn't be surprised if either of those two guys eventually get there. Defensively, obviously, if Carter checks out cleanly, he's going to probably get himself to an all-pro if he can get on the field. That would be about it. I don't think there's a lot of other all-pros on this that I see on this. Christian Gonzalez, maybe an outside chance. I like his talent, so he's got the talent to be there and get there. That's another guy that could. I think Sidney Brown's another guy that interests me. He'll go a second round, but he's a guy that I'm just very, very, very interested as far as his upside goes. There's a couple guys, I guess, ADL. We're saying financial. What do we think the deal is with Bobby? Haggling over price? No doubt. The other problem with this, remember, Wotang, is that he's his own agent. And when you are your own agent, it's going to make deals harder to get done, you know. And Schneider has pointed to that specifically at times with players being their own agents. SBZ says, we seem to be making late moves this year. I'm okay with it. I'm good with what they've done so far. We didn't need to necessarily jump into the first waters with this one, but I'm okay with it. Garth9, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando, who is the comp for a player who can't be mentioned? I'm sure you said before, but I've forgotten. No, it's all good. No worries on that. Thank you for another donation, man. I appreciate all the donos. My clear comp for Carter is going to be Tez. I think I went back and watched Tez tape after watching Carter. It jumped out to me initially. It jumped out to me after going back and watching Tez's tape. I think they're very, very similar in how they win and what they do at the line of scrimmage, in the combination of their abilities, quickness with power, good size. So I would go Kennedy pretty purely on that one, Garth. Pretty purely. Connor Oshwagler, thank you for the double donation today, Connor, and another $5 donation coming in. He says, I found out that Jarran Reed has one of the quickest get-offs for all interior linemen at 0.94 seconds. Does that show on tape? Even quicker than Dre'Mont Jones at 0.97 seconds. Well, you know, when you're getting to that small of a difference of a degree, it's almost imperceptible, trying to figure out who's getting a little bit faster on that out of the stance a little bit. Not quite, Connor. I think this is a little bit of the issue that's been at play with Jarran when he was transitioning now from the 1-tech to more of a 3-tech role, is that in theory on paper, he's able to do the 3-tech stuff and look wonderful doing it, but not quite what you normally look for at 3-tech with the quickness stuff, with the natural win with leverage. There are some snaps where that shows up. And if you look at Connor, even some of the highlights I got off of the tape last night on my breakdown video of him, you can see some of those moments where it will look like that. But I don't think he's always consistently that quick out of his stance, you know? And there's some guys who have that quickness, but they just don't have the reaction to the ball being snapped to go with that measure of quickness, which it all kind of goes together in determining a player who's really quick off of the ball. He's not slow, but yeah, he still is at the end of the day. I'd say that's a little bit of a misnomer, that 0.94 seconds. He's good, but it's not like, you know, elite Aaron Donald-esque, so to speak. Thank you though, Connor, for the donation. Appreciate you. Thank you, Young Bido Game, for reminding me of that too. Please hit the like button if you guys like what you're listening to today. I really do appreciate it. Garth Knight says, Brando, I've been watching your streams for a good spell, and I can't get over how much that orange cat adds to the streams. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. She likes hanging out, too. She likes being with you guys. She loves talking football. Ryan says, what's up, Brandon? Just joined. Are you taking this Diggs Slay recruiting serious? I think he's trying. I don't know how much that's moving the needle with the front office or with Slay, if he's got a better offer out there. But Diggs is doing everything he can, man. He's trying to sell like a used car salesman on a lot where he's about to get evicted out of the lot. He's got to move all of his merchandise in one day. Diggs is out there. Everything must go. He's trying. God bless him. He's trying. Gina says, I think Bobby's salty about Seahawks sweeping him. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Probably salty about the release, as much as anything. He's probably salty about that. Michael says, yeah, I love cats. I'm definitely turned into a crazy cat person the last couple of years. I've got 4, so I'm serious. Well, I got 2, so I've become that as well. It happens, man. It happens to the best of us. Grug says, who's your brother? That'd be Robert Pennington when he comes on the chat. He's disappeared all of a sudden, but he's got a young baby, so he's got dad duties kicking in right now. Beezy says, Ravens placing a low tender on Tyler Huntley. Team would get no compensation if he signs elsewhere. Thoughts? You probably don't have any money to spend any extra on a quarterback at this point, Beezy. Even if you're talking about, a 2-year, $8 million deal. What you're paying to Geno right now, you don't want to be paying another contract on top of that. You'd really like to go cheap at the quarterback to go alongside Geno's deal at this point to really maximize out those savings to build up the rest of the team. So I don't think Huntley is, BZ, go Dorian Thompson-Robinson in the 4th round. To me, that's maybe even a better version than what Huntley is, and I don't have to spend the money on it at that point. I do love my cat. Young Battle Game. Good girl. Let's get her up here. Cuddle time. You guys make me want to cuddle my cat here. Yeah, I know. It's cuddle time. Make me feel better about the fact we haven't signed anybody yet. Make me feel better about it. Yeah, make me feel better about it. I know. Tell me about it. I know. That's what I'm saying. Bobby's going to sign with Miami? Is this breaking news? Irish Seahawk has Tyree Wilson as Simeon Rice. I like that comp. It's a good comp. Yeah, you like that comp too, don't you? Megan says, Hawk's Nest, is it just me or is Pumpkin cleaning herself to be ready when Bobby comes home to us? She is. She wants to look good for him. That's all. She wants to look at her best. Say hi to everybody. Kyle Mulkey says, Slade to the Seahawks is heating up. I've seen 4 to 5 people already talking about it. Slade and his wife putting the eye emojis on some comments saying Seattle. Ooh, look out. Well, maybe if we move out of Bobby, at least we'll be out with Darius Slay, I guess. Jeez, Kyle. Top Bill went off on you, huh? Holy golly. He gets probably a little triggered out there just a tiny bit at times. Just a tiny bit. I'm sorry to hear that, though, Kyle. That sucks. Where are you going? What are you up to? What are you up to right now? I was trying. Ender B, who would you take at 5? Miles Murphy or Wilson? I'd go with Wilson. I like Murphy, but I don't like him in the top 10. I like Darnell Washington space. I do. He's my number 1 tight end in the draft. I got a first-round grade on him. Nick says, I have done a few drafts where I trade down and get Peter Skoronski with the idea of him playing guard and then getting Kancey at 20. Love it, Nick. Wonderful. Smart draft. You know, we need to get better on the trenches, and if we do so with our first 2 picks, that'd be great. And to get back on Skoronski, I think he's going to probably come out of this draft as the best, especially for him being as much a scheme fit guard-wise, because Osiris Torrance and Avila are good guards, but they're not the most mobile guys from an athletic standpoint, whereas you would get that with Skoronski. He would provide you that. So, come out of the draft with the best guard at that point, trading back. Not the worst way to go. Not at all. Denzel Perryman to the Texans. Yeesh. Middle linebacker is getting very, very lean. Super lean. Super lean. Jackson's DJ Fluker looks trim. Should we bring him back? Oh, man, Jack. He's got to be older than dirt at this point. He's got to be old. Garth says Cowboys don't deserve Bijan, but they'll probably give him. It ain't about deserve, Garth. All right? This is Jerry Jones talking to you right now, okay? Cowboys don't need to deserve anything, all right? We're giving. That's what happens when you're the best of the best ever, okay? That's what happens when you're best NFL team. That's what happens when you're America's team, okay, Garth? That's how that works. You better believe we deserve him. He's a Texas boy, born and raised. He's going to be a Texas man as a Dallas Cowboy. So you guys work that through your head a little bit. You all don't get our players out here, okay? We get our players. You just need to put a big old circle around Texas. That's ours, okay? That's the way that works. Oh, he's visiting the Texans. Jack says Julius Peppers. Wow, that's a good comp. I think it's on point with him. And I will say, Jack, Peppers was different because Peppers was legit 295, moving the same way Tyree Wilson moves at 275. But take off the 20 pounds and what Peppers gives you with that 20 pounds, and I think that's what you get from Tyree Wilson. Donnie Pearson at the Hawks Nest. Hello, Brandon and all. I hope everyone is well this evening. Yes, I did update my profile pic with anticipation of Netflix upcoming Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always. All right, they're coming out the Netflix movie on Power Rangers. There we go. Come on, be nice. Don't be mean. Don't be mean, your sister. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. I'm watching you. She's getting feisty. Look out. Hongwoo Lee, Maze, and Ika play the same spots. They're both zero tech nose tackles. Both of them are zero. Hey, come on. Stop. She's got her blood up. Chewable Orb, Kenny Golladay worth a cheap pickup? I don't know, man. He fell the hell off the second he went to the New York Jets. He just doesn't seem to be very good. Kyle says, how do you think the professor would have taken the Russ drama and how it backfired on Denver and we ended up with the heist of the century? Hard to say with John on where he would have been with that one, to be honest with you. I think John probably would have said a little bit about be careful about going to a different place from where you started. You know, you lose protections, you lose the love. You know, you're in a little bit more of what have you done for me lately when you go to a different organization. And John would have seen that through the years historically speaking, I think. I think that he wouldn't have been completely out on thinking Wilson was cooked. I think he would have just said it was a bad opening situation. He probably would have put a lot of the blame on Hackett as a first-time coach. And gone that route with it, I think. John Wales says, ouch, Brando. Cortez Kennedy is my favorite all-time player, Seahawks. Now I want Carter a little more, laughing out loud. B, while I love Pumpkin, as you know, I'm forever grateful to you for making sure you had none of your hair on you when we met her last year at the Hawks Nest, which is saying something, Megan, because she leaves hair on me of just being even in another room. I don't even have to be in the same room with her and one of her hairs will land on me. Those suckers float. I couldn't do that to you, Megan, though. I couldn't get you into an allergy attack as we're trying to go in the stadium. Power Code just came back from school. What's going on, Brandon? Have our Hawks been quiet this year? Boy, yeah, they have. Of course, Carter's abysmal pro day and both of our running backs leaving doesn't help either, but hey, go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? It sucks, but maybe something's gonna happen soon. And we can make some huge move. Something's got to go down, right? Gar says, Brando, let's say 4 quarterbacks were taken in the first 4 and the Hawks have no trade partners at 5. Got to be Will, right? Got to be, Garth. I don't know how you pass on Will at that point. That would be just kind of too good. Unless there's a team that's just in love with Will, Garth, and they're just like, we want him so badly, we'll give you quarterback-like prices to go get him. BPA, as Lethal Lance says. Casey McCracken says, Wags will make more money in retirement in Slug City, plus Super Bowl, plus Ring of Honor. Let's go. Come back, Bobby. Stop flirting with these other teams. They don't love you like we love you. I know last year was rough. I know we let you go without calling you. Let's put that in the past. Let's move forward. Let's make one more Super Bowl run. Come on, B-Wags. Max says, we are having a silent free agent today. Seems like Diggs is shaking on his recruiting today. He's trying. Slacking. He's trying, Max. He's doing what he can out there. It's just he's not making any headway yet. Max also with a $2 donation. Thank you. Appreciate that, Max. So still have a feeling John will draft Nolan, linebacker. It would be a very Schneider pick to take Nolan Smith. Very, very much would be a very John Schneider-like pick to do that. So I could see it. I could certainly see it. Wayne G says D. Slay wants to be on DK's side. He doesn't want to be lined up against him anymore. Big facts, Wayne. Those are some big facts you're bringing on that. JL says, Hawks Nest, maybe this is the year we get younger, faster, stronger through the draft, and next year we go ham on the free agents. Could be. You'll be able to get out from under a couple of deals a little more easier next year if you really want to free up money, not to mention you're already sitting on about $100 million of free space as it stands right now. So that being the case, that could work. What, you want to come up again? Well, come up. But I'm on the mic, so. Okay. I understand, kitty. I got it. You're completely clear on all of this at this point. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, I bet Jerry believes Seattle is part of Texas, just the Canadian Texas. Yeah, it's just, I just northern, I can't, it's hard to do with a cat in my hand. Just northern tip. Is that Maine? All right. It's the northern itty bitty end tip. We call that the northern panhandle of Texas, is what Washington is. It's the northern panhandle. Miami's trying too hard. Miami's always trying too hard. Jack says, I'd take Julius Peppers at 5. Yeah. That's why it makes sense that they end up going for him on that point. You're loud all of a sudden, Kitty. Donnie Pearson, it's 5 weeks away, 55-minute special. Okay. Sounds interesting. Yeah, rest in peace, the professor. Rest in peace. Rodney says, I'm sure you saw the Carter video. Your thoughts? I say if he's available in the fifth fifth round, take him. I've got my thoughts on him, Rodney. Just check out the first 10 minutes of the stream today. I put a good 10 minutes on Jalen Carter, my thoughts, my views. I'll post up this this deal here. So I'll kind of run this as a scroller beneath me here a little bit, but I did good 10 minutes on my thoughts on him, so I'm kind of not going to expand on him, but I dived into it in the first 10 minutes. Madison staying with the Vikings. Okay. CJ Kurtzman, Brandon, best thing you've eaten at a Hawks game? I wasn't really big on the food there. Dogs are okay. I like the popcorn. I'm a popcorn guy, so I like that fresh popcorn. I know it's not fancy or whatever, but it does the trick for me when I'm watching the game. I just like you just kind of keep eating it as you're going. Helps out with the nervous energy as you're kind of, there in the seat going through the game. Do 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 do. But Cardiac, I could see Wagner as a TV host. I could see that. I don't know what he's going to do post-football. It'll be interesting to see where he goes. Wayne G says B-Wags wants a public apology from Pete and John before he signs. It'd be kind of funny if they do sign him and then the start of the press conference, like Schneider's got to stand up and be like a kid that's been, like the teacher's giving him in trouble and so now he's got embarrassed in front of the class. And he's like, I need to start this conference off by making a direct apology to Bobby. I was a stupid head and a dumb in that I released him last year and I must have been just insane. In fact, we should probably test and see if I'm not mentally insane. I was like reading the paper that Bobby's had him write, I'm probably mentally insane and didn't deserve to even be a general manager anymore. But luckily, Bobby and all of his dignity and grace has decided to forgive us and grace us back again with his presence. I could see it, Wayne. It's the last hold up on the deal, man. It's the last domino holding this whole stack up. Jonas says, as much as I would want Will Anderson, a.k.a. Charles Haley, I couldn't pass up a chance to have another coach as Kennedy. You see this, you can see where this is how my brain's broken it down that same way, Jonah, right? Not that you don't like Charles Haley. You just like Tez a little bit more. And you know what? I feel that. Jonas says, I love Bobby, but if there's a choice right now for the team between Bobby and Slay, man, I got to go with Slay. Could you imagine having Slay back there with the Avatar and the Red Mamba and the Prez? It's good, but Jonah, you can go find other cornerbacks that might give you a little bit of close to what you get from Slay right now. I don't know if you can find other middle linebackers out there as much because of how thin it is as a draft. Let's remember with this, Jonah, that the deepest positional group in the draft is cornerback. That's not just my opinion. Anybody that's looked at this draft basically from a talking head standpoint, a pundit standpoint, will tell you the cornerbacks are the strongest part of this draft. So it's the best move to do in a draft where there's so many strong cornerbacks to spend a lot of money at the cornerback position, especially missing out on a middle linebacker, which is one of the weakest positions in this draft. I don't know. McCardiac, Gardner Johnson for a slot defensive back. Boy, you'd have to pay him top of the market to do just that. I don't know. I don't know. Ed Armitage, dream 3 first picks. Cansey, Breezy, Mozzie Smith. That'd be great. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, man. Thank you for all the donations, brother. Appreciate you. Says Brando, I think the Orange Cat senses a disturbance in the draft. Many scouts crying out and suddenly silenced. It was though I heard 10 million voices cry out and then they were silenced. Master Kenobi, what's the problem? I sense a disturbance in the force. Not a bad Alex Guinness. Wasn't that Guinness? That was Guinness, right? I can't do the garlic fries for the after effects. I feel like I'm literally breathing like fire if I talk. And if anybody within a 15-foot measurement of me is going to turn away and turn up their nose. Yeah, Megan, I'm glad you're with the popcorn too. That's what I was feeling in there. Football God says, I just subscribed and I liked the video. Thank you, Football God, for doing so. You're a God amongst men. Bacardiac says, does Frank Clark fit our new defensive scheme? Might get a deal on him with so many defensive ends in the draft. No, he's a pure 4-3 defensive end. He's not a stand-up outside tech. He doesn't have the quickness that you would tend to like for a guy rocking the wide 9 technique. You want him closer inside where he can utilize some of the power. Rob, we had a request of you of what your first 3 picks would be. They want to know what the brother of Cain would prefer for the first 3 picks in the draft. So you're going to have to pump that up. Reggie White's hump move was another one I was thinking of, Rob, as my favorite moves of all time. Reggie White, of course, would come off the line of scrimmage. If he was rushing from the left side, he would then bring his right arm up and he'd pull it back as just before he's about to have contact with the offensive lineman. And he'd load it up and then he'd bring it up in one full force and one full force rip right up into the offensive lineman and literally send 300-pound men flying. It was a tremendous move. Nobody's ever been able to replicate Reggie White's hump move the way he did. I've never seen, which is just shows you how freakish he was with his power to be able to pull it off. Deatel says, apologize to Wagner for what? Not paying him $15 million to get burned in coverage every play. Sorry. Jesus. God dang. No, I was referring to the fact that they cut him without calling him first. You know, he essentially had to find out by the, the press or whatever. And then he was also willing to restructure and they weren't willing to do so. So if they were to come back and bring, or not, I guess, I don't know. Trying to make a joke day, try to keep things a little bit light, light and airy. Nick Guzman, Cottrell Clark in the 4th round. I haven't had a chance to take a look at him, but I will check him out. Tommy says, did I see Largent was on Wyman and Bob today? No, I didn't. I'll check out that interview, though. I shall check it out. Garth says, Brando, I got to take Haley over Cortez. Just one Dickwad's opinion. It's all good, man. Hey, you're getting a great player regardless, Garth. At the end of the day, that's the most important part of that pick, is that you're getting a great player. So I'd be happy with either or. Hang Woodley says, John said he didn't talk to Wagner because he was his own agent. That's why you have to have an agent to say it was a mutual agreement in that case. I mean, he could have just called out to him, Hung Woo, and said, we're going to be releasing you. Right? The guy's been with you for 10 years. He's been part of your greatest teams. You give him a simple call to say, hey, we're doing this. Megan says, another crappy impression B. Sir Alex is rolling in his grave, my dude. I thought it was all right. Hang Woo, Thule's good. He was productive without a lack of talent in the USC defense. I like Thule. One of my favorite edges in the 2nd round. One of my faves. CJ, I personally think defensive back should be near the least of our worries. Diggs, Adams, and Neal back. Still developing Frank, Woolen, Kobe Bryant, underrated, Mike Jackson, even Trey. I'm with you, CJ. It's not a big priority for me either at this point. There's other things on this team we got to deal with, in my opinion. Say nothing of all the value we find in the later parts of the draft at corner. Megan says, the Brotherhood of Cain sounds like a Sith Order B. Hawks Nest. Indeed it does. It is dark. It is dark, and you shall not stare directly at it, for you may be sucked in. You may be sucked in to the brotherhood of the cane. Dad tells us Julio Jones looked good at times last year, better than Goodwin. Maybe. He's getting old. He's getting up there a bit. Ryan Neal will be playing linebacker at this rate. He might be. Connor Oshwaglager. Connor, I'm just going to go Connor because your last name bumbles my mouth up a little bit. Who are my favorite 3 Seahawks of all time? I would go with Steve Largent is my number 1 by far. My number 2. Number 2 would probably be I'll go kind of boring with this one. I'll go Steve Largent, Walter Jones, and Cortez. Those are my 3. Pretty safe choices. I'm not going outside the box on that one, admittedly, but they're the true answer. Micah says, I've been monitoring the WBC since the start, and I've got to say Julio's a bit underwhelming. I don't know if I should be worried or not. I'm not going to be super worried about it. We'll wait till we get to games, and if it's continuing at that point, then we get worried. Luckily, at least, Kelnick's continuing to tear the cover off the ball. Tommy, you may have answered this, but what do you think about moving Bryant to the outside opposite Woolen? It's his natural position and gives us the Sherman Browner vibe. Good cornerback draft for nickel. It's a great cornerback draft for nickel, Tommy. I mean, you can get him in a variety of different places in this draft, I think. I like your idea. I think it's kind of ideal. I know that he had a relatively successful season considering with Bryant, it's his first year in the slot. And he at least showed you some flashes in there, which he had never played it before, which was great. But I do think his best spot is on the outside. And I think at 6'1", he's probably a little bit taller than you would normally like for the slot corner role. But yeah, I think there's a lot of guys in this draft, including guys that stands out to me about this draft is that when you look at addressing the slot and upgrading the slot is you could kind of do a 2 birds, 1 stone. You upgrade the slot position for a guy who immediately can come in and play in that starting slot role. And then later on, you can see that guy moving to the strong safety position if you want to move from Jamal a year or 2 from now. And so now you've got a pathway also for him to another position where you're able to get even more out of him at that point. So I do like the thought process of doing that, Tommy. And I do think that they tried to I think they had to kind of make do with Bryant there last year at the position rather than that truly being the intended plan for him when they drafted him. And so, yeah, let's go the other route with it. Love some of your guys' mentions here on your all-time Hawks. Some great names. Yeah, they're all safe choices, Megan. They're good choices. Dylan Stalling says, what does tendering a player actually mean? What it means is this. When it tends to be this, it's meant usually with the restricted tag, which is lesser than the franchise tag, but technically you're tendering them the franchise tag too. So even that's applied with this. But for just for kind of to take out some of the terminology of this, Dylan, and bring it down to kind of simple terms, tendering is essentially you have a guy who is through the first rookie contract of 3 years. So they've played their first 3 years in the NFL. Now they're through the fourth. They're onto the 4th year of their deal, but that does not make them a pure free agent at that point. They have the team has the kind of right of first refusal to put a tendered tag, to tender them with a restricted tag, meaning that a team can sign them and they can match it, or put a tender tag where a team can't even sign them and it's just their player, but they are tendering them to basically keep them under their control at that point, which is the bottom line. So it's a 1-year deal. After you do tender the rookie, after he gets through his first 3 years, then you tender him on the 4th year. Then by year 5, he's a free agent. So, boom, boom, boom. but it's for Dylan, those players that aren't selected in that first round. Because when you're selected second, third, fourth round, you're on a 3-year contract. You get through the third year, then you get tendered, final year of the contract, then you're a free agent after 4 years. Big Country, the Hutch poison pill haunts me for life. Yeah, me too. That was such a brutal. Never seen it in the NFL before, never will see it again kind of thing. Justin says, gotta be Bobby. Those old heads couldn't bring us a trophy. Well, there you go. Bobby didn't do it on his own either, though. He had himself some help as well. Garth says Walter's boring. Yeah, it's not an exciting list. I'll give you that. It's not an exciting one. Deja says no one out. No, notice how no one said Russ. I don't think he's going to be on the top 3 of a lot of people going forward. I don't think so. Greg Kemp says Brandon and Kobe only had 30-inch arms, which is why he's not playing outside and he plays on the same side as Tariq. Indeed, at college, he did play on the same side as Tariq. I don't know if that means he can't play on the outside at the pro level, and the 30-inch arms are problematic. They are nonetheless. I don't know, though, that he's going to be an upper-level guy on the inside either within that. I don't know that he turns into one of the better slot corners in the league from in that point. I think there's a little bit of a holding on from dear life on the inside, but it's a good point. It's a good point. Megan B., what are the kinds of free agents and the differences in them? There's 3 main free agents. Well, let's keep it simple here, Megan. There's 3 basic free agents. There's the street free agent who can sign with anybody, who's gotten to the end of his contract and the team has no club control over him and he's out there and they didn't want to franchise him. You have the franchise player that you have to give up 2 first-round picks for, which is a different kind of guy, right? Who's not street free agent per se. You have the restricted free agents that might have a second round tender on them, let's say, or right of first refusal tender put on them to where the team can match whatever contract they're signed out on the open market, where there's technically somewhat under the club control, but another team can sign them, but the other team that signs them is not going to have to give up 2 first-round picks to get them. Those are kind of the main different free agents, Megan, is those 3. Street, franchise, restricted, tendered are the iterations that they sort of come in. Garth, I like Stone Cold movie, man. I think that's actually an underrated movie. Then we got what's his face was the bad guy in that movie too. Guy that does plays the heavy in a lot of movies. Bacardiac says Melvin Ingram for outside linebacker, maybe rotational with Nwosu. Maybe. Boy, is he getting old, Bacardiac. He's definitely. But you're talking about put him into Bruce Irvin kind of role. Number of snaps, he's not out there a lot. Boy, he's getting up there. He's getting up there just a little bit, in my opinion. Lance Hendrickson, that's it, Garth. Lance Hendrickson was in that. And he's one of those character actors that makes any movie he's in better. He always did. We're kind of missing that now in Hollywood, is the character actors that are in everything, but, we don't have as many of those guys. Kind of just the glue in the movies. The glue. Jadon London says, what do you think about Brian Branch? His name sounds like a future Hall of Famer. I think he would be excellent in Seattle. Branch has got as impressive a tape as much as anybody, I think, in this draft overall, Jadon. I think he's a top 10 player in this draft. I think the big thing that holds him back as much as anything is just size. 6 foot tall, 190. You worry a little bit about that from that standpoint of things. He would be I was just talking about, Jadon, a guy that you bring in and you have as your slot guy that eventually transitions to strong safety long-term if you want to move off from Jamal Adams a year from now. And Branch would be the epitome of that in providing you that kind of player in that way. So if you were to bring in Branch and do that with him, it'd be tremendous. I think he's the best tackling cornerback in this draft as well. So, you're getting a lot from him. He's twitchy. He's instinctive. He flies around. He can pick a ball off. So he's got some hands in coverage too and what he brings. I think he's a very well-rounded player, Jadon. And as I said, I think he's a top 10 player in this draft. Weston Baylor, Hawksnest, I just got to work and tuned into the stream. How are we doing tonight? Also, what do you think it'll cost to bring in Clowney? Clowney's probably not going to cost you but like a 2-year, $16 million deal or a 1 year at $7. Something in that territory of things, I would say. We're doing good tonight. Doing great, man. Having some great discussion regarding free agency. I think we all would love to see a deal come down Weston, but everybody's being pretty patient, which is good to see. And so there's overall doing well, but that'd probably be about the cost. You'd like to get maybe a 2-year deal so you could lower it down a little bit, but he might be wanting to do just a prove it deal to go back onto the market next year and just kind of come to a place that he does know. Saint Larnix. I'm just going to call you Saint on this, my guy. I love JL Skinner. Do you think that he works within what you need with the hyper athletic safeties in this new scheme? Or doesn't he kind of more fit to what you used to run with the safety position, being that you want to move a guy into the box and have him being around the line of scrimmage? Consumer 114, is Brandon off Jalen Carter yet? No. But I'm also sort of letting John Schneider make the assessment for me on this one. Just a little bit on that. I'll be right back, folks. All righty, ready. Let's take a look at let's see where we're at on the chat here real quick. Justin Rockstar, your take on Eckler and Thielen coming to Seattle? I'm not a big guy on Eckler myself, Justin. Thank you for the $2 donation. Eckler doesn't do a lot for me as a running back. I know he's a receiving back, and that would provide a component we don't really have on the team, but I don't really want to pay for that, and I don't think he doesn't give you much as really a runner to me, in my opinion, watching him through the years. I think he's very easily tackled, which I don't really like to have in my running backs. Thielen, on the other hand, I would be very much in favor of potentially bringing in Thielen. He can play all three wide receiver positions. He blocks. He's got great hands. He runs good routes. I don't think he would cost, premier Thielen prices of his prime. And he's been a really good player for the Vikings. So I certainly would be open to bringing in Thielen as a good backup option to DK and Tyler. But Eckler, I'm not big on Eckler. I can't do Eckler. Jonah the Whale, thank you for the $5 donation, Jonah. I do appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night tonight. Regardless of how this draft goes down, we are in such a good space right now. I will be happy with whatever we choose to do this year. Let's go, Seahawks. Well, thanks for saying that, Jonah, because I feel the same way. People ask me about a variety of different ways we could go in this draft, and I don't find myself married to one way or the other. It has to be all over here, or it has to be over here, and anything short of us doing this, and I'm going to lose my mind. Instead, I find myself kind of in the other camp, which is the camp that you talk about here, Jonah, where you go, rather than feel that way, I kind of feel like I'm going to feel good about a variety of different ways you go. You want to take Anthony Richardson if that's the pick? Great. You want to take Will Anderson at the pick? Great. You want to go with Tyree Wilson instead at that pick? Great. You want to move back 4 or 5 spots, take a Skoronski? Fantastic. There's a lot of different pathways they have, I think, to success in this draft. Part of the benefit of picking in the top 5, isn't it? So I'm with you at this point in this process. I look at the guys that'll be there. I look at the options ahead of your Seahawks. I look at having 4 picks in the first 52 selections. And I sit back and I put on my sunglasses and I sip on my iced tea and I go, I feel just fine. I feel just fine. But glad to hear you're in the same boat, Jonah. It's all good at this point, It's all gravy. Herman Gombos, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Says, love your content and analysis. I've seen you on Seahawks Brendan Nelson's channel. I enjoy your collabs. Keep up the great work and go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Herman. And thank you so much for that donation. Very kind of you to say as well. Brendan's been over there on his side, and he's been kicking butt and taking names this week. He was streaming right from the get-go at 9 in the morning. God bless him. He can get up much earlier than I can because I just cannot get to bed to get up that early. I tried last night and I couldn't do it. But there's a big reason why I do collab with Brendan on that, Herman. I love that he does put in the work. He knows his stuff. We're able to really get into the details of this type of stuff and get to the kind of the bottom line and a lot of our evaluation of what's going on with our Hawks at any given time. And I think it's been awesome for both of our channels to be able to kind of do this collab and have it as a weekly thing that we're able to do. So I look forward a lot to talking to him tomorrow and picking his brain on some of these signings and where his head is at on this free agent period. But I think the other thing we have in common with this is we both love what we do with this, Herman. So it makes it much easier to do this when you love it. And it'll be interesting to see where Brendan's at as far as his head is on some of these signings, especially if we don't do anything in the next day and it remains a little bit quiet. Just a little bit quiet. But thank you, Herman. Appreciate you, man. Carl Nerney, thank you for the $2 donation, Carl. Says, Eckler is a top passing back. I would pay anything. He's a good receiving back, no doubt about it, Carl. He is in that respect of things. And like I said, that's something that you don't have on the roster right now. I would not even try to debate that, that's for sure. Can I get that in the draft? Can I get that cheaper? Can I get that in other areas? I feel like I can without having to spend top dollar on it. And indeed, I think somebody said, Carl, he's coming in at like $12 million. I don't know if he really necessitates making that kind of swing for him. And let's take a look at his stats where he's been. So 107 receptions last year on 722 yards. So he catches the ball a lot, but he averages 6.7 yards per reception. he just doesn't do a whole lot for me. I wish I could get more excited with him, Carl. He just doesn't do, it's not a lot for me there with him on that. But Seattle supposedly is interested in him, so maybe we'll see them pull that trigger on that, Carl, nonetheless here at this point. Mm-hmm. Joe DBZ says at this point, would you still take Carter at 5 or Cansey or Breeze after trading back? My pick on the determination on the Carter pick for this one, Joe, I'm going to go to John Schneider for on this one. So I'll let John Schneider make the assessment. I don't like making the call on his character backgrounds without having all of the information that I believe Schneider is going to have in this case, Joe. And so whatever Schneider determines to be the rightful choice here, I'll go with it. If they pass by Carter, it says that his character didn't, pass the mustard. And if they pick him, then that means that it checked out. My bottom line is I'll let that be the kind of final point on it for me where I stand with Carter and how I look at him. Patriots signed James Robinson to a 2-year, $8 million deal. Interesting. It's a pretty good deal for Patriots. Carter says Darius Slayton would be a nice cheap pickup. He could be a good guy. Solid player. John the Whale, hey Brando, you heard this here? You heard this here first. Deion Henley from Washington State will be one of the best edge rushers coming out of this draft, regardless of who takes him. Edge rusher at 6'1"? You're confusing me on that one, Jonah. Deion Henley's not an edge rusher. He's a middle linebacker. Michael YT says, never mind, Brando. Julio ran 100 M to save a hit. He's back. 100 meters to save a hit. He's back. Okay. Had me worried for a second there. Greg says, Brandon, I agree. Slot isn't Kobe's best position, but you need his playmaking on the field, and I'd rather have a three-headed monster of Tariq, Kobe, and Darius rush, or another rookie on the outside versus Kobe on the bench. That's fair enough. I guess the only thing I'd counter to you on that, Greg, is if you have a guy that's a high upgrade for you at the slot. You know, where Kobe gives you the playmaking to take the ball away, but play in and play out, do I get a better tackler at the position? Do I get a better cover guy at the position? Do I get an overall better player at the position? And then I guess we get further down the road on that, Greg, is what's more important there, the consistency of the snap then, or the guy that gets you the turnovers here and there? I don't have a strong opinion about wanting to move Kobe off necessarily. It's just more of an ideal for me that to get him more to an outside. I think that's just, he will be, I think, at his strongest on the outside more than he's at his strongest in the slot. Though your point about the arm length is an important one. I harp on it a bunch, and I don't think it's something that's to be overlooked here either with his current arm length. Robert says, my bro knows me, called my picks exactly. I know my brother. I know my brother. McCardiac, if Davis Allen falls into the 6, would you draft him? Tight end from Clemson. Great strength and hands. I haven't had a chance to look at him, McCardiac. I don't know anything on him. I'm sorry. I'll try to take a look at him if I get a chance, though. But I don't think I've gotten to him quite yet. Not yet. But I will get a chance to take a look at him eventually here. I'm getting through the 4th, 5th rounders kind of spot in the draft right now. Weston Baylor, TheSeahawksNest. My dream finish to free agency would be Marquise Goodwin, Connor McGovern, and Donta Foreman. That'd be solid, Weston. I'd be with that. I'm with that. Guard9, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I appreciate you. Says, that's what I love about you, Brando. You read each message and apply the necessary brain power to satiate the sender while not making them seem a fool. No, I don't want to ever make anyone seem a fool on this, Garth, and I don't think of anyone as a fool. Even when I do disagree on stuff, and even if I get passionate about it, I do take for granted. I think it's something that is missing in these debates, because we sometimes get in a position or in discussions where we have disagreement, where it turns into a situation where one party's looking to just kind of dunk on the other. And I'm definitely never looking to dunk on anybody out here. I'll have a position, but I can respect the fact that there kind of are multiple ways, to slice this apple at times. And it's not always just fixed to one person's mode of thinking or one form of success, that there's a variety of different ways to do this. So no, I would never do that, Garth, but thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's kind of you to say. And yeah, I do try to, you got to apply the right power and the right discussion for the right points. That's for sure. That's for sure, man. Very kind of you, Garth. Thank you for all the donations too, brother. I do appreciate it. Megan at TheSeahawksNest came up on my Facebook memories that yesterday was a year since we first met on camera and spoke on Hoodie Jube's channel. Who knew what it would lead to? There you go, Megan. Years go by fast. Time's flying. Jody BZ says, thanks for the response. Good answer. Trust in John Schneider and Pete Carroll. It's where I really land, and I've given it a lot of thought with this, Joe. I love the guy's tape. He's worthy of being picked at number 5. I don't have private investigators. I don't have contacts to Georgia. I don't have scouts that know this coach, who's the defensive line coach at Georgia, who will be able to give him the inside goods. Schneider's going to have these guys. And at the end of the day, that's so much more information to go off of than we have. And I will go ahead and trust in that, whichever way it does go. Yeah. Lance Johnson says, could Kobe potentially be Diggs' replacement as a free safety? He's got ball skills, seems to be a smart football player. Also, Dave Brown was an underrated corner back in the day. Dave Brown's one of the more underrated cornerbacks, I think, in Seahawks history, Lance. I agree with you there. He could potentially. I think Diggs originally started his career out as a slot and then moved to strong safety and then eventually free safety. I could be wrong on that, but I think he moved around a little bit himself. Possible. He never did it in college, so it's hard to predict necessarily that he could do it in the pros. But I suppose it's on the table. It's hard at this point, I think, to make that transition in his career too, though. It's getting a little late if they're going to look to do that. Todd L says, Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing Jarran Reed with twice the tackle performance than Quenton Jefferson. After losing Reed 2 years ago, same time we started getting soft against the run. Run defense definitely took a little bit of a step back once Reed left. I tried to do a little bit of this research the other day on preparing for the Reed vid when looking at what he had happen with him in the previous two spots that he's been at recently. So, when he went to Kansas City, their run defense was better. When he went there, it was worse the year he was there. When he was with the Green Bay Packers, the run defense was worse the prior year to him arriving was better than the year when he arrived. It got worse. So unfortunately, that doesn't quite add up as I was looking for that to add up in that way, Todd. But I think your point still has prevalence here. I think it's still kind of on the right spot, to be honest with you. Because I think what's happened with Jarran is that he's gone a little bit back to his roots of being a run defending player, which is what he was coming into the league. And then that's going to come a little bit at the cost of him being as much of an active guy as far as a pass rusher. But I think the tackle count, Todd, is you're right. I think it is an example of this, the recommitment that he set his highest tackle mark of his career now this past year. And also, Todd, I think maybe he's found a little bit of a better fit for him in a schematic standpoint of this, going to the 3-4 defense last year for the first time in his career after spending the majority of the career, all of his career, in a 4-3 defense. That tweener aspect of him being somewhere between a 1-tech and a 3-tech is perfectly aligned as a 3-4 defensive end. 12th man for life, Michael Dixon is an Aussie. Indeed he is. Round ball? I have never played round ball. Yalric V, what if we got Slay and Clowney and just go win a championship? Let's just stop messing around about, right, Yalric? Let's just go get it. Go Hawks, he says. Let's go Hawks. Seatown fan, why didn't they bring back Penny? I'm sure his injury history was probably the thing that stood at the head of this. You know, they've just won too many injuries probably. Teams run out of patience. Wicked Garden, Brandon, do you like Darius Slay as a fit? Any chance we sign him? I guess there is a chance we sign him. It certainly seems like there is some kind of interest here at present. I think the key on signing Darius Slay, Wicked Garden, is whether or not you're really going to choose to go. My cat's like frozen staring at something. Look at her face right now. You're freaking me out, cat. Why are you doing that? Why are you just, it's like she's gotten, like somebody paused her. She's not even blinking. That's creepy. That is so creepy. Just blink. Okay, thank you. God. What are you staring at? Is there a ghost in the room? She's doing the look of like an animal would look like there's a ghost in the room right now. Like, look at that intensity of her face. Where was I at? It threw me off. So if you're going to get Darius Slay in here, Wicked Garden, then you got to commit to running some man-based concepts here at that point, because Darius is at his best running man, back pocket of a receiver. Nas says, "Is that a cat?" That is a cat. The very intense look on her face for some reason. I don't know what's going through her mind right now. She's a good girl though, Nas. Mega says, Hawks Nest need John Schneider telling Jerry Jones to back off, and Bobby's coming back home. Yeah, this is John Schneider. Is Jerry Jones in? I'll have you connected one moment, sir. Yeah, it's Jerry Jones. What's up? Jerry, this is John. What's up, John? Why are you still talking to Bobby? You already signed Kyler Van Der Esch. Yeah, we signed him, but we're going to be the Cowboys. We need to build this team up, okay? Super Bowl, John. It's not about getting to playoffs like you guys like to do, okay? I know you all are happy about your playoff experiences out there. Consistent winners, isn't that what you call yourselves? Funny. We win Super Bowls over here, John. Hey, we won a Super Bowl before you last won a Super Bowl. We get to Super Bowls here, John. Well, we've been to 2 Super Bowls recently, sooner than you've been. All right, look, we get to dynasties here, John. That's what we do in Dallas. We don't go for Super Bowls. We go for dynasties. When I'm talking about bringing in Bobby, I'm talking about getting a new dynasty going, okay? It's going to be the Dak Bobby dynasty, okay? The Dak Bobby Micah dynasty. That's what they're going to call this. It's a new 3-headed beast. Come aboard, John. I'm telling you, man. General manager position's open anytime you want. If you want to come play for a real winner now. You just need to shut up. You don't have the money to be. You don't have the money here with this, Jerry. You're not going to talk him into this. He wants to get paid. He wants to be a winner. That's what he wants, John. Tim DB11 says, bring back the gang, Rasheem, Clowney, Bobby, and get our big boy in the middle, Robinson. Go Hawks. There we go. Somebody said, your cat saw my question. There you go. She had some kind of look. Open your eyes. Could you explain the post-June 1st designation cuts? Yes. For years, what would happen is that you would have a team that had a player on their roster that they didn't want on their roster any longer. And so what they did is they would have to wait until June 1st period to release that player to get the relief on their salary cap, because you have to get under the cap by June 1st and all that stuff. So, and the new league year turnover and all that. And the NFL realized this and they said, okay, rather than making, this isn't good for players. The NPAA didn't like it because these teams would wait to release these guys, and then they release them in June 1st, and then there's no money. All the teams have blown out all their cap by that point. And so you have a player really put into a bad situation. Whereas if you gave the teams the opportunity to put what's called the post June 1st designation on them, well, now I can release him March 15th, put a post June 1st designation on him where it counts like I released him post June, so I get those savings. And the reason, of course, you do a post June 1st is for the same reasons you do at Open Eyes if you were doing this with Jamal this year, where if you released him right now purely without the post June 1st designation, you've got something like $18 million of dead money that hits your cap. If you were to have done it as a post June 1st, you can spread that cap hit out over a couple of years. So they have it as that allowing it now to allow those players to still get it on the open market before everybody spent all their money. And so it's kind of a pro player kind of move, was why they've opened that up. But that's why it's such a key date. Pumpkin is reading the chat. They're just like going through it. But Cardiac, will Green Bay trade up to 5 to grab a quarterback with Aaron Rodgers possibly going to the Jets? Green Bay usually overpays with draft capital. Does 5 for 13 and 15 make sense? That might be enough to get it done. It feels like there might be a kicker that needs to be thrown in there, but Cardiac. Maybe one more second, one more third in there somewhere, little cherry. I need a little cherry on the top of that sundae. But I think you're in the neighborhood. And do they do that? They seem to be pretty convinced that Jordan Love's going to be the next guy at this point. So I would think that they would probably not take a quarterback. But it's possible. It is within the realm of reason. Kyle says, I think it helps a little bit that Slay and Diggs are best friends. Woolen could learn a lot from Sherman's last year and Slay this year if he comes. He could. Could indeed. Marquise Taylor says, first, find start center to start day 1 maybe in the draft. That's plenty the place to look for, Marquise, on it. There's some good ones. Tommy says, remember how Pete said we weren't good with our run fits? Maybe that's Reed's real value, helping call the line checks. He did that while he was here. Certainly something he's capable of. I didn't hear him. Didn't know he did that, Tommy. That's interesting, actually. Eden Tech World. Joe Brandon, give me some of your favorite running backs in rounds 3 through 5. I'm fine with running back earlier, especially Bijan if he's available. We need more than one. What are the ones we're looking for in that range? 3 to 5. 3 to 5, I'd look probably for Kendry Miller, Sean Tucker, Kenny McIntosh, Tyjae Spears, and Israel Abakanda. That's more in that range you're looking at, that you're talking about there. 3 to 5. A little later on, I'd look at Roshan Johnson and Chris Rodriguez and Tank Bigsby a little bit later as options. But those guys I mentioned would be at the front end of that on that third round range of things, Ethan. Tim, is there another Bobby at Utah State in the second round? Maybe Schneider knows. Weston Hawksness, I know you're big on Cansey. How do you think he'll fit our scheme, and what could you see his role being? I think he'd be a defensive end for you, and you're just going to have him do a lot of, it's a gap and a half defense, which would fit into his skills well. I think if you asked Cansey to run a 2-gapping defense, he would struggle, because 2-gapping is so much more about holding the point of attack and just trying to remain immovable, which for a guy that's 280 pounds, that's going to be hard to do at times when you're going up against 330-pound men that are just much larger than you. But if you have him gap and a halfing where he gets to be a little bit more in attack mode, I think that opens the door up for him to be making linemen a little more uncomfortable. He gets to sort of take it to them a little bit more. So much like I would see as Dre'Mont Jones, he'd be kind of a pattern fit matching guy to Dre'Mont Jones over on the other side, Weston, as your defensive end, and a guy that you would rotate in. I think early on you would probably try to keep him off the field on running downs so offenses couldn't attack him. But I don't think that he's going to necessarily be a bad defender in the run game long term strictly because of his size and his lack of arm length. But I like him. You're right. I like him a lot. He's a really good player. Tommy says Pumpkin's communicating telepathically with Bobby. She's working the deal as we speak. I hope so. Are we going to get Bobby? Are we going to get... What are you looking at? She's very touchy right now. Todd L says, Von Penny, I'm thinking his opportunities or carries are better in Philly than behind Walker with the Seahawks. Certainly. Especially now since they Miles Sanders signed somewhere else, Todd. I mean, what is it? He's got Gainwell as his only real threat there now, absent them drafting somebody. Pumpkin's laser focused on the draft. Laser focused right now. Lance Johnson, I'd love to see 4 mock drafts with the Bees, Stanton and Jeff Simmons from Real Hawk Talk, each taking a turn with the Hawks picks. Oh, that'd be fun, Lance. I'd be down to do it. Megan says, John hangs up the phone, bursts into Pete's office and yells, damn, you know it's bad when I want to talk to Mark Rogers over that clown. Jones, Mark, Pete. I realized that. Yeah, he's finally ready to get back to Mark after talking with Jerry. Come on, Johnny boy. Come over to Dallas. Let's have Bobby. Tell Pete you couldn't get him. How about that? You just go tell Pete you couldn't get him and I'll get you over here to Dallas next year. Why don't you do that? Tell him you're out. I'm not going to do it, Jerry. You tell him you're out. I'm not doing it, Jerry. Jay Stern, any D lineman you'd like to sign, still available? Jadeveon Clowney. Other than that, there's not really anybody else that's really jumping out to me right now. There's probably somebody I could think of in a second, but nobody that's really like prime that's going to do a whole lot, you know. They're not moving my needle. Kyle Moki says Mahomes restructured again. All the restructuring Casey does on a year-to-year basis, and I feel like it's a never catching up to them either, laughing out loud. So the nature of the contract, the whole point of that, though, was Mahomes on the front end of this taking the 10-year deal, which was going to allow them to massage the numbers out at every step of the way, as long as he was willing to massage the numbers out at every step of the way. And Mahomes has taken that understanding of this and ran with it. And props to him. It's part of what's brought him another Super Bowl championship now. It will maybe bring him another Super Bowl championship down the road. I can't be mad at it. They certainly don't go at it in the fashion that the Rams teams went at it, Kyle, where it's just, load up for bear, all for today, no for tomorrow. They always keep themselves with flexibility to go make some moves if they need to make them. Yeah, Tommy, I can't believe Miles Sanders got that amount of money. That's a little expensive. Promise says, I hope Anderson lands in our lap. Me too. Bring on the big Will. Dev Dog, thank you for a $10 donation, Dev Dog. I do appreciate you. Very kind of you. How do you feel about Carter after his pro day? When it comes to pro days, when it comes to combines, for me, Dev Dog, I look at those experiences as one where you need to have something that you're looking for that you weren't confirmed of on the tape. Or you're thinking you're seeing something on tape, and then a pro day or workout takes you back to the tape to make you reevaluate it. So when you come to a player that's the unusual type of player like Carter is for me, Dev Dog, whose tape is clean, whose tape doesn't show me question marks, whose tape doesn't lead me to say, I need to see what he does on the 3-cone to make sure he has proper quickness on the football field. No, I know he has proper quickness at his size. So the bad pro day he had was not a good look. Does the pro day do a whole lot to really affect my outlook of Jalen Carter? No, it doesn't, Dev Dog. He just had a horrible situation handed to him. Very well may have earned this problematic situation handed to him, but he's literally on his way to a combine and learns that now he's going to be, he's got arrest warrants out for him and misdemeanor charges, and kind of probably had his world kind of turned upside down over the last couple of weeks, and maybe training hasn't been at the forefront of his mind. It doesn't mean that I'm excusing it. I'm just explaining what I think is real feasible to have happened here. The bottom line for me is this on this, Dev Dog. The tape makes him, to me, the best player in this draft. That's what his tape tells me, and I will always be favoring the tape above individual drills where these guys are running in their underpants. I will always say, well, what does he show me when he puts the pads on? What happens when it's live fire? What happens there? So the tape to me, Dev Dog, is enough to where he is that player for me in my mind in this realm of things. Best player in this draft, in my opinion. I'm going to lean back onto whether or not I would pick him to this final conclusion. What did the background check say on him? What is the background work that John Schneider has done? What do the private investigators say? What do the scouts say? What did their contacts at Georgia say? Go through all of that, which you or I don't have any access to that information. But whatever John Schneider determines at that point will be what I trust in. So if they pass on him, I'll go, They obviously looked at his background and they went, this is the tip of the iceberg. This kid's problematic. No way in hell. If they pick him, then that means that they looked at the background. They said the squeeze is worth the juice. And I will be okay with whatever route they go with it on that dev dog. But I can't know. And I'm not going to take it off a couple of these incidences in an off season. Part of it, as I've said, I go back to and I say there's a little bit of this is paralysis by analysis going on, where you have the inverse of those guys. What's happening to Carter is the inverse of those guys who end out the season. You've watched the tape, you know what he is. Then he goes out there and he trains his butt off and he suddenly looks good here and he looks good there. And then now suddenly all of his tape becomes irrelevant because you have all of this physical potential you've seen within his testing. The opposite's happened with Carter here, but I will always hold the tape into the highest esteem point at the end of the day. Thank you though, Dev Dog. I appreciate that donation. Max says Seahawks need to go trade for Vita. Bucks are in cap hell, and our run D line was soft as heaven last year. I thought I saw that they had restructured with Vita. I might have been wrong on that, Max. They were restructuring some deals to get themselves into the right cap space. I believe the Bucks were. I think. Promises, I'm guessing we're not getting value back. I don't know. Hard to say at this point, Promise. Remember, he's his own agent, so deals take a little bit longer to get done because that is going to be the case. Fun P, Carter had a horrible pro day. Wasn't even able to finish it. 12th man for life. What do I think about midget man Deuce Vaughn? I think his pro comp is Darren Sproles, 12th man. And Darren Sproles had a really great career in the NFL. I think Deuce Vaughn could be a similar kind of cat. He might not be as kind of rocked up as Vaughn was or as Sproles was for his size. But I was very impressed with his tape. I liked a lot of what he showed. Very sudden, very quick, very creative in the open field. He can break tackles one-on-one. A lot of fun attributes to his game. Good hands. Undersized is his biggest thing that you clip him on. And you got to clip him on it because he is undersized. He's like, 5'6" or something. But I think Sproles is his comp. T. Peters says, would John Michael Schmitz at 20 be a reach, or would the fans be happy with that spot? I think it'd be a little bit of a reach, Peters, but I don't think that means necessarily the fans wouldn't be happy with the selection. I think they would recognize you got the best center in this draft. And if he had gone out and blown up his testing scores of the combine, then he would have been worthy of being taken 20. He has poor scores in his testing and his combine numbers. So now he theoretically drifts to the second round. But this is, again, not to harp on this, but this is a little bit like we're talking about with Carr. Like you just turn on the tape with Schmitz, and at the end of the day with Schmitz he's a player. He's the best center in this draft, pretty obviously so the best center in this draft, and a guy that if you took him at 20, it would be a little bit of a reach, but you're still getting one hell of a player at that point. And when you do look historically at where the best centers in a given draft tend to go, regardless of the given draft we're dealing in, they tend to go right in the 20s somewhere in there. T. Peters. Seatown fan, who was that Spartan defensive lineman that we made a mistake on? Well, we've had a couple in Seahawks history, but we made a mistake on from USC. There's DeMarcus Lawrence back in the day. But as of recently, it's Rasheem Green, who I think you're maybe meaning. You're saying Carter reminds me of Rasheem Green? Rasheem was a defensive end. Carter's a tackle. Tommy says, I got an Orange Cat just text from Russ with next year's catchphrase. It locked her up for a minute while she ranked it in the list of cringe. There you go. X-Man 406, what position would you consider trading the number 20 pick for? Linebacker, I don't think there's a middle linebacker would be the only position I would maybe consider to do it with, and there's not one that's worthy of moving the 20th pick for with a team that would be willing to trade it. Defensive tackle, I would probably be willing to do that. X-Man, the two guys that would stand out to me that I would move 20 for would be maybe Buckner and Simmons. I'd prefer with both those two guys to try to find a way to move. Might be a second round pick, but if we got drug out of it and we had to do it and there was no way around it, then those wouldn't be two of the worst guys to take then at 20 for defensive tackle. Wide receiver. Is there a wide receiver that I would take? I don't think there'd be a guy that I'd really want to flip 20 for. That again, I've got to keep and would be worth it to move that pick for at the receiver position. I can't think of anybody that jumps out to me. Any other positions? No X-Men. I don't think there'd be any other positions. Not for corner. We get the value. Certainly not safety. There's not a guard out there that's good enough to flip for 20 that I see out there that would somebody be willing to move. Nor a center at this point. Yeah, if you guys are just bumping into on the chat, in regards to the Carter talk, I know we got some new people bumping in and out at all times here on the chats. We're 5 hours in on this one. At the top of the stream, I led off with this because I knew this would be a common question. So if you have a question about the Jalen Carter thing or kind of more expansive thoughts on where I stand with it, I definitely kind of led off the show with that. So you can kind of get more of a deeper diatribe on it if you're looking for that. Jonas says, Brandon, what I'm saying about Henley is when they're lining him up on the outside, he is devastating. I know he's in middle, but I think he's going to transition outside linebacker. His edge is crazy. I mean, he's 6'1". There's not a lot of 6'1" pass rushers in this league. And you can do that a little bit in the college level. I don't know if you can pull that as much at the pro level. So maybe he'd be the outlier on that though, Jonah, you know. It's always hard to predict the outliers a little bit with that size dimensions he's bringing. And he's only, 225 pounds. Is he rushing off the edge at 225 pounds at the pro level? There's also not a lot of guys at that weight that are having a lot of success doing that either. Tommy says, what is the most feasible way we could get Washington on our team? I don't think he lasts until 20. Should we think about trading up? But trading up for a tight end, I don't know. We lose 2 tight ends in 2 years. I do think he lasts till 20, Tommy. I don't think that he goes inside 20, but I do think that you're anything past 20, I think there's a high likelihood he goes anywhere in that section of things. So I think you could get him at 20. I do. There'll be enough of a need driven by the rest of the draft and the other spots below that I don't think tight end's going to go at that spot. But 20 is probably where you have to pull the trigger at that point, in my opinion. And yeah, I don't think you're going to want to trade up for a tight end. I think that's probably a no-go. If we draft the tight end, I don't know what this kid's name is, but I want the big DK-looking tight end that the blocking shit over. Yeah, we're talking about Darnell Washington right now, Jonah. That's just the guy we're talking about. You have to take it 20. Tommy says, we only discuss Linda Carter now. That's the only Carter until after the draft. There we go. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth says, Brando, can you imagine a conversation with Mark Rogers? Must be related to Aaron. I won't even ask you to mimic because you can't reach that level of slime. I think they're closer than third cousins. I'm saying that, Garth. I'm going to say that. And no, I can't imagine. It's just Mark Rogers trying to why don't you let me represent you? We're already cousins. You're not getting every last dollar you can. You just think you are. Look at what I've done with Russ. I could have gotten you 2 contracts in the last 3 years. Come on. Come on. Come on. I only got 1 more year, Mark. You only think you have 1 more year. You have another decade in this sport. I mean, this is what I'm telling Russ, okay? I've been telling Russ the same thing, and I'm getting him paid. Let me get you paid, Aaron. New York likes to pay. I've heard. I've never negotiated with them before, but I've heard. I mean, okay, Mark, if that's what you think, and yeah. Would family lead family astray? We didn't get the package at space, but I did get confirmation from my buddy that it's in. Because I've been streaming all week, I haven't had a chance to break free. I got to break free. We got to get some time. Need to get some of that pure honey and that packages that we got. Julian Garcia, thoughts on Olusegun Oluwatimi. On tape, Julian, in the tape that I watched, I think that just short of Schmitz, I think that he was definitely the purest scheme fit from what I saw on tape. There was no other center being asked by his college program to get to the second level more often, to hit reach blocks, to pull out in space. He was really showing off that athleticism and ability to get out there and get those blocks laid, which really jumped out to me, Julian, because that's something we really do need with this offensive line. He did not have a particularly great Senior Bowl. He has not particularly tested out well so far to begin things out here this offseason. So you're probably looking more into like a third, fourth round grade on him, but certainly there's starting potential there. Certainly there's a guy there that has a pure scheme fit nature to him and who he is. And so I liked his tape. I was very impressed. I wish that he was going to test maybe just a little bit better because on tape there was a little bit of worry about strength, a little bit of worry about some of the things you're seeing there. But I think he's a gamer. Like Schmitz, he just kind of gets it done. Go Hawks 2023 says, Brandon, not many left. Running backs who would fit the Hawks. Foreman, 26. Then Hunt, Ernest Johnson, 25. I'd go with Foreman. Go Hawks 2023. I would. But some of these prices on running backs is actually relatively expensive this year, just a bit. Not for sales is facts, Brando. I'm still riding with Carter. I still am too. And if the character background doesn't met out, then okay. But if all of this stuff is just kind of, like I said, paralysis by analysis this offseason when looking at him a little bit, then I'll go the other route too. Glad we agree though. Yarick Carter has a lot going on in his head right now. I'm not sure he's ready for all this mentally. He does have a lot going on. Jonathan Magana, Brandon, if we take Carter or Wilson at 5, River Oils, you take Osiris Torrance or Cansey Breesy at 20. I'd go Cansey or Breesy at 20. I'm not a big Osiris Torrance guy. I think he's a little bit overrated as a prospect in this draft. Tim DB11, if we drafted Anderson, would he be one of our outside linebackers in a 3-4? He would indeed. Sean HawksNest, do you think Carter purposely ruined his pro day to weed out teams that won't suck, that want him? I don't think so. I think he's just got a lot going on in his head right now. And I think that he's probably hearing a lot of it on the social media, and he's probably hearing it from every different way and pathway. And, because the kid's a young kid. He's still, yes, he's 21 years old, but, it's a lot. It's a lot. Casey McCracken, we're getting Bobby back. We got some breaking news, Casey. Have you heard something? Jonathan Magana, hey, Brandon, how much could Donta Foreman cost? He's a really solid backup to K9. I don't know, man. These prices have gone up a bit more than I thought. I look at the Miles Sanders contract he's just got with Carolina, and I go, ho, look out. So probably $4 or $5 million a year on a 2-year deal, something like that. I don't think I'd want to pay that. But that would be probably the cost if I'm kind of measuring up against what we're seeing out here for cost-wise. Robert says, should we try to get Calais Campbell? I'm on board with it, Rob. You got down more of a 3. That was the whole thing with Calais before, and why you maybe had a little bit of a harder time pulling him in here before was because he was a 3-4 player, and you were running more of a 4-3 defense, and now you are to the 3-4. He's like 38 years old, so he is tremendously, tremendously old, but I think he had still a pretty good year last year. Calais Campbell, PFF. Let's see what PFF had him as. So he's still a 77.2 PFF rating last year. 6 sacks. I mean, he would have been our best defensive lineman last year with that play. So I'd be open to it, Rob. He's old, but damn, he's still good. Jeff Shekels says, I hope we take Jack Campbell in this draft. I like him. He's old school style, Jeff. He's that hard hat linebacker of the 80s. Rugged. Ryan Cortino, why not Frank? Frank's a guy that's definitely held in high esteem, Ryan, but if he's a guy, if you really go look into the parameters of his performance over the last 4 years with Kansas City, not just looking at what he did in the playoffs, but looking at what he did through the total of the time, he wasn't a particularly good player for them. And so looking at trying to go get Frank right now, it just seems like from a lot of standpoints of people, they're sort of remembering what Frank was, not what he really is right now, which he's a negative run defender and he's highly inconsistent as a pass rusher. I can't see the attraction to Frank because of that. Mark, Calais is definitely older, but still producing. Ethan says, is it just our fan base that keeps suggesting to bring back every former player, or is that like every fan base? I don't know on that one. We definitely have our affinity for our guys. You know, if you've been a Seahawk, you're always a Seahawk kind of thing. And I kind of like that on a certain level, but then it can also get to be a little bit of the double-edged sword where you're like, okay, but he's not that good, you know? Promises, what's my opinion on Tyree Wilson? I think Tyree Wilson is Julius Peppers minus 20 pounds. I don't think he's quite as impactful as Peppers, and part of Peppers' impactfulness was the fact that he could rock 290 and still be coming off the edge at you. And he had an insane size to him, who could still give you the quickness for that size. Wilson's kind of the mini-me version of that, just a little bit to me. But still explosive player, strong player, long player, athletic, developing. He's got a big upside to him, but he also has some bust potential to him as well. So he's not a sure thing by picking him. But from a top end standpoint, if you're talking about picking top 5, promise you're talking about one to look for. What's my top end? I don't want to go for a high floor. I want to go for the high ceiling. And with a guy like Tyree Wilson, you're getting a high ceiling. Bobo Land, no offensive tackle at 5. No, man, we're set at offensive tackle right now. We're good. Tim DB11 says, your rant on Carter and trust in John Schneider. Right on, brother. Hold to the tape. You got the power. Stan Bush reference. I love it. I got the power. That's where I stand with it, man. Tape is where I live and breathe at the end of the day. The post process certainly has helped when I got the Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, pro days, and combines to go off of. I'm a data guy. Give me as much data as I can bring into play. But at the end of the day, the tape is going to carry the day for me at least. But thank you, man. Appreciate you on that. Not for sale. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you as well. Drad996. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Not for sale says, Sherm, Earl, Beast Mode, Browner all had issues with the law. I trust Pete and John if they pick Carter. The film doesn't lie. Beautifully put, not for sale. And I can't really add more than what you say within that. This is a team that's had some problems in the past. The guy like Malik McDowell, but they've also had problematic players who they were able to get some great performance out of, who were live wires like that. And I think it's no coincidence that 3 of those 4 guys were defensive players. I think you're just wired a little bit defensively differently than that respect of things. And it's only going to be enough to scare me off, not for sale, if it's a matter of Schneider looking at those reports and he's saying, hey, this is the tip of the iceberg with this kid. Georgia was covering things up right and left all over the program for him. You know, if half of what leaked out of what we knew about this kid, he'd have a hard time even being drafted. You know, something like that within the report would maybe move me in a different direction. But if it's just a matter of, hey, he's a young man with young man problems, he'll grow, he'll develop. Let's put him in the right environment. Let's put him in the right atmosphere. Let's put him around a community of players who are all about ball, who are going to help guide this guy in the right direction. Let's get him out of Georgia. Let's get him out of the South. Let's put him up in the Pacific Northwest, which is not exactly party capital of the world. And let's just see what he can do with that. But John will be the deciding factor on me for this not for sale. And I'm not always a guy like this with John where I'll just trust in John on this and trust him. I don't just lend him that sort of, but on this particular one, he's got information I don't in a very, very specific fashion that I can't figure out on my own. And that's why I will put a little more faith in his decision-making on this one, not for sale, but by pure tape. As you say, that film, it just don't lie. Wu-Tang Financial with a $5 donation as well. And he piggybacks on top of this point by saying women lie, men lie, tape don't lie. Exactly. It don't lie. And I tell you, I have not watched many defensive tackles whose tape stands out in the way that Carter's tape stands out to me. And Kirby Smart today at the same pro day, it's not getting talked about as much because it's all about Carter's underwhelming day, and rightfully so. People should be talking about that. But Kirby also mentioned this guy's a generational talent. And I posted it to my chat now for 5 hours. I've said, can anybody else go find Kirby Smart over the last 4 or 5 years as a coach there at Georgia? With all of the first-round players that have come out of there, with all of the great talent that's come out of there, with all of the Trayvon Walkers that are taken number 1 overall in the draft last year, do we have him putting any other point where he says, this is a generational talent? I don't think we can. Maybe somebody can find another example of it, but I haven't heard it yet. At the end of the day, that tape is so very wonderful. Ryan Contino, Jamal hasn't been posting anything on socials. I'm a bit worried about that. He's usually pretty active. Probably just in the heart of his rehab. It looks like he's got a real tough rehab. You see the way he's moving on that leg initially after the surgery. You're like, oof, it's gonna be a long pathway back for him. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, do not ruin Queen for me. I want to break free. Gar says, can you imagine Mark Rogers with New York money signs in his eyes? Oh, he'd be telling Aaron, he's like, okay, first thing we need to do with New York. Okay, Aaron, just stay with me on this. Stay with me, okay? Let me be your new agent. Just hear me out. You arrive in New York, first thing, just stay with me on this. I'm spitballing. Stay with me, Aaron. Hold out. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Talk to me, man. Hold out. Come on. What do you think? Does it sound as right to you as it sounds? How come that's the right answer, and how do we make that happen, Aaron? Just going scorched earth in New York right from the jump, Garth. Nike 11, what about Dalton Kincaid? Maybe the best pure pass catching tight end in this draft. Certainly, I think the best hands in this draft. They don't get stickier than Dalton Kincaid. And what a hell of a name. Nike 911. You can't beat that. That's a football name, isn't it? He's a great catcher of the football. He's awesome after the catch. He really does a good job of really sinking down and turning into like a running back with the ball after he catches it. He's 250, so he is kind of a move kind of tight end, right? He's more of an H-back tight end than I would say he's more of a pure inline guy. He can do inline stuff, but I think he's more kind of, you want him as a move kind of guy. I have him personally at the 3rd tight end spot. I like the completeness of Darnell Washington and Michael Mayer's game in total. Whereas with Kincaid, again, I think as a blocker, there's maybe a little bit of it. It's not a full negative or anything. He puts his effort into it. But I think those guys are just a little more well-rounded. But I do expect him to go in the 2nd round, Nike 911, and I would expect him to be, if not the 3rd tight end, then probably the 2nd tight end off the board. Sean Lee says, I think Arizona trades down. Let's face it, they're a mess. They are a mess. 4 quarterbacks drafted, leaving Will Anderson falling into our lap. Let's go. Well, nothing would quiet out all this Carter talk, would stem all of it from everybody and from every different camp and from every different person, wherever they stand on that situation. Nothing I think would silence everybody and put a uniform smile on everyone's face as the picking, as the selecting of Will Anderson. So I'm with you on that, Sean. That very well could become the case at the end of the day on this one. Yeah, that song stuck in my head now. It's stuck. Mark Harpicorn, thank you for mentioning that. If you guys like what you're listening to, please do like and sub on up. I would really appreciate it. Pedro, TheSeahawksNest, would you rather have Nolan Smith or Kalijah Kancey? If they were both there at 20, I would go with Kalijah Kancey. Give me the defensive lineman, more of a need. I like his upside a little bit better. Sam the Great says, rather someone give us a king's ransom to get Richardson than actually get Richardson. Me too. Hopefully Nike 911, they wouldn't pass on Will at 5. I don't think they would. I would be shocked. I'd be shocked. That would blow me away. Pedro Anderson plays edge, which is also outside linebacker. It's both one and the same in a 3-4. Promise, I feel like Anderson is like Micah Parsons. He is, but he's not going to play middle linebacker for you. Parsons is a super freak from that standpoint. C-Town fan, I just don't get Bryce Young. He seems like a bust. I'm not a big fan of him either, man. I'm with you. I don't get the hype on him. Completely miss it. Ethan says, Brandon, would you rather trade up to number 1 and get Tyree Wilson or trade Geno for your favorite player, Matt Corral? Oh, I guess I'll move Geno if I have to. I don't want to trade up for 1 and give up future first-round capital. At least with Geno, I shed contract, I guess. That's brutal, Ethan. That's brutal, brother. Brutal. C-Town fan, did Bryce Young ever run a 40? Nope, he's waiting for his pro day. And he's also trying to lighten back up again, you know? He's got to dump all that water weight. So, Jonathan, Brandon better sign Bobby if we have not to hope to draft Henley in such a weak class like Dorian Williams in day 2-3. Probably have to draft 2 linebackers at that point, Jonathan. Yeah. I think did something happen to Julio? I heard he made a crazy catch. Jonathan Magana, thoughts on Dorian Williams? Ivan Pace, Owen Popoe, 4th round, who's the best fit? Owen Popoe would be the best fit, Jonathan. Pace and Dorian Williams are really good blitzers. Dorian Williams is a little bit more of a hitter. Both Pace and Dorian Williams can hit. Both of them struggle at second level I don't think that, let's just talk about, I don't think Dorian Williams or Ivan Pace are really fits for our defense. Both of them have a hard time getting off blocks, which was a huge problem for our linebackers last year. In both of their cases, they're a little undersized. I think with Dorian Williams and Pace, they both would benefit from playing in more of a 4-3 defense than a 3-4. Popoe is a little bit slighter too, but he's so damn fast and athletic, he can overcome some of that stuff to where he's just going to get to a spot faster and quicker than anybody else. I like all 3 of their tape. Popoe is a bit of a higher guy. I'd take him maybe even the late 3rd, 4th or 5th round on Williams or Pace. They're both at their best, basically blitzing and being guys coming downhill, but they're not all. Both of those 2 guys either don't have necessarily the full skill set you'd like if you're talking about making them presumptive starters as we go forward. Thaddeus Sexton, thank you for the $5 donation, Thaddeus. I do appreciate it. Says, hopefully, when we sign Bobby, could we still go and get Adam Thielen? Yeah, absolutely. You can go get him, Thaddeus. You had, I think, at the start of this process, post Steven Geno's contract, you had like $30 million you could spend. There's still other deals that they could shed, convert base to bonus. You know, they've not done a lot of go-forward moves in the realm of like putting their cap in a perilous situation for next year because they've been all in on this year. That means there's room for them to do a little bit of that to a marginal degree if they want to be aggressive. So you could certainly, I think still fit both of those 2 guys in, especially if you move the numbers in the right way. So yeah, you could fit them. And I'd love to see both those 2 as an addition, Thaddeus. That would help. That'd help. We can get away from the draft of looking at these receivers in the draft, which it's a weak wide receiver draft. Now, instead of drafting 2 middle linebackers, you only have to go out there and really find one, and also a very weak draft for middle linebackers. I think that's what we call setting the stage right for the upcoming draft. Not getting yourself into a predicament with the draft where you're really reaching now for guys because of need. And Seahawks Gaming, there's a couple players we've dealt with that have been troublesome. Kendrick had the problems with the law too. That was more of a, tax problem as much as anything. But I think that fits. Long live the Kings, a sad situation, but team finally lost patience with Penny's injuries. I hope he can rebound. Running back room is thin right now for us. Very, very thin, paper thin. And he's going to a hell of a situation in Philadelphia where they can certainly really run the ball. And he's going to benefit from that. Don't be surprised if Penny goes out there and runs for 1,500 yards this year. It's possible. We got to do something about it. Promise. Thank you for becoming a Hawks Nest member Pro Bowler of the channel. Welcome aboard as a member of the channel, and do keep an eye out on your community posts. I'm going to be posting here very soon my draft guide, which will have about 175, 180 names, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood of guys that I've scouted, and just some little blurbs on those guys, kind of some breakdowns and whatnot. So thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Hawks Nest as a member. You're awesome. Megan says, Hawks Nest, can you please explain what generational talent means? Is that like a once-in-a-generational player? That's a great question, Megan. I'm going to answer it, but give me just 1 second. Okay, so Megan, generational talent and what it means. This is something that means different things for different people, Megan, where there's not necessarily a defined definition on generational talent, and it means exactly this to that. I think it's for different people, different things, different places. I think the best description has been basically, once every about 8 to 10 years, a player who comes in and becomes a guy that is recognized as essentially the best of his position or the potential to be the best of his position in the sport for a run of 8 to 10 years. I guess 10 years is probably a little too long in the NFL. Let's just call it 8 years, Megan. So you kind of generally apply it, I think, in that fashion. Sometimes it can be longer that you have to wait on a generational talent than specifically, 10 years. I think, for instance, with Aaron Donald and Chris Jones, they've been really two separate difference-making generational defensive tackles for their time period in the league. I think there have been some good defensive tackles around them on that, but those have been those guys. And there's not always a generational talent at play always. It doesn't always have to be one going on the team, on the field. But when it comes to, for instance, defensive tackle, Megan, there's not been a generational talent that's come out of defensive tackle since... I can't remember the last one that was thought of in that manner coming out in recent history, Megan. There's been some really, Jonathan Allen was looked at as a solid guy. The kid the Jets got was looked at. Williams was looked at as a solid guy. Really good upper level guys that could be Pro Bowl like players. But a generational talent would be one, Megan, of course, that would be a Hall of Fame type level of talent of player if you're applying that. But it's like I think about once every 10 years in a particular positional group. Trent Williams right now, Megan, would be a guy that came in the league as a generational talent. He was the first overall tackle taken in that draft, ridiculously, freakishly talented, and he has been that. I think generational talent doesn't always reach its talent. It's just that it has the talent there to sort of work off of to begin with, too. Seahawks Gaming says Percy Harvin punched his teammates, but we had him. Yeah, he did. Tommy says, as a GA Bulldog fan, having watched all their games since I moved here, just my opinion, but you can't go wrong selecting almost anyone on this defense. Best we've had since the Vince Dooley days. Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate the insight on that, man. I do. And there's some really good players across the board in this Georgia defense. There's a reason why they are as a special group as they are. The Seahawks Gaming also mentions Frank Clark, the punch to Fetty. There's that one, too. Your boy Michael, yeah, we had Darius Slay with the 12 eyeballs emojis. They're gassing up Hawk fans if they ain't, I'll tell you that. Megan says, I just see Mark Rodgers as Tom Cruise and Jerry Maguire, and I hate Tom Cruise. Well, he was cruising Jerry Maguire, Megan, but before he has his epiphany, before he has that sleepless night where he wakes up and puts it was a memo. What do you call it? It was a mission statement. It was just a mission statement. He's before he woke up and had his come to Jesus moment. Joka says, looks like running backs are going fast. James Robinson, Jamal Williams, and Miles Sanders. I'm surprised to see the contracts being handed out to some of these second-tier running backs. This is a draft that's really loaded up with running backs. It makes sense you see the middle linebackers go on day one all over the place and throughout this free agent period because the middle linebacker class for the draft sucks. It's horrible. So, yeah, you want to get while the getting's good. Not quite understanding the running back contracts as much. These are kind of striking me as a little bit odd. Pedro Mendoza, from all the tight ends in the draft, who's the best blocker? Washington by a mile. Michael Mayer is very good as well. Drad996, no problem with the sub. Enjoy your content. Thoughts on a running back being drafted high now, considering the thinner running back stable? If so, who? I'm not one of the fundamentalists that are out there, Drad. You know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not one of those analytical fundamentalists, those freaky deaky types that tell you only take a running back in the 5th round and onwards. So I am probably a little bit back to arriving a little more old school in my approach and outlook on a willingness to take a running back high. I also feel like, Drad, that I'm informed by our recent history here at the running back position and the problems that have been entailed in having healthy crew ready to roll on a weekly basis. Every single year we find ourselves down to pulling guys off the street. And I don't know if drafting a better, more talented one is going to do a lot to necessarily stem that tide. Maybe we're just snake bit. Maybe we're cursed. I've called it the beast mode curse. Maybe it's that. But I certainly would be open to doing one. I think taking a guy like Bijan at 5 would be too high. But if you move back in the draft into the early teens and then took Bijan, I would be okay with it. I think Bijan not only gives you a running back, but he also gives you a slot wide receiver because he can play some of those snaps from that standpoint, which is also a need for your Hawks right now. So you're able to use him from kind of 2 different points on the field if you were to take him. If you're looking at the 2nd round, I think Zach Charbonnet is a guy that makes a lot of sense. I think Jahmyr Gibbs goes at the end of the 1st or right at the top of the 2nd. So he's another guy that maybe gives you a little bit more closer again to what you kind of have a little bit here already with Walker, and that you're maybe looking for more of a hammer kind of guy. But there's a couple guys in the 2nd round that definitely could jump out. Jahmyr Gibbs, Chase Brown. I don't know if Kendry Miller or Tucker are going to go in the 2nd or 3rd round. They're kind of right on the fringe of that. But those guys could definitely be in play as well. It's a deep running back class. Like any round, I'm not always this way, but you can kind of find them any round on this one. But if you want to go high, I think, Bijan 20 or Zach Charbonnet in the second round, if you're looking to really go for something that's quality, that'd be going hard. King of Mars says the Aaron Rodgers to the Jets is official. Ooh. Thanks for subbing up, by the way, Drad. Guess we'll have to see what the Packers gave up. Wonder if they got the 2 firsts. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. He says, I saw Lamar is planning to hold out this year for the contract he wants. Who's going to tell him? Seriously, though, he really needs an agent. Yeah, you're not wrong, Chase. He does need an agent at this point. I don't think that he has to look at a situation like, well, this has worked out for me representing myself. But if he's willing to hold out, maybe that's also something that will drive this situation in a way at this point to where then, if that is the case, then maybe that will at least move that in a way to maybe get a deal done, because the Ravens will realize we can't hold out here for getting the full cost for this guy in return. We just got to kind of get what we can get. And maybe this drives that a little bit in that way. This is definitely a negotiation, and both sides kind of playing their end of it. Because if you don't move Lamar this year because you're saying we want 2 first-round picks, and then he sits for a year, what are you really expecting you're going to be able to get back after he's been out of football for a year next year? Not a whole hell of a lot. Not anything close, I would think, to those 2 first-round picks that you're trying to ask for this year. They got to be happy to me with just taking the first if they can get that and calling it a day. Sam the Great, Darnell looks like a great player. Jump balls in the back of the end zone. He's got the height. He's got the catch radius. He can do it. And Pedro, I'd love to get Washington. He's one of my favorite guys in this draft, bar none. Tommy says, what about Mark Rogers as Les Grossman from Topic Thunder? Tom Cruise doing that agent man of a deal dance. Yeah. No, I could. That's more fit. That more fits. That's more apropos. That's more apropos for me. Jaden London, beefing up the trenches and playing grown man football is so exciting. Sign Clowney, go draft Carter and Cansey on a defensive end. Take Darnell Washington and John Michael Schmitz in the second. Jadon, I love it, brother. Bring that to me. We walk away with an offseason like that, I would be ecstatic. I will be crowing about Super Bowl coming next year if we did that. So that'd be tremendous. Tremendous. Chase, Will Anderson is my number 1 player on my board, so if we get him, I'd be ecstatic. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Chase, thank you for that $5 donation, but well said on your part as well. He's got to start looking at this thing of how do I get resolution here, not how do I dig my heels in. If I was him, maybe he just doesn't care. Isaiah tells says Orlando Brown signs with the Bengals. Good on the Bengals. That away. I mean, there's some talk about whether or not Orlando Brown's really a left tackle or a right tackle, but I guess for them, they get a little bit of protection for Lyle Collins. If he gets injured, they can bounce him to the other side if they have to. But at least they're addressing their offensive line. And how about the Bengals spending some money? 4 years, 65. That's right. That sounds about right what he was going to get. Because he got to play in the franchise last year, and now you're going to get the big check. I'm just glad it wasn't the Niners, because there was talk of maybe the Niners coming in and try to put him at right tackle and then giving him that kind of contract. Kyle says, Slade just liked my TikTok comment with eyes saying he would make the Legion of Boom 2.0 if he went to the Hawks, and he'll be embraced like never before. You're recruiting out there, Kyle. Well done, brother. Atta way. Megan says, I will be brilliant ecstatic if Anderson is taking over 5 over you-know-who at the Hawks Nest. I know you will be, and I'll be celebrating it too. Sophie's choice for B right there. That would be Sophie's choice for me. I do love them both. Sam, I'm going to be joining you and not watching football ever again if we get Matt Corral. And I will literally be feeling like Schneider is just trolling me if he did that. Garth, get the We Are the Champions in your head. That's right. Maybe soon if we had that offseason like Jaden was talking about. I like that. Tommy Eden says they're just waiting to clear Bobby's contract with his agent, Quenton Diggs. Oh, nice. Jonathan Magana, Brandon, thoughts on Tuli Tuipulotu? Is he an edge? I do believe he is an edge, Jonathan. And his real weight came down to like 270 once he got to the actual combine. So he's not at the listed weight of 290 that USC had him at. He's one of my favorite guys in the second round from an edge standpoint. I'm actually even a little bit higher on him than some others who have guys like Will McDonald in the first round or Keon White or Adewari. I'm bigger on him. I like that he has the quickness with power, and that it's not just one and some tiny of the other skill, but that both of us are equal measure to his game, which makes him very tough coming off the edge for offensive linemen to get a beat on what he's doing snap in and snap out, which then just opens the door to him being able to set up offensive linemen, which removes him from a place that you normally find edge rushers in the draft as sort of one-trick ponies. And if the one trick gets shut down, they don't have the second or third trick to go on to. I think that he also does a great job of chaining together pass rush moves. I love how strong and violent his hands are. He's got enough dip and bend for his size, I think, to get it done. But I was very impressed with his tape. Tim DB11 says, stay away from Adam Thielen. Just not a great draft for if we had a better draft for receivers, Tim, I'd be with you on this, but we just don't have a great draft for receivers. I didn't want to go here, but we might have to go here. And again, we're not asking him to be starter one, starter two. He comes in here and rotates in. Insurance. Megan says the Hawks Nest. So in baseball, a generational player would be Ichiro, Largent, maybe for us. Yep. Both of those would be representations, Megan. I mean, A-Rod, I know. I hate a lot of reasons don't love the guy very much. A-Rod would be a guy like that. Griffey would be a guy like that. Ichiro would be a guy like that. Yeah. Julio looks to be a guy like that. That's why it's the once every 10. Some people look at it like generationally, Megan, like once every 25, 30 years. So that's why I say there's some definitions on this that are a little bit different from person to person. I don't view it quite that way. I go, it's like Hall of Famer plus, Yeah, I can't quite get there with Quentin Williams on that, Connor. Kind of look at him like I look at Jonathan Allen a bit. Like Pro Bowlers, going to go on to have a good career. And like I said, even going like potential Hall of Fame isn't quite it. It's like Hall of Fame plus, So having great. I think at Thielen at this point where he has to be the third guy now. Yeah, I agree. Megan says, dare I say Zorn was generational talent, or is it just me? I think you might be alone on that one. Was Quinn Williams thought of as generational? I felt like he was just thought of as really good. Like people loved his tape, but I don't know if he's thought of as generational. Like, was there any difference to thought of him as how people looked at like Derek Brown coming out of Auburn, picked around the same kind of spot? Jonathan Magana, Leonard Floyd hasn't signed. I don't know if he's for sure been 100% released yet. KC, by that definition, Sherman? Nope. I wouldn't say that because generational talent's talent too. And Sherman, in a lot of ways, was the overachiever. He's the guy that ran like a 4.67 40 and still was able to operate on the outside. Sherman was a great player, but no, Sherman would be the Hall of Famer. But like I say, it's that Hall of Famer plus. Sherman all time is going to be about 113th all time in interceptions. And he did more than that as a player, but that was, the best thing about him, right? No, can't put Sherman in that camp. GoAx 2023 says, you don't see Brandon get upset very often, but when he does, he keeps his cool and moves on. Cheer, Brandon. Another great stream, man. I don't help sometimes. Oh, no worries, man. It's been great. I just had to move off the Jalen thing earlier. I couldn't stay on it anymore. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Don't want to do it. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. He says, dude, I took a nap and ate dinner and you're still working the stream. I wish Jalen Carter had a work ethic. Had your work ethic. I'll take that type of card talk. Question, what about Hendon Hooker in the third round? Well, Kevin, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. And I'm on board with taking Hendon Hooker in the third round. I thought he was going to become a first-round player if he had stayed healthy despite his age. And if you got him in the third round, a first-round talent, you've got your quarterback set, so you're not going to be pushed in a position to rush him back from that ACL injury. And he now serves as a nice, cheap backup for the next couple of years. Especially having a guy like Geno, we need a little bit of insurance back there. He is 32, going to be 33 in October. Bean, bye-bye Rashad. Bye-bye Rashad, man. Darnell Washington is elite football name. It is. Dalton Kincaid does have him better, though, Wu-Tang. Dalton Kincaid, starting tight end. Darnell Washington's good, though. Tommy says Washington playing Washington State makes sense. It does. So much sense. Dayatel, examples of generational prospects: Joe Burrow, Nick Bosa, Jadeveon Clowney, Myles Garrett, Leonard Fournette, Saquon Barkley, Chase Young, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Ramsey. I think I'm with most of your list. I would move Joe Burrow off. Looked at a high-level talent, generational talent. I don't know on that. I might move Ramsey off. He was a safety convert coming out of Florida State, and you didn't quite know what you had hoped. You knew what you were getting from him as a cornerback, but weren't sure. I think the rest of your list is legit. And I think the key on Day's examples he gives, Megan, if this kind of expands out the definition of it a little further, is it's not always about the realization of that generational talent. It's that's what you're considered as you come in. Sometimes it cannot be realized, as in the case of like a Leonard Fournette. Go Oxus, surprised that Jamal Williams signed with the Saints for 2 years at $8 million. Look at Minnie, might be 1 year, $4 million. Yeah, it's probably about that at the end of the day. It's not a huge deal, but still, I mean, guy averages 4 yards a carry, you know. It ain't all that in a bag of chips with that, you know. I dig the Hawks. Love me some Charbonnet. Kenry Miller's my fave, though. I like both those guys addicted. Both of them are really good. Seahawks Gaming says Orlando Brown had the worst combine in NFL history. He falls to the later rounds, and now look at him, top 3 tackle in the sport. Well said. Well said. John says, I guess Myles Murphy not as athletic as everybody thought. He didn't do any testing at the pro day or combine. Wow, these guys are ballsy with this, John. Like, nobody's going to be just, everybody's like running their, not even the pro day test. You're going to skip combine and the pro day? Whew. Must feel pretty good about your stance on where you're in the draft. His mom, I kind of shorthand that one, Jeffrey. Yeah, I know it's Lamar's mom technically, but I for all intents and purposes, I go basically him. Dayatel, the running back deal is changing because of how effective running the ball was for a lot of teams. Makes sense. Micah says the Broncos are really expecting a team to give them a first rounder for Judy. They're trying. They're trying. Sam says the Broncos have given up. This team really can't get a solid quarterback in the draft history. They're being a little weird in their moves. Dayatel, OBJ is going to play this year, but he's trying to be paid all the money, and he's been out of the sport for a year plus now and had 2 ACLs, and now he's an older player. No team I think is really going to be willing to jump up to the forefront to pay him the money that I think he thinks he's worth. And I think he's going to struggle to get $10 million a year. I wouldn't want him. BZ says the league is moving back to running the ball, judging by the defensive tackle, running back, and middling offensive line markets. We need someone like Washington. We take a back in the later rounds, 1 through 3, and 1 to 2 more backs later in rounds or PFA. Sign me up on Washington, folks. I'm all on board with that, BZ. I love him. You don't have to sell me hard on that one at all. All day, every day. All day, every day. Andrew Rezendenko says Slade to stay with the Eagles, just reported. Another one lost. But that one never felt like it made a lot of sense to be coming here to me. Interesting. Yeah, John Robinson. Penny's going to have a good time behind that line. Connor says, who are the 3 best defensive prospects since 2010 in your opinion? Tremendous question. Probably Myles Garrett. Nick Bosa. (2010) I want to say Watt, but that's cheating because he really wasn't considered. He was a middle first round guy. Just like, that's why I can't say Donald. So I'm giving it a lot of thought right now. I can't think of the third one. I feel pretty solidly about Garrett and Bosa, but I'm not coming up with a third one, Connor, right now. I got some options and some guys that could, but I go, no, not quite. No, not quite. It probably would be another edge, to be honest with you. Might be Joey Bosa, Nick's brother. Seahawks 02, Seahawks, Hawks Nest. Remember when the Hawks almost traded Russ to the Browns that one year? Do you think John would have drafted Josh Allen like he said before, or is it just hindsight? I could be wrong. This is just instinctually on this one, the way that this felt at the time, which was that the Seahawks weren't really in a position at that point, Seahawks 02, of really, really being willing to move Wilson at that time. I think, though, what was happening was that the negotiations were stifled. Wilson was wanting a lot of the money at that time that the Seahawks weren't willing to dish out. And I think something that was going to hopefully help the negotiations move along from Schneider's standpoint is to be able to say, hey, do you want to take this deal or do you want me to trade you to Cleveland? And, hey, if I'm negotiating with a team and they're throwing that at me, I'm going to be like, I'll take a couple million less. It's okay. No, I don't. No, I mean, it's good. No, we're okay. I was just seeing if you do it. I didn't really think you'd do it, right? We're just talking here, right? What are we doing? We're just having talks. Why we got to start getting real with this talk on Cleveland stuff? Like, let's just chill. So I don't think they were really willing at looking at doing it. If they had to do it, to answer your question, bottom line, would have taken Allen? I think he would have taken Allen over Baker Mayfield. I think that pick made so a lot of more sense for me with Schneider than the Baker one did. That one didn't add up to me at all. Sean Lee, where do I see Nolan Smith falling to us in the draft? I don't think that he's going to last. I think that he's probably taken inside the top 17 picks at this point, meaning that we probably don't even have an opportunity to take him in the top 20. He seems to be rising up the board very, 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 very fast and very high. Mr. Kane says, hey, Hawks Nest, I'm driving, but I want to say what's up. What's up, Mr. Kane? Hope you're doing well out there. See if we get a little late night news breaking here, maybe. Tim says, if Richardson and Levis and Carter pick at 5, don't be surprised if Arizona takes Bijan at 3. Who would you take? Richardson and Levis and Carter at pick 5. If the character stuff is clear enough, Tim, I'll go with Carter over the other two. If the character's not clear, I might lean towards Richardson more than Levis, even though I kind of like Levis a little more, because I feel like you have the conditions for Richardson that he needs, which is to allow him to be able to sit for a little bit of time. If I was needing more of a guy to come in and play instantly, I'd lead towards Levis, but having the opportunity to let that flower grow in the soil a little bit for a while is nice. So we got Darius Slay going back to the Eagles. Goodness gracious. And I can't see the Eagles taking Bijan at 3 either. It's impossible maybe, but oh my goodness. Max says, how long of a contract do you want to sign Bobby to? Max, I'd like to do a 3-year deal so that I could bury a little bit of this money and add to this team. If I'm taking advantage of Geno with the lower contract this year, the $10 million hit, and I can find a way to now finagle that in other places, then I'd love to do that with Bobby's deal rather than just giving him a 1-year this or a 2-year that. So like a 3-year deal, 3-year, $21 million maybe, something like that. Weston Baylor, per Tony Pauline, the Seahawks have been eyeing John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota for the longest time, and it became enamored with him during the Senior Bowl. Pauline talks about first round, 20th overall. You certainly would be able to pick him at that point and jump everybody else to grab him there. And it can make a lot of sense in this draft to do that. And I will certainly be explaining it every which way but loose if that's the way that does play out. Zorn's hair was generational talent. Oh, Lordy. Oh, God. We think this says generational talent to me is when you're the best at your position, unquestionably, for an extended period of time. Aaron Donald, Mahomes. Yeah. It can also be what you become rather than what you're thought of when you're coming in the league, too. It's what makes this complicated, Megan. There's not a really great definition on it, you know. Brandon Weeden went when the first round when he was 28. Yeah, Hooker would have for sure too. And he was having such an outstanding. He might have won the Heisman if he kept playing. If he didn't tear his ACL. John Aceveda, wife confirmed Slay going back to the Eagles. Tough. Eagles are doing great this offseason. They've so far been on top of it, man. You thought they were going to really bleed, but they've been able to stem off the losses a little bit. Brandon Graham back, Slay back, Kelsey coming back. Seahawks, Blue Marine, Philly trying to stay on top. They're doing a good job. Jeffrey Thistle has been celebrating 10 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you, Jeffrey, for that long-time support. He says, imagine trading next year's first for the 6th pick, getting Anderson and Carter and Hooker in the 2nd. I think I would throw a party. Yeah, I was saying before on this, if we came out of this with both Carter and Anderson, it's like, oh my God, look out. Look out. Addicted to Hawks, Dalton Kincaid is the name of a polo player, not a football player. Really? Am I alone on this one? I felt like it was kind of maybe it is more polo. Maybe it is a little bit more like, I would have said like a Stenson Bennett. Like that's a polo player name. But Dalton Kincaid's got a little bit of, gunslinger. Maybe gunslinger is more the name, Tim B. You might be having me on that one. That might be right. Jonathan, Brandon, what was Will Disley's injury and around when will he be back? He'll be back by the start of the season. I think they just kind of shut him down because he probably just had some variety of things kind of adding up a little bit at last year. But I think it was the knee. It's a little bit dodgy. Megan says, how, if it's not realized, like Ichiro or Steve, can you be called generational? That doesn't make sense to me. It'll be a label that's sometimes put on guys as they're coming into the league, Megan. So it's two different times that it can be applied. It can be applied post whatever, post career, in the middle of the career when you realize you got it. Like a JJ Watt coming in wasn't a generational talent, but became a generational player. So I think that's maybe the place we realize what the difference between a generational player and a generational talent. Because it is sometimes get applied, Megan, for when they come in rather than just when they come in and perform. Because it's not referencing their production by calling them the talent, right? It's just referencing talent, physical ability. Jordan Clark, hey, Brandon, do you have an info on Sydney and Chase Brown from Illinois? I just found out the other day that they are from my hometown in Ontario. Fun guys, man. You're not going to find guys that are more dedicated in the weight room. Boy, these guys are just cut up. I think I was watching tape the other night on Chase Brown, and I think Chase Brown has a lot of similarities to Kenneth Walker. He's kind of like a little bit of a lesser version of what you'd have in a Kenneth Walker type. Walker, better at breaking tackles, better at also kind of moving the pile slightly a little bit better. But boy, Chase Brown's really explosive, and he just flies up the football field, blows through the holes, got that burst you look for, got the speed you want. Size is really just the question there with Chase, and ability to kind of carry tacklers. You get your hand on him, he's going to get taken down. Now, it's hard to get your hand on him. It ain't easy. Sidney Brown is one of my favorite players in the draft. Jordan, he joins the like of a Darnell Washington. It's just guys that regardless of round, I just kind of like. I don't know where they go, but I just kind of like them. He plays with a reckless abandonment that's the same kind of spirit that you would see in a Troy Polamalu. Not the kind of same player, but just that same sort of, they're not playing with they're never making a business decision. They're throwing their body around. They're coming at 100 miles an hour. Everything they do is fast. It's another one of those guys where they say, well, he plays like his hair's on fire. And that's what Sidney Brown is just like. You can move him up in the slot. You can play him out there at safety. He can do both really well. I love his upside. I love his feistiness. I love the dog in him. Sidney Brown is definitely one of my favorites in this draft. He's good. Shane, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Shane. Appreciate you. Weston Baylor, Ndamukong Suh, generational. Close as a prospect. Pretty close to being a generational prospect, yeah. Sean Lee says, what do I see as the odds of us taking Tyree Wilson at 5? 22% as it currently stands. Jack says the only generational prospect this year is Bijan, but I think it's debatable. I don't view Carter as one. I can understand that. I do view him as that, but I get if somebody doesn't quite get that viewpoint of him. Space says, I'd like the Clowney if the price is right. Me too. Me too. John Aceveda says Anderson is generational. No other edge could put up those kind of stats. Seatown fan, I'd be fine with Anthony Richardson at number 5. I'd be okay with it. Maybe wouldn't be the first guy I'd look to pick, but if they picked it, I'd be okay. John Acevedo, Anderson was a top 5 lock since his freshman year. That's generational. I'm with applying potentially that onto it. I think the problem, the tough part with applying the generational tag on him necessarily is doesn't necessarily test out well in this post process. I know Carter doesn't either though, but you could talk me into Anderson being generational. I'm not quite there with him, but I understand the production definitely is one that would normally match to somebody that you would say that with. Yep, Deion Sanders would be generational. For sure. Oh, show. Daya tells us some options I haven't heard discussed much. Bring back Shelby Harris, Rasheem Green, sign Jarvis Landry, Devin Singletary. What do you think? I think Landry would be interesting because he does so much of his work from the slot, being that's what we need right now. And I've always liked his game. I think Harris makes a lot of sense to Hattel. Scheme familiarity, team familiarity, and he didn't play bad last year. He just didn't play up to where they wanted him to be for what they brought him over for in Denver. I'd be out on, I wouldn't really be as much in on Rasheem Green, and I've never really been a big Devin Singletary guy. So 2 of those guys I'd be a yeah, the other 2 I'd be kind of me. Walter Jones was definitely a generational talent. Yeah, John, Andre Carter's dropping fast in the draft. Very fast. Adrian Peterson is generational? Yeah, 100%. But Marshawn, that came out in that same class, probably not quite there, right? Again, it's open for interpretation. It's in the eye of the beholder on this a little bit too. John says Jalen really screwed himself and could have redeemed himself. I'm not totally out on him, but don't want a player who has to be motivated constantly. No, you don't. I did a pretty long diatribe on him at the start of this, John, at like 10 minutes at the start of the show. So we've discussed him so many times at this point. 6 hours in, I'm good on Jalen, you know. But I hear you. It didn't help today. BZ says, pretty sure Lamar will be a Colt. The $133 million guaranteed sounds like an Irsay move for sure. They've been clearing cap space for a reason and already fallen behind the Panthers in the draft. Could happen. They seem to be emerging as a likelier possibility here as anyone else, BZ. I think you might be onto something here. Jason Kelsey, I think, is who I meant, Justin. Going back to the Eagles. Sorry. Misspoke. Derek Taylor says, Ringo, local Tacoma kid, need corner outside depth and competition. I think, too, Derek, he could eventually become a free safety in this league. I think Johnny Carter's dealing with stuff off the field that probably doesn't have him 100% with locked in on just training right now, to your point. Jordan Clark says, awesome to hear. All we ever produce in London, Ontario is hockey players, and I'm the Canadian who hates hockey. Well, these guys are good, man. I don't know if they have some hockey background, but both of them are pretty fun players. Seattle 88 says, Walter Jones was only penalized 9 times in his whole career. It's incredible. Feels like Jermaine Ifedi got penalized 9 times in one game. To me. What's up, Marco Antonio? Seattle 808. I think the Pitt defensive lineman will be gone at 20. He might be. Kind of all depends on that arm length thing and if that impedes him at all or not. And I'm not sure on that one, to be honest with you. John says, I want Flowers, though, if we draft one in the second. I'd be okay with that. Justin Goins, Ray Guy, generational talent. Hey, every position's got to have one, Justin. Punters, too. Punters are people, too. Punters are humans, too. Andrew Luck was definitely a generational talent, Jack. Yep. GoOx 2023. If you look in the description section, you should be seeing an address listed in there, an 8019 address. So if you're looking to mail me now, I've got an address listed. It's not a P.O. box, but it's the 8019 address. It's my offshoot place. So you can send there. I will get mail there. So if you want to send it, you can send it to send any item my way through that. I will pick it up. Data tells us the Browns have signed Maurice Hurst. Another defensive tackle off the board. What's up, Henry Mars? How you doing, man? Hopefully well. Weston Baylor, not going to lie, I'm not a big on Tyree at 5. I'm just not sure how he'll fit with what we're doing. Past 7, I'm cool with him. Get it completely, Weston. We were talking about this last week, and I said my comparison on if we take Tyree Wilson at 5, my equivalent comparison. Hold on. I'm going to bring it up. I brought it up before, but let me. Okay. So. Let's see if I can make this work. Might have to just bring this in like this. So let's try this live here. I need media file. It needs to be new. And it needs to be this. Let's see if this works. So if we drafted, let me make it bigger. If we drafted Tyree Wilson, this would be my reaction if I can get it to go. Hold on. So this is Alonzo Mourning on the bench. He's just thinking his own thoughts here. Hold on. Not even the full meme, unfortunately. He's just like, And then he just kind of goes, okay. So this would be, let me loop it here. Let's see if it lets me loop it. Yeah, we'll just loop this. So you got him. He's just thinking it's been a tough day. Well, what are you going to do? Tyree, I guess. Tyree, damn. Well, all right. All right, I guess Tyree. Nah, man. All right. That's my reaction if we take Tyree is just what Alonzo's doing right now. I ain't loving it, but all right. Yeah, it makes sense. I just, okay. It's that. He just goes from the point of a first like resigned to like, damn, no. Well, all right. Such a good meme. Oh, such a good meme. Adrian Perez says, greetings from Mexico. Greetings to you as well. Von Miller, generational. I might go with that. Yeah, I'd go with that. Barry was definitely generational. Addicted Hawks says, sorry, I was downstairs pouring a bowl of cereal. Stenson Bennett is a man's cologne. Suh is generational dirty player. Henry, yeah, I believe Jarvis Landry is a free agent right now. 100%, I think. Henry says Marshawn Lynch is a generational talent. I think maybe give you, I don't know. I don't know, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know on that one. I don't know. I'll let the audience decide on that one. Tim says, I'd take Paris Campbell for cheap, but it'd be bargain-based prices cheap. Random, thank you for the $5 donation. Random McDaniel. Appreciate seeing the chat again here. Says, how does Schmitz rate as a prospect compared to Creed Humphrey as the Iowa kid last year? I think that there's a difference between how Creed Humphrey, of course, has been rated, Randall, coming out of college, and then, of course, where he is as a player now. So there's a bit of a difference between the two there. Because I think Creed Humphrey and Schmidt, as far as their player profile, their physical profile, what they're bringing to the position, move from mobility standpoint, has a lot of equivalency to it. Creed Humphrey is obviously rounded out to be an amazing player, like one of the best centers in the sport. So he has certainly gone to a different top end point. He's kind of outplayed what his physical profile was set to be, Randall. We'll see if Schmitz is able to do the same thing. But part of the reason why I think on both of those two players, you got to lean back and go, just look at the tape. Turn on the tape and tell me you're not impressed by what you're seeing from those guys. And I was on Creed when it was back in college, and I certainly have been so with Schmitz. But they're very comparative, Randall, in the respect of their tape doesn't lie, but their physical testing numbers are going to kind of try to tell you a distruth. You know, they're going to try to lead you astray a little bit. Just to go in, so Orlando Pace was a generational talent? Yeah. Sean Lee says this is the 5th year in a row that Clowney has hit the open market. Interesting bit of info. It is, but of course, Cleveland brought him back last year. And so, it's, I think, interesting, but this is also, I think, where he's been with trying to get the most money at each day as well, which is going to lead you to be sort of a gun for hire. Go to the highest bidder. Prezon says, do you think the Seattle reaches for a linebacker in this draft? I don't think they do, Prezon. Absent, we don't find a middle linebacker in free agency, and now we're looking at needing to find 2 starters in this class. If that's the case, then you're going to probably end up reaching somewhere. Calvin Johnson, 100% generational. Jose Rodriguez, what's up, man? Good to see you in the house. It says, I know this is a football channel, but pitcher just tore an ACL in the New World Classic. What a waste. They need to stop doing this. I'm not a fan of the World Classic either, Jose. I'm really not. Baseball's got enough problems without having prime guys being lost due to playing in this thing. It's kind of silly to me. So I'm with you on that. It's like only bad things could happen from this, and I don't celebrate any of the successes. I'm like, yay, America won it. We're the best in baseball. That sport that we invented. Tommy, think about it, 9 penalties, and he had to go up against some serious pass rushers. What a boss. He was a big boss. Big boss. Derek Taylor, I like Ringo, man. Especially like Ringo potential as a free safety. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I appreciate it. Says, I will never say I never bought into Andrew Luck for a second. You can tell me he had a strong arm, but looked less than mid to me. It's fair enough, man. It's fair enough. I think with him, it was as much as you knew what he was going to bring as far as also being like a de facto coach out there, where maybe he was in that Peyton Manning of the arm strength isn't 100% pure, but it was a pretty strong arm to me. Felt pretty strong. It wasn't maybe Elway like strong, Garth, from that standpoint, but I liked him a lot. And boy, he had hella production there with Indianapolis when he had a horrible offensive line. He was getting the hell beat out of him there. Gar, thank you for the donation, though. Out on Carter. Aaron Donald, if we don't get it, Carter, I'm slamming everything. Nice. Marcus B28, distractions, good or bad, are a part of life and will always be there. Jalen does not get an excuse for not being prepared. Nope. Lions Mania, you'd like Gonzalez. He's a good player. Be a solid addition. Not as much risk there with some upside. What you'd like to be getting if you're going to pick in the top 10. Tommy says, hell no. If this is how we feel about Wilson, we can't trade back. Damn the program. Draft Bijan. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I do appreciate all the donos. Who's the defensive end outside linebacker from Iowa State? McDonald? Is he similar to Maffey? How does he comp to the 4.39 Georgia kid? Seems like a bunch of tweeners in this class. Yes, that would be Will McDonald that you are talking about. And Will McDonald is, he's a little bit different from, I think he's a little bit different from Nolan Smith. He's got a little more size to him. He's got some length to him too, like 34, 35 inch long arms, something like that, Randall, like legitimate, insane length. He's got better get off, I think, than Maffey does. First step quickness, bend. I think if you're looking for more of an apropos comp on the Seahawks to Will McDonald, it would be Darrell Taylor. He's like a longer armed Darrell Taylor is how I would look at McDonald. But he's a lot like Taylor in that, he's going to beat you with first step quickness, dip and bend, but he doesn't really have a whole lot of pass rush moves to call upon. Some of that also comes from the fact that Iowa State plays that wonky 3-man front you see in college, where those guys are often in a 5-tech like positioning on the defensive line. And so they're not in the best places to be able to go out there and just purely rush the passer, which did affect some of his production. He's insanely talented. And if he can ever figure out what to do with his hands, and, he's Ricky Bobby, I don't know what to do with my hands. I want to go real fast. I go real fast in the car felt real good. Just want to go real fast, get the quarterback. It's kind of what McDonald's whole game's kind of based around a little bit there. So with Nolan Smith, you're getting the best edge run defender in the draft, even at his size at 238, Randall. He is undersized, but he is still that. That's what he was on tape. Doesn't have quite, I think, the first step quickness of McDonald, though he has quickness and speed. I think McDonald's shown a little bit more as a pass rusher than I've seen from Nolan Smith on tape. Nolan's shown some flashes, but it's very, very inconsistent. And both of them have the same thing in common, of course, too, Randall, where they're both playing in a defensive scheme that hinders them a little bit by putting them in that 5-tech responsibility, or maybe sometimes a 4-eye responsibility where they have some run stuffing kind of duties that they have to take care of first before they can start on their way to the quarterback. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Appreciate you. And I do like McDonald. He does feel like a very Seahawks player to me, Randall. Like a very John Schneider special, That would be on the John Schneider menu, would be the Will McDonald. Seahawks Gaming, thank you for the $5 donation, Seahawks Gaming. He says, draft Anderson at 5, trade 20th, 2 second-rounders for Lions' 6th pick, and get Carter. Pete Carroll isn't getting any younger. Well, we were talking about that Seahawks Gaming. God, that'd be incredible to come out of here with both of those two players. That would be insane. So if we did walk out of this draft with those two guys at the forefront, I'm really going to have a hard time if people are wanting me to be like anti that. Like, oh, damn, you came out of this draft with the two best players through the first two rounds. I'm not going to freak out. I'm going to be applauding that one, Seahawks Gaming. I would be applauding that one. So, hey, sign me up for it, man. There may be some in the chat that want to bristle and push back on that. I wouldn't be one of those people, though. So I love it. I love where your head's at on that. I love that. That'd be an awesome possibility. Maybe that opens up a little bit here if Carter does dip and drop a little bit in this particular draft. And boy, if you got Anderson at the first pick and you're sitting there seeing Carter drop a little bit, maybe that you feel, hey, we got our certainty with Anderson. We can feel a little more certain to take that risk at that point. We're willing to take that flyer because we've got our certainty here with this Anderson selection. I like it. I love it. Thank you, Seahawks Gaming, for the dono, though, man. It's a beautiful idea. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I'll appreciate all the donos. It says, difference between a generational talent and generational player. Big Daddy Wilkinson was as talented as anyone at the time. Tom Brady didn't have the talent. It's well said, Randall. Well said. And Megan, that's the main thing to look at with that. There's the difference of the generational talent and then generational kind of player. The player is what he was on the NFL field. The talent is what he was considered coming into the league. And that you don't usually see the generational talent label thrown out, Megan, very often on given drafts. For instance, last year, was there any guy that we heard mentioned about in that way at any positional group? No, nobody was. So it's not a marker that's often thrown out, but there are times in certain years you have multiple guys that would fit that label. Well said though, Randall. That's right. That's right. Big Daddy went number 1 overall in that draft, but certainly never able to realize that great potential. Bobby Decken, do we think we make any moves tonight? Been pretty quiet today since the Cowboys out the race. We are the only team left and about to sign, or do you think there is a team that we don't know about? Reportedly last night, The Athletic was saying that it was down between the Buffalo Bills and the Raiders, and Seahawks weren't even being mentioned in connection with Bobby at that time. I don't know how much is reality with that article or not. We'll see in that respect of things, but I think Bobby being his own agent here is part of what maybe slows that down just a little bit on figuring out wherever he goes. So I'm not sure. I'm having a hard time reading this free agent period right now, Bobby. It's been a very much a slower period than we normally see here. There's just not a lot of there's some signings, but they're kind of just trickling in a little bit more than this is the first day of free agency. You'd be expecting it going bam, 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 bam. Yeah, Bo Jackson will be a generational talent. Seahawks Gaming, Aaron Curry was probably a generational talent. Yeah. Not realized there. Ed Reed, generational. I like all these suggestions you guys are putting out there. They're all good. Male generational player is the exact opposite of Brian Bosworth. That's true. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Garth. He says, Brando, I have to ask, what is the getting the hell beat out of them mark? If I'm not mistaken, Russ and Luck came out of the same year. What is the... I have to ask, what is the getting the hell beat out of them mark? If I'm not mistaken, Russ and Luck came out in the same year. Not sure on your question exactly. I'm sorry, Garth. I mean, there's not a number I can necessarily apply to a Garth other than the number of hits, times he was sacked and beaten up there with the Indianapolis Colts when he walked in. You know, their line was just not in a great place at all. There was no Quenton Nelson there or Ryan Kelly there. You know, they had their guys retire that were decent. Like I think Costanzo retired out pretty quickly, walked in. So just that line was in horrible shape and they just didn't have anything and he was really getting beat up and then your defense wasn't great and you couldn't really run the ball that well. You know, that's how it felt to me, at least at the time with him. It's part of what I thought, Garth, that he retired was the injuries he sustained with that stuff was part of what then drove him to retirement was that he just got so beat up. And Russ got beat up a lot over these years too, but Certainly right now, I think Russ is showing signs of some of that same kind of wear and tear, kind of wearing him out. But Russ was also a little bit of the Iron Man guy where he was able to sustain it a little bit better, I think. But yeah, Luck took some shots, it felt like. Seahawks Blue and Green, did Carter know that the other car wrecked when he did it? If he did and left his friends to die, then that's a huge red flag for me, and I would change my mind, We will find out. We'll find out, man. We'll find out on draft day. Schneider will determine on this. Jack, if you're not sold on Wilson, then I would recommend Gonzalez B. I love Gonzalez as a player, Jack. I just don't. The problem with that I come to on this is my problem with going with Gonzalez is this. You have a draft that's insanely decked out with cornerbacks all across the board in every single round. You have a head coach who has shown himself to not in me just making a colorful title of him, that this is who Coach Carroll has been. He's a cornerback whisperer. And you've watched him over and over and over again get quality out of guys drafted later. So I pair this in my mind going, I have a deep draft with corners. I have a coach that can teach him up. Why would this then be the given draft I'd want to reach for that position when I have other needs at other positions on that? Gonzalez is a clear and safe prospect, but you could accomplish a lot of what you could get out of Gonzalez going other realms without having to necessarily make it the 5th overall selection. You're not going to find a Tyree Wilson-like talent player in the 2nd, 3rd round. You know? Stephen Gord, I definitely think Red Bryant, Tyree Wilson's on another level from Red Bryant, Steve. I don't know how you come to that comparison. Red Bryant's like a 300-pound guy that they moved out to edge as an early down run defender as a 5-tech. There's like 40-pound difference between those guys. If not more. Andrew, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you. This is another day, another stream. Thanks, B. Hey, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate the donation, man. Great time today. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, the only 2 things on my mind for the draft are what would Paul Allen want and do, and what would John Clayton say? I don't know on either of those 2, Megan. Somebody was asking that earlier about Clayton, and I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not sure on Paul Allen either. I'm not trying to be evasive. I sincerely don't know on those. Jonathan Maganda, is Perryman still a free agent? I do believe he is. I think so. "12 man for life. Hawks Nest, the Bills Raiders report has been called out by several players as being fake." That's good to hear. I was worried this morning when I first went live was when I saw it, 12 man. So thanks for that update. I'm glad to hear that. Jack says, well, McDonald equals Bruce Irvin. I like it, Jack. That's a good comparison. It's a very, very good comparison. Addicted Hawks. Tyree did attend the combine, but he didn't do any drills. Vegas is the Hawks Nest. So how is Stephen, our founding father, considered generational then? Clearly I'm stupid as I clearly don't get it. I'll shut up now. I think the place that you got confused that I didn't probably delineate enough at the top of this, Megan, is you have generational talent and then you have a generational player. Generational talent is what a player is coming into the league and what he's considered. Argent, 8th round pick, not considered a generational talent, but he went out there and set all these records as a receiver across the board, reset the book on the receiving records across the board. So he was a generational player. So one is about what your rep is coming in. One is about what your rep is as you've played. Anthony Hall says, do I like Hendon Hooker with a 2nd round pick? I'm not quite there with him on a 2nd round pick, Anthony. If they took him with the late 2nd round pick, I'd begrudgingly be okay with it. I would prefer to look into the 3rd round with him if you're going to take him. Torn ACL, older player, can't make that a 2nd round pick at this point. John says, can non-returning Seahawk free agent corners really work for us, though? It seems an old dog new trick scenario with this kick step. They like them a clean slate. They do. Johnson says we should follow suit with the Cowboys. Look at them trading for a man-based corner in Gilmore. I'd love to see them go with more man, John. They had a chance there with Slay, but obviously aren't looking to do it. We're going to stay in that zone concepts. Every time, post-snap, zone concepts. We're not sliding out of it. Zone concepts. Softer zones than a baby's back. TikTok show, Brandon, we need trenches at not cornerback at 5. Agreed. I don't want to do 5. I don't want to do Gonzalez at 5. No. I'm not trying to say that. I won't do that. JTM says, who are some players you're hoping that the Hawks will get beside the obvious names? I mean, I only kind of got the obvious names right now, and I don't think they have a tremendous amount of money left to spend here, really, JTM. You know, it's a Bobby Wagner and a Jadeveon Clowney and, you know, maybe a wide receiver you can find out there like a Thielen. Those would be those 3 guys that, if not Thielen, I think the guy that got released out by the Jets recently, the receiver the Jets just released off to save some money. He'd be another option I'd take a look at out there. Donta Foreman is a running back option, as on the open market as a kind of a thunder to Kenneth Walker's lightning. I think he could make some sense out there, JTM. But it's not a big list for me just because we don't have, I think we got some money, but we don't have, you know, all the money to spend. Tommy, yeah, you're right. We don't play man enough to justify a man-based corner. We'd have to commit to that. Sean Taylor was generational, Seattle 88. That's another great one. You got some good ones on this one, Seattle 88. Every one of the ones you suggested, I think, has been on point. Derek Sanchez, am I out on Jalen Carter for the 5th pick after his sad pro day? I'm not. Derek, I did about a 10-minute thing on this at the start of the stream. And I kind of put this together specifically just so that I just didn't have to answer the question 30 times over the given course of a stream. So I've got some real expansive thoughts at the very start of the stream. If you hit play at the very beginning, you can get my whole expansive 10-minute thoughts on Carter. The bottom line on this, to skip to the end though, if you want just kind of the bottom line on it, I didn't need his pro day for me to know what player he is. I don't need him to run bag drills or a 40 time to know whether or not he's a pro prospect or worthy of the selection of being picked at 5. This all comes down to character concerns. This all comes down to whether or not he's got work ethic. This all comes down to whether he's got problems and issues off the field. I don't know that information or data. I don't think that the leaks or the rumors or the racing incident is enough for me to make a final determination on that. I think I'm going to, at the end of the day, Derek, on this one, I'm going to trust the general manager to make the assessment. And he's got the private investigators. He's got the background check. He's got all of that stuff to look into. And it's way more information than I get to operate off of. And if I'm trying to make an assessment on background checks and I don't have that information, I feel like I'm making it a little bit blindly in the dark or making it from a bit of a skewed perspective if I'm only being given a partial amount of the information. So whatever he decides to do on this, Derek, I'm good with. And it's not going to change for me. My Carter situation is not going to slide to another place where I'm suddenly out on him, absent us hearing that there's something incredibly horrible and horrific about him in how he goes about his business. TikTok's Brandon, do we draft a backup quarterback like Duggan? I would think so. I think my thing on this has been like Dorian Thompson Robinson, 4th round. 5th round, you could look at Duggan, Hayner, Stenson Bennett. I think they're all basically in the same place of what they're going to give you. Megan Hawks says, I think Mr. Allen would be thrilled with pick 5, but warning the boys to be very careful with it and consider all options. That sounds good to me, Megan. That sounds about right. John says, what I hear is, what's this I hear of Hopkins and Cowboys? Is that what you're hearing? I was hearing Hopkins and I was hearing him somewhere else. Forget where I was hearing him, but I was hearing him going somewhere else. Seahawks blue and green. I'm grabbing Richardson if Anderson is gone. He may take a couple of years, but we have the time because of Geno. Agreed. It would move me in the direction of going more for Anderson than even a Levis at this point. Levis is the older prospect you bring in to kind of start initially. Richardson is the one that you would want to have wait if you were going to pick him up. So you have that, you're afforded that opportunity here with having Geno in place. And I'm good with it. I'm completely good with that. Dick to Hawks, my pleasure, man. He'll run here his pro day at some point. Irish Hawks, we have about 18 to 20 million in cap space. Maybe about. Remember, we got to factor into the functional space you got to utilize for the draft picks within that, because they count about 16 million. But you're sitting pretty good still. Seahawks Gaming with a $2 donation. Did the 49ers give up on Drake Jackson so Boye Mafe won? Drake Jackson. No, he's still a Niner, isn't he? I mean, he was inactive a lot, but no, he's still on the team there, Seahawks Gaming. But Boye was a better player last year, that's for sure. I watched as I wanted Perrine in free agency. Broncos making moves. They're making moves like they're going for it a little bit at times here this offseason. Peyton ain't sitting around and waiting. Seahawks Gaming, thank you for the donations, man. I do appreciate you. And the donos. Mr. Thick, if the front office and scout deemed Carter as a liability, I wouldn't oppose Richardson at 5. Me neither, man. Me either. And as I say, I'm trusting in their decision on this. They've got so much more information than I have to call upon here. Gox 2023 says, I'm sure hoping for another A-plus draft. John can do it. He can do it all night. John can do it. He's got the ammunition, man. The gun ain't going to be empty this time. This ain't like 2 years ago with the 3 picks. Bobby Decken, do we take a center in the draft or do we sign one? I think we probably take a center in the draft at this point, Bobby. I think the centers aren't really, there's not much out there. The only guy that I think could be a possibility with all the guys that have gone off the board, the only 2 I think would be Connor McGovern or Justin Britt. I think absent that, you're probably going to look at a center in the draft. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate all your donations tonight, Garth. You're a tremendous man. It says, Brando, would the Hawks have a Super Bowl ring without Russ? Your chap believes it was destined. Yeah, I'm not. You got to one Super Bowl and won it. If you'd gotten out there and won that second Super Bowl, I might have said that second Super Bowl might not have been one without Russ. But the first one, I do believe that team was a juggernaut team, and if I have Geno Smith on that team, not rookie Geno, I guess, maybe not rookie. But if I've got a functional quarterback there instead over there on that team at that time with all you're working with, I think that they probably could. Yes. I think you'd create a special enough defense. I think the dynamic of Marshawn Lynch, as good as the offensive line was, the playmakers you had on the outside to throw to, even the tight end position. I don't think that there was necessarily Russ that put that team up over the top. He was a valuable member of the team, so don't get me wrong, Garth. I'm not saying like he ran on the coattails of everybody, but at that time when you went to that Super Bowl, he was a highly proficient game manager who could run around and was clutch at times. But I don't think he was necessarily carrying the day. Addicted to Hawks, the Cowboys did pick back up Leighton Vander Esch. I watched this. Whoops, just got here. Sorry about the Carter comment. Oh, no worries. I watched. It's all good, man. I did just post the video because I was like, I knew today I was going to be asked about it. So I've been trying to avoid talking about it too much because it's been, how it is, man. You get asked the question 34 times over a 5.5 hour period. You're just like, I feel like Dustin Hoffman in Marathon Man, Is it safe? Yes, it's safe. It's safe. Is it safe? Okay. Okay, no, it's not safe. It's not safe. So is it safe? Yeah. Okay, it's safe. No, it's not. Yes, it is. What do you want? What do you want me to say? It's a little bit like that, where you're just like, half of my teeth have been grinded into, and what's the answer? What do you want me to tell you? But it's all good, bro. Jack says, I don't love DTR. I would pass on him. Fourth round guy for me at this point, Jack. None of these guys am I looking as the quarterback of my future at that point. They're all backup types that are cheap. That's the main point with them. Tommy says, if you don't have the one you love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. Megan says, I'm stepping away for a bit, B. How long will you be on for the Hawks Nest? We're going to probably wrap this up here pretty soon. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hangry. Krishna says, thoughts on trading down and getting Tyree Wilson? I'm good with it, Krishna. I like that better than taking him at number 5 alone. At least you're getting something out on that on the addition of it, and you maybe be able to pick him up a little bit longer, deeper down. Dick Doc says, I think Paul Allen would be playing guitar and singing a song about top 5 pick. Another sad story. Sigh. Anthony Hall, we do need a reliable backup. And Anthony Locke is still a free agent. So he's not a Hawk anymore. He's a pure free agent. Anybody can sign him. Justin says, there's always Taysom Hill. Seahawks Gaming says, I meant the Niners signed Clelin Ferrell, the Raiders bust, and got Hargrave, Bosa, Armstead, Kinlaw, so Drake Jackson is the odd man out. I think he's just flex. They flex in a rotation there, Gaming. They're a little bit like the Eagles in that there's always a heavy rotation coming through there with the Niners on that line. So you're flipping them through, and with Kinlaw and Hargrave, those don't really affect Drake at that point. It's merely Bosa and Armstead. And Armstead even has some snaps where he flips inside at times. So at the end of the day, it probably reduces a little bit down his snaps a little bit. But even right now, as it stands to Gaming, Boye Mafe has kind of an equivalent number of snaps he's looking at going forward from the edge with having Uchenna Nwosu here and having Darrell Taylor still here. So it does kind of apply with him as well. Anthony Hall Baker would have been a really good backup for us. He signed for really cheap. I think he would want to go to a team where he has an opportunity to start, a pathway to starting, which he now does have with the Bucs, right? Isn't he competing with that kid out of Florida that sucks? That's his competition now. So I don't think Baker was just going to come to Seattle to wait on the bench at that point. And I think he signed for $6 million, which is a pretty substantial amount of money, especially when you're already paying the frontline guy like we are with Geno the amount of cash you are. Moda says, Hawks Nest, how many college quarterbacks with under 60% completion percentage have been successful in the NFL? Probably quite a few, actually. I think you might be surprised on that motive. Accuracy is something that can improve with time. So Josh Allen being an example of that recently that I could speak off the top of my head. I'm not sure where Patrick Mahomes was in college, but I don't think he was necessarily the most accurate guy back then. So it's something you'd like to see, but I don't think it's a death knell for a player. Big Jock says, yep, that defense was outstanding in the first Super Bowl. Fran Tarkenton would have finally won a Super Bowl with that D. Exactly. And Days Hip Hop, that's a big pickup for the Bengals. Smart of them to do. Protect your most valuable asset. Protect what is essentially right now the second best quarterback in the sport. Dick to the Hawks says, oh my God, is it safe? I use that line dozens of times at work, but many don't know the reference. No, it's getting to be one of those old references, and I'm already seeing it with some of these kids on my chat at times where I'll say a reference and they're like, huh? What? What is that from? You go, no. But it's one of the great all-time ones. Spaces, can you sing a Nirvana song? I don't know. I might send Megan over the edge on it. I'm so happy because today I found my friends. They're in my head. Sunday morning is every day. It's hard to sing 7 hours in, man. The voice goes. Kyle Trask. Kyle Trash. I think Baker's going to be able to beat him out copper-wise. I think he's going to be able to take him. Megan says, I'm getting ready for Bobby to come home. I hope he is coming home. Justin's Pumpkin is giving herself the business. Look at that. Irish Seahawk, I stand corrected over the cap. Just checked over the cap, and it shows we have $18.9 million in cap space without the Reed cap hit included in the mix yet. So yeah, this is a little bit less. There's still some money to work with there. And they have some other flexibility and other moves they can make if they wanted to. King Bomber says, I don't think it's necessary, just accuracy improving. I feel like those players, those are players who haven't properly been coached, but have the talent to do it. Exactly. It's hard to take that as an only stat and say it's representation of this player and where he's going and if he can improve or not on it. I think it's more one of those, you got to look at all the factors of what's led to that inaccuracy. Is he playing in a tough conference? Does he have bad supporting cast? Does he have mechanical flaw that can be cleaned up? He just, as you say, King Bomber, he just hasn't been given the right coaching to get it cleaned up. Can be a lot of different explanations for that. Seahawks blue and green looked it up in a lot of good quarterbacks. That's how it was feeling to me. I didn't check it, but it did feel like that was the case. Steve the Geese says, is this still going live? I took a 2-hour nap. Still live. Still live. We're wrapping it on up, Bo. Here, we're kind of putting a button on this one. King Bomber, you can't teach the kid next to you how to accurately throw a ball. It's a feeling thing that people develop with proper coaching, etc. Yeah. Nikolai Gardner, what kind of selections do you think we can get if we trade down on 5? Kind of depends on how far back we're trading, Nikolai. Are you going back a couple picks? Are you going back 7 picks? I think there's a lot of guys in play depending on how far you go back or how short you go back. So it sort of depends on how far you're looking to slide on that a little bit. But, you could trade back all the way to like a Washington team and get them their quarterback, or you could trade us back 2 spaces to the Raiders if they want Richardson, which it's going to be a wildly different player you have an opportunity to pick up at that point. Blue and Green says Favre, Bledsoe, McNabb, Hasselbeck, Stafford, all under 60% in college. It's great. Justin Goins, Bradshaw's below 60% as well. There's another one. King Bobber says, I don't think as Seahawks fans we can properly make the correct analysis from tape and what we know about a team. I think reality is going to come down to the front office, their ability to draft, how well they know the staff in Florida, etc. With Richardson, yes. TD says, check the endurance here. Hey, I roll deep here, man. I roll deep. And with Carter, how do you feel about Carter, Brandon? King Bomber, so... and I love you, brother. I do. I'm 7 hours in, and I created at the top of this about a 10-minute spiel I did because I knew what was going to happen today was with the Carter Pro Day. What was going to happen was I was going to go live, and I was going to be asked 52 times over the course of a 7-hour stream, Jalen Carter question, and have to answer it again the same exact fashion 52 straight times in a 7-hour period. Which I sometimes don't mind doing on some subjects. I don't mind repeating myself on, but I got to be honest with you. When it comes to this Jalen Carter situation for me, King Bomber, I am lagged out. I'm tuckered out. I've got a month left of having to answer this question with it. So I'm at a spot with it where I've landed at a place with Jalen Carter, and I didn't land here today. I've been at this spot for a great period of time on this, King, and that is where I trust what I've seen from him on the tape. I don't need pro days. I'm not going to play Brandon the Detective, and get a little tin shield and go get myself a revolver and go out in the streets and try to figure out the truth. I'm going to land on the side of just saying I'm going to trust in the opinion of John Schneider and the background work they're doing and looking into the background checks on this guy and see where they come out on this. And if it's clear and they feel good about it and they pick it, I will celebrate the pick. If they decide to pass on him and they say not worth the risk, I will understand it completely. But that's my bottom line. I'm not making some personal assessment of he's out in my book now because of this pro day or because of this off season. I didn't need the drills to know how good a player is, but I did do King Bomber like about a 10-minute talk where I really went end to end on this given subject at the start of the show. And I would just kind of lean back onto those thoughts in regards to the Carter thing. And please do understand too, I've had to answer it so many times at this point, and I was over it before the pro day today. I was like, I'm good. I'm good. Irish Seahawk, if we trade the 5th pick, we could look to slide to 4 to 8 picks and pick up another second. What's nice about that is having even more picks in the better value area of this draft. Agreed. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. Garth Brando, I think we can deduce Zorn would have won a Super Bowl in 2014 with that defense, so why don't we just give him a ring? King Bomber says, gotcha, B. I'll go rewatch it. Very understandable. I'm disappointed his pro day just about at the edge of being done. I get it. For those that are at that point, King Bomber, I do get it. And I don't need to, I'm not necessarily at a place where I feel, motivated to try to sell people on Carter if they're not there. I'm not trying to get to that spot of things. The thing that's tired of me out on this King Bomber, and I mean, this is why I don't have politics on my channel. Okay. Like, this is why that I don't do politics as well. This isn't just the reason I don't. It's because there's things that are subjects that are interesting to me that I love talking about and that I really enjoyed speaking about. And then there are subjects that I have no interest in whatsoever. And when we start talking about the off-field actions of a 21-year-old kid, you couldn't talk about something that has less appeal to me as a given subject to talk about. That it's really what I think drives me a little bit most crazy about this King Bomber is that we have people that are trying from an armchair standpoint to make a determination about this kid's character, and you don't have the data, you don't have the information. You can turn on all 22 tape of Georgia's film and go watch every single snap of Jalen Carter's game. And you have a right, in my opinion, to look at that and make your assessment off that and say, here's what I see on the tape. But we don't have that when it comes to the off the field stuff. We don't have the private investigators to John Schneider. We don't have the scouts with the connections to the Georgia program or the coaches there. We don't have any of that. John Schneider does. They spend, I'm sure, hundreds of thousands of dollars getting this stuff right, getting these players right, getting that off the field assessment portion of this correct. And I'm going to lean on what they've got to say on that and make that kind of the final say so for me on this. Because I just feel like it's not like film tape. I don't think that we can get these little flashes of this stuff and it's not the whole story, and we're trying to deduce it like it's the whole story. And I get a King Bomber if you're out on drafting him. I don't bemoan anybody that's like, I'm good. I can't. I don't want to. I'm out. I just don't land in that same place. And I won't be on that. Soon, is there a location that shows who is currently under contract, including newly signed? Not that I'm aware of. Gemini Glass is in on Will Anderson. I love me some Will. Hang with Lee. Zach Wilson can try to compete with Aaron Rodgers. He can try. He can try. Soon, that be your best guess where we're going to find the linebackers we're looking for. I think it's going to be Bobby Wagner and Deion Henley. When we end out this offseason and we're looking at our starters, Deion Henley and Bobby Wagner. Taste Bud says, love that you don't do politics. Yeah, never here. But it's the same vein for me when we start getting to talk about stuff that's not off the football field and start talking about people's character and human beings and who they are. I get uncomfortable. I get very uncomfortable in that type of talk. And I go, no, I don't want to talk about it. Inside say, hey, I'm confused. What does free agency mean? Free agency means you can go out. A guy is free to sign with any team in the NFL that they wish to sign with. That their rights are not controlled by any given team. And Sunsu, I feel good about that prediction of those two linebackers. I do. Copperwise says, not a realistic scenario, but would you pass on Anderson if Chicago offered both ones next year to move up from 9? So you would get Chicago and Carolina's first next year to give up 5 this year, but then we wouldn't be picking, we'd pick it. So Copper, if I still pick at 9, it's a no-brainer, right? 2 first-rounders to go back 4 picks. But I think what you were saying was that you'd have to just give up you'd get the 2 future first-round picks for this year's 5. Whew. God, that's a great question. I might be driven to do that if that's what you meant by that. I don't know. Nobody's presented that question to me, Copperwise. That's a really interesting one. I like it as a situation. I'm torn. I'd have to think that one through a little bit, I think. But my initial instinct is a yes. Kissock Song says, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's a lot of smoke on fire right now. A lot of smoke on Carter right now. There is. But like I say, no matter how much smoke there may be on this kiosk, there may be smoke on him. What you're looking at right now is 1% of the total information of this guy as a player versus the information that our front office is going to have to go off of. So, what's the better thing here? For us to individually try to armchair this one with a very limited view, we're looking through a keyhole essentially at the situation, or the guy that's got the HD 4K full view of this thing, And I'm going to go with that one on it above all else. Nick Zox is not an Aaron Rodgers fan, but kind of hope Robert Saleh has a team that makes a playoff push. Well, I don't think they're going to be held back by the quarterback position like they were this past year, at least. And they have put together a pretty fine team over there, Addicted Hawks. They'll get a shot to make it roll. Brazen says, do you really think Boye Mafe can develop this next season after how our past pass rushers have panned out? Well, you have a new teacher in the house who potentially could move them a little bit more forward on this press on. So we'll see on that. Yes, I do. He's fairly new to football. So I think he can absolutely develop. Yeah, I do. Bobby, I'm wondering if we'll take John Smits at 20. It's a reach. It's possible, Bobby. It's possible. Ira Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. And folks, I'm starting to get a little bit hangry here at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and put a button on this. Let's go ahead and get the final last bits of the questions in on this, so I can kind of go and get some food, because I'm definitely getting into that kind of it's getting hungry. My belly's turning over a bit. Ivor Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation, though. I do appreciate that. It says, this is for your patience with all the Carter questions today, but most importantly, for all your great work on this channel. Go Hawks. Well, thank you so much, Garth, Ivor Seahawk. And sorry if I get a little impatient, folks out there, with the Carter thing. It's most of these kind of topics we don't have to usually turn over to this great nth degree, but it's definitely been one that's worn me out a bit. It's definitely one where I'm talking about everything having to do with a player that has nothing to do with what he does on a football field. And like I said before on the top of it, it's just, man, that's just stuff that just doesn't, it's not exciting. It's not interesting. It doesn't bring me in. You know what I mean? It just ain't there. But I've had a great time today. It hasn't been as painful as I thought, which was going to be every other question was going to be Carter. So at least it hasn't been that. So I can't complain too much, but appreciate you, man. I'm loving what I'm doing here, man. I'm having a great time, and I'm going to be here every step of the way with you guys this offseason. No doubt about that, Irish. Greg Kemp, Brandon, when Hawks go down to two down linemen, would Carter be on the field, or would it be Woods and Reed? Carter would be on the field. He'd be your 3 tech. So they essentially, for the most part, when they go 2 linemen, it's one gets put into 1 tech halfway between a center and guard on the strong side of the play. And then you would have Carter, I would believe, going weak side of the play as your de facto. They operate him like a 3 tech as a defensive end sort of thing. It's it's in that weird in between territory with this front that they run, but that's how you do it. And we do have a pass rush guru on the staff now, so there may be a little bit of more hope. Somebody's asking about Boye Mafe. With the pass rush guru here, maybe that's a little bit of a step in the direction of getting somebody in here who can develop this talent, which has been a place that's been hampered in recent history by our coaches not really getting a development point from these guys. LJ Collier kind of was what he was when he walked through here. Taylor's been what he was when he walked through here. Rasheem Green was what he was when he came in here. You know, nobody's really gone forward in that realm of things. Yeah, Irish Seahawk. I see Mafe as a guy who could become a Cliff Averill-like guy. I do. I think there's some similarities between those two guys. Two guys' games that strike out to me. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Can't speak clear. They definitely stand out to me. Mike Thon says, I'd pick Jalen Carter. I have a feeling it's another Warren Sapp type deal. Mike, I'm getting big time Warren Sapp vibes off this thing too. It feels like deja vu to me a little bit. Hong Lee, you never can have enough pass rushers, man. Never can have enough. Gar says, I'm glad the Jets drafted Zach Wilson. It means people who have no sense still exist. Then again, the usual suspects are in the top 10 terminally. That's true. Bad organizations are going to bad organize. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Henley and B-Wags, make it so. Appreciate the show, even on a quiet day for us. John knows what's up. He'll make a smart call with that pick. He will. I trust in John. Let us not forget, I've referenced this a few different times, but John Schneider is picked in the top 14 in Seattle 4 times. That's it. 4 times. 4 times you've picked in that top 14. And all 4 of those picks that you've come out of with high quality players. He has not had one miss down there in that realm of this draft and picking here in 12 years. And so I'm going to trust that track record on here. And as I've said on this, when it comes to Coach Schneider, and you guys know this and Carol as well, they don't get carte blanche from me. They don't get the blank check of excuses from me. I certainly hold these guys' feet to the fire quite a bit of the time, but that doesn't mean everywhere their feet needs to be applied to the fire with the same kind of aggressive compression. And when it comes to this stance on it, I really do feel like you give this guy this many picks at the top of the draft, you give him another pick in the top 5. I think John Schneider is going to make the right move, the intelligent move, and I think we're going to be very happy with this pick wherever it goes. That's also why I say, Wu-Tang, I'm not married to this just being a Carter or bust situation. They can go a variety of different ways with this selection, and you will see a big chest-sire grin from Brandon on draft day, loving the pick and feeling good about that pick, helping this team now take steps forward, getting back to the elite stage of things. So I trust in him too, man. I do. And I hope I'm right on that B-Wags and Henley, but that's how it feels to me. My psychic senses are saying, Henley and B-Wags. Henley and B-Wags. Thank you for the donation, though, Wu-Tang. Clock strikes midnight. Time for bed's right. Gemini Guy says, great work, brother. Keep it up. Thank you, Gemini Glass. Appreciate you. I think Hawk says, feed the bear, Brandon. Thanks for the great show. Yeah, I felt my stomach just flip over. Time to eat. Liam Olachero says, appreciate you, Brando. Thanks for your content, man. Hey, my pleasure, Liam. I had a great time with you guys today. Thanks for hanging on in there with me. Appreciate you guys understanding on the Carter Talk stuff. I know someone maybe go a little bit deeper in it, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of time, and we'll have other days to go into it on here with him. No doubt about that. Motive says, on Brennan's channel, it's all slay, slay, slay. Well, he's heading to the Eagles now, Motive. So it sounds like we're going to miss out on what the folks were looking for on that one. Have a good night, Justin. Appreciate you. Give Pumpkin some extra hugs after the show. I promise I will do so for sure on that. Maybe a salmon treat or two, huh? I dig the Hawks. I'm just saying Kalijah Cansey's the next Michael Bennett. I could see it. They got some similarities to him. I love Cansey. I dig the Hawks. Sign me up for him. Sign me up. Soon drafting all based on the combine's dangerous. I think Simpson's kind of like that. Me too. Me as well. David, dang bro, still live. You the man. Thank you, bro. We're wrapping it up here. We're putting a button on it. Putting a button on this one. The Eagles did re-sign Cox. Fletcher Cox. They did indeed. I dig the Hawks. Next show, I will tease Christopher Walken about Carter. You can tease all you want, but I love him. I need more of two things in my life. One, cowbell all the time. But the other thing no one really knows about me, I love college football. I'm a big Bulldog fan. The ball they throw all the time, it's awesome. And Jalen Carter, best defensive player I've seen my life ever. Never better than that. I'm telling you now, you got to draft him today, tomorrow. I don't know. Whenever the draft is, he's good. Walker's in on Carter, man. I don't know. It just appeals to him. He's a big Georgia fan. Megan says, the Hawks Nest. Thanks, B and 12s. Great stream as always. Sorry, I'm in a bad mood. I'm not in a good headspace. Not sure I'll be on tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. No worries, Megan. I understand. And get in the same place myself on that one. 100% sure Pumpkin just rolled her eyes. Well, she does that often to me. So she tolerates me basically at this point. Jonah the Whale, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, a cup of Joe to keep you going, B. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. Thank you, Jonah, for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Dylan Bradley, Hendon Hooker just seems like the perfect fit for the Hawks and Pete's offense. I like him, Dylan. I really do. Third round, if we could just stretch it to the third round, that'd be that's where I want to get it. Let's go third round. I think Hawks says, sweet. Thanks for the cowbell. I need it all the time. Cowbell Carter. Every day, all day. Bing, bang. Wang, wang. That's what I need. Good defense. Great. Legendary defense. Do you want it? I don't know. I do. Now. Next year. Garth with a $5 donation to finish us off right here. And it seems fitting, Garth, all your donations tonight, man, that we finish this off on this fashion. So thank you so much on this dono. He says, Brando, just remember when you think you're starving, imagine how famished the cat next to you is. You both performed for hours tonight. Magnificently. True. But she's got to just look there and look cute. She's over there just like, look cute. Little paw up here. Give him the sweet eyes. Okay, let's go sweet eyes. I got to actually talk here. You know what I mean? And she snuck away a couple times. I ain't saying that she likes to eat too much. Okay, Garth, but she was over there kind of porking out for a couple times over there. You saw her jump off a few times. That wasn't to stretch her legs out. Okay? That was to stretch your stomach out. That's what that was. King Zoa, I am signing off today, man. I'm 7 hours and 15 minutes in. So you caught me right at the end as you're signing in here. What do we do today? We didn't do anything today though, King. Nothing happened, man. Not one signing, just sitting here talking shop. So maybe we will see if tomorrow something comes down the track, but today it was quiet. So quiet. I dig Hawks, truly laughing out loud for real. Thanks. I needed that today. Hey man, anytime. Wu-Tang says, Brando, do you see Walken is going to be in the Emperor in the next Dune movie? The spice, you can't deny it. It has to flow. Can't deny without it. I need my spice to flow. Where are the Fremen? Those dirty little rats down in the dust, holding up my spice flow. I don't get it. Get me down to Arrakis now so I can deal with this man. What? Messiah? What are we in? I need my drug now. I'm trying to live today. I did hear about that. That's a great, he is getting older, but that does feel like a pretty good fit for bringing Walken in for the Dune for the Emperor role. So he'll be fun. Spice flow now today. Why not make it flow all the day? Being Dune. I'm done. Night 12s. Walking and doing is logical. It is very logical. It fits. All right. Well, let's, Father's Watch, Irish Yak. I once did that back in the drama school. I did that as a monologue. I did that at home. This watch was in your daddy's ass 7 long years. He died of dysentery, giving me the watch. I held this uncomfortable metal in my ass for 2 years. And now, little man, I give the watch to you. It's a great little monologue in a fantastic movie. One of my favorites of all time, Pulp Fiction. Well, folks, let's wrap it up on that. If we do get some Bobby news coming down the truck tomorrow, I'll go live for you, okay? I'll do this for you. If we get something actually worth speaking about, we will go live during the day to talk a little bit about it. But other than that, I will be back tomorrow on Thursday with Brendan Nelson. We got the B&B show going at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We'll be turning over whatever signings we have. It might be just Dre'Mont Jones and Jarran Reed. You never know at that point. But we'll see if there aren't some fireworks that happen between now and then. Either way, you know I will be on top of it. You know I will be covering it. Thank you to all the folks here in the chat that donated today. You guys are amazing as ever. The absolute support on this channel is unbelievable, as there is not one show where you guys miss that support or aren't there having my back in every way, shape, and form. So thank you for that. You guys are awesome. You're always awesome. I hope you do guys know that. I love doing this. We will be back tomorrow, back on Sunday again, but if there is any breaking news, I'll jump on and we can get this up and figure out what's happening and try to unpeel this back a little bit, if you were. But thank you guys for making the stream awesome as ever. I appreciate you. And I hope, even though we haven't made a lot of signings, I hope you guys aren't worried. Even though we're still a ways from the draft, I hope you ain't worried. Even though we have got a little bit more work to do with this team to round out this bunch, to round out this talent, to get the production set, I hope you aren't worried. But if you are, well, let me remind you. Let me keep at the forefront of your mind that we're having a championship offseason here. We're on our rise. We're opening up championship windows, okay? So you get one hand on that side of the window. I'll get my hand on this side of the window, and let's jam this sucker up. Okay? Sound good to you? So don't you ever, ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.